You're pregnant. I'll prescribe some folic acid, calcium tablets, and multivitamins for you. Make sure to get plenty of rest on your own. The doctor calmly handed Ding Xiao the prescription and sent her on her way. As she walked out of the room, Ding Xiao gently touched her still flat belly, sighing softly as she glanced at the pitifully low balance on her phone. After asking around, Ding Xiao found the hospital pharmacy to have the best prices. At the entrance of the maternity hospital, happy couples walked by in pairs, while Ding Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit lonely and pitiful by herself. Ignoring the strange glances from those around her, Ding Xiao got on her electric bike and headed home. On the way, she passed the farmer's market and after some hesitation, thinking of the not yet fully formed baby in her belly, spent over 20 yuan on half a jin of shrimp that weren't very big. After winding through small paths for a long time, she finally arrived at the small village on the outskirts of the city, passing by gossiping elderly ladies who pointed and stared. Ding Xiao returned to her shabby small courtyard that she called her own. Back home, she immediately went to the kitchen, taking out a wok and some rice, and starting a small fire to cook congee, before bringing over a little stool to sit by the faucet and remove the shrimp shells. She heated oil in the wok and stir-fried the cleaned shrimp heads, releasing a tempting red shrimp oil and delicious aroma. Ding Xiao carefully blew away the rising smoke, stirring the congee with a ladle. The rice had bloomed beautifully. She poured in the shrimp oil, then added the marinated fresh shrimp as well. It felt like something was still missing. After thinking for a bit, Ding Xiao wiped her hands on her apron, squatted down and took out an inconspicuous small jar from a pile of pots and containers in the corner, throwing in some salted winter vegetables into the congee. After simmering for a while longer, she scooped out a bit to taste after blowing on it to cool it down, satisfied with the flavor. She carefully lifted the hot wok with a cloth wrapped around her hands and brought it down from the stove. This was dinner for today. Ding Xiao sat alone in the somewhat dim and spacious main hall, quietly drinking her congee. Today was the third day since she transmigrated into this world. She had already realized that she was unable to make any choices that went against the plotline. Like getting an abortion. She didn't even know who the father of the child was. Because she had transmigrated as the ill-fated mother of the male lead who died during childbirth in a tragic novel. The original book only briefly mentioned her a few times. The story mainly revolved around the male lead's difficult life, elaborating on his misfortunes and trials. And right now, the male lead of that tragic story was still in her belly. She had no useful information whatsoever. It seemed for now, the only thing she could do was safely carry the male lead to term and give birth to him. Then, wait for death. Thinking this, Ding Xiao couldn't help but sigh again. She was poor, had no family, no education, and no job. All she had was a little brat of a child that she had to feed along with herself. Oh right, she also had a pretty face. Ding Xiao touched her own face. Her original appearance was only ordinary looking, but having transmigrated into a great beauty, she actually felt a bizarre sense of satisfaction amidst her indignation. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Who is it? Ding Xiao didn't get up, just yelling loudly. It's me. I've come to bring you some things. It was the neighbor Zhang Granny. Ding Xiao hurried to open the door. Zhang Granny was kind to her, often bringing over little bits of vegetables grown in her own yard every few days. Granny Zhang, Ding Xiao opened the door to let her in. Eating? As soon as Zhang Granny entered, she smelled the rich and tempting aroma. Cooked up some congee. Ding Xiao supported the elderly woman with bad legs. Would you like some? Unable to resist, Zhang Granny nodded. With just a wall separating their homes, whenever it was mealtime, the smells from Ding Xiao's kitchen left her restless and dissatisfied, no matter what she ate herself. Ding Xiao went to the kitchen to grab a set of bowls and chopsticks, serving Zhang Granny a bowl of congee. The aroma was even thicker now. Zhang Granny eagerly took a sip right away. It was rich and soft on the tongue, the shrimp sweet and fresh. She quickly finished the entire bowl, praising, "Your cooking skills are really great." Slapping her own thigh, she said, "I almost forgot my purpose coming here. I came today to discuss something with you." Zhang Granny rubbed her hands together. "My brother's daughter-in-law's nephew is holding his wedding banquet in a couple days. Turns out that rascal absent-mindedly forgot to book the caterer ahead of time. Now, with the date almost here, they can't find a chef, and the whole family is about to be worried to death. So they came asking me for help to see if you might be interested, and will pay you wages all the same." Ding Xiao instinctively wanted to agree, but swallowed back her words before they left her mouth. She touched her belly, feeling somewhat troubled. On one hand, she wanted to earn this money, but on the other, she worried about messing up in her condition. Seeing her hesitation, Zhang Granny considerately said, I won't force you to take this job if you really don't want to. Don't worry about letting this granny down. We won't take offense if you decline. Ding Xia looked at her gratefully. It's not that I don't want to take it. It's just… She still didn't know if she should tell Zhang Granny about the pregnancy, since her ID showed she had just passed 18 years old a few months ago. If she said it, it was inevitable she'd be questioned about the father. And if she hid it, she couldn't hide it for long, with her belly going to swell up in a few months. Thinking this, Ding Xia steeled herself. I'm pregnant, afraid I can't handle such a big banquet. Zhang Granny looked at her in surprise. This girl, still with a child's face, was pregnant? Considering she had been living alone ever since moving here, Zhang Granny paused. Then still asked who the child's father was. Ding Xia was prepared with her story. He went to Guangdong to work, and will be back after earning money. As for what would happen later, they'd deal with it then. Zhang Granny looked at Ding Xia with some pity, clearly seeing through the excuse used to trick a young girl. She felt bad for her and hesitated, still worrying the girl would suffer losses. You're still young, you can slow down and have a child later, she gently advised. Without this child, perhaps the girl could have had a better life. But Ding Xia just shook her head blissfully. I'll wait for him to come back. Seeing this, Zhang Granny didn't try to persuade her further. To be honest, she also felt somewhat uncomfortable trying to convince the girl to get an abortion herself. They could only take extra care of the girl from now on. Zhang Granny shook off her thoughts and began instructing Ding Xia in detail on points to pay attention to during pregnancy, from her own experiences. What foods were good for the body, what things to avoid, any precautions to take. Zhang Granny was very thorough. Ding Xia listened attentively. She had always been someone who went with the flow. Now that she had decided to keep this child, she would treat him well. The first step was taking care of her health. She couldn't let him be born weak and sickly after all. After Zhang Granny left, Ding Xia sank into thought. The reality was, she didn't have a husband working away in Guangdong earning money. She had to think of ways to make money herself. Otherwise, not only would having a child be impossible, even just living would be an issue. Distractedly washing the dishes, Ding Xia mulled over ways to earn. This was a rural area on the outskirts of a city. There weren't many villagers, with most people commuting into the city for work during the day and riding motorbikes back home to sleep. Ding Xia suddenly remembered passing construction sites on the way back from the hospital. With the continuous urban expansion, roadwork and housing construction was non-stop, and Ding Xia recalled hearing complaints from the workers she passed by. That's it. She could sell boxed lunches at the construction site entrances. Ding Xia decided to take action right away. The next morning, she got up early to go to the wholesale market to buy vegetables and disposable lunchboxes, then came back home. On her way back, she stopped by the construction site gate to ask the security guard some questions. After Ding Xia got home, she drank some water, took her folic acid, and then dove right into the kitchen. She had already decided the night before that she was going to make 3 dishes today. Sour green beans fried with minced pork, cabbage stir-fried with pork slices, and cold-tossed bean thread noodles. She grabbed a large handful of mouth-watering sour green beans from the sour vegetable crock and cut them into small pieces. As Ding Xia was cutting them, she couldn't resist popping a piece into her mouth. Crunching them noisily, the sour and refreshing taste made her unconsciously start humming a song. She heated oil in a hot wok, sauteed the scallions, ginger, and garlic until fragrant, then added the chili powder and doubanjiang to bring out the red oil and spiciness, before adding the fresh, evenly mixed fatty and lean minced pork. After stir-frying for a bit, she added the sliced sour green beans and fresh fava beans. When it was nearly cooked, she added a touch of her secret weapon, Sichuan peppercorn water, and gave it a final stir. The savory, mouth-watering sour green beans fried with minced pork was done. Next was the cabbage stir-fried with pork slices. She cut the pork belly into uneven slices, not worrying about their size. At the construction site, most of the work was physical labor, so no matter how much rice they ate, it wasn't as good as meat for fighting hunger. She cut the fresh, juicy Napa cabbage on the diagonal and set it aside. After sauteing the aromatics, she only added a few dried chilies for flavor. Just a bit of salt, sugar, and chicken stock powder was enough to make it tasty. Finally, she cut the bean thread noodles into thin shreds and added shredded carrots and cilantro. Then poured over a versatile sauce she had blended from dozens of ingredients to complete the cold dish. Next was packing the lunchboxes. Ding Xia packed a total of 35 boxed lunches, neatly packaging them and placing them in an insulated foam container affixed to her electric bike. After checking the time and seeing it was about right, she locked up and headed towards the construction site. Just after 11:10, workers had just started trickling out of the construction site gate. Ding Shaya found some shade from a tree not too far away and placed her sign with the payment QR code next to the lunchboxes she had prepared. She was good-looking, so people noticed her here very quickly, but they just gathered in small groups, ogling her, while murmuring to each other instead of coming over. Ding Shaya didn't mind waiting calmly. Before long, a sturdy-looking worker with an honest face came over hesitantly. "Miss, are you selling lunchboxes?" "Yes. 15 yuan each." Ding Shaya immediately put on a smile and nodded, opening the insulated box to show him the neat and tidy lunchboxes inside. "Really, with 2 meat and 1 vegetable dishes?" The worker pointed at her sign doubtingly. Afraid he wouldn't believe her, Ding Shaya told him the menu for today. The worker rubbed his belly. These past few days he had been eating nothing but takeout. He was already sick of all the nearby options. But the lunches provided at the construction site were just bland boiled veggies and broth, which did nothing for his hunger. Hesitating for a moment, the worker felt in his gut that this pretty girl wouldn't cheat him, so he said, "All right, give me one to try." After scanning the payment code, the worker looked at the scorching hot ground in the sun outside the shade. He simply squatted beside Ding Shaya at the roadside and opened up his lunchbox right then and there. Ding Shaya glanced at him, but didn't say anything, just took out a small folding stool from her bike basket and gave it to him. The worker plopped down on the curb, placing the lunchbox on the seat as he held the rice in his hands. Ding Shaya had packed each box very full, and the worker was quite satisfied with the portion size as he looked it over. As soon as he opened the lid, the rich aroma of the stir-fried dishes immediately surrounded the worker's nose. He instinctively took a deep breath, and his stomach rumbled loudly almost instantly. Unable to wait any longer, he picked up a piece of fatty pork and stuffed it into his mouth. After just a couple chews, he felt the complex and layered juices from the meat explode in his mouth. This was the first time he had ever eaten pork belly with this kind of texture. Not only was it not greasy, but also very tender and smooth. He scooped up some sour green beans and ate them together with rice. His mouth still had room, so he shoved in a huge mouthful of bean thread noodles as well. The cold dish was tinglingly spicy and refreshing going down. The shredded carrot was crispy and pleasantly crunchy to chew. He couldn't help but pick up another huge bite and stuff it in. The worker couldn't help but close his eyes blissfully. This food was just too delicious. Some co-workers were drawn in by the smell. "Bro, how is it? What's it taste like?" "Amazing. So delicious." As if afraid they wouldn't believe him, he shoveled down a few more mouthfuls of rice and asked Ding Shaya with his mouth full, "Miss, are you coming back tomorrow?" "If business is good, I'll come back," Ding Shaya smiled. Seeing her smile, the coworkers stared dumbfounded, eyes going blurry. Then looking at the burly guy beside them happily eating away, "Beauty, give me one too." As soon as he got the lunchbox, he also eagerly sat down next to the burly guy, shoving aside space on the little folding stool. "Really that delicious?" Saying that, he also took a first bite of the fatty pork right away. After chewing a couple times, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Mumbling a couple words, he could wait no longer and happily started shoveling down the food. With 2 living ads eating away enthusiastically, Ding Shaya quickly sold out all her lunchboxes. The workers who didn't get to buy eyed the lingering aromas in the air somewhat resentfully. "Why didn't you make more?" "I'll make more tomorrow," Ding Shaya gave an apologetic smile. She tallied up the profits in her head, extremely delighted. Under the burly guy's reluctant urging, Ding Shaya rode her electric bike back home. After deducting costs, she had earned at least 200 yuan today. That was including the cost of the wholesale lunchboxes. The lunchboxes were cheap, and she still had a lot left at home. Counting this way, she could earn quite a lot in a month. Ding Shaya happily sat in the yard, neatly stacking the cash she had received between the pages of a book. The red date and longan rock sugar soup she had set to simmer before going out had now melted into a smooth broth. Opening the lid, the sweet aroma burst out. She ladled herself a bowl and slowly drank it as she sat in the yard. The yard was empty without much furnishings. Ding Shaya took some money to go visit the village carpenter Uncle Wei. "Uncle Wei, are you there?" Ding Shaya knocked on the door. Uncle Wei was the only carpenter left in the village. His work was superb. But now that machines ruled the world, the old man could only dejectedly return to the village and retire. "Oh, coming," Uncle Wei responded. "What can I do for you, little lass?" "I want to commission a rocking chair from you," Ding Shaya gestured with her hands. "Do you think you could make it?" I can. The old man was extremely delighted. He opened the door and invited her to sit inside, even pouring her a cup of syrupy tea to drink. "Do you have any requirements for the type of wood?" Uncle Wei rubbed his hands and took out a rough little notebook. Ding Shaya shook her head. Regular is fine. Uncle Wei wrote a few characters in his notebook, then looked up somewhat embarrassed. Lass, us carpenters have an old rule, need to collect a deposit first. Ding Sha smiled and nodded. Of course there needs to be a deposit. How much do you usually collect? Uncle Wei thought for a moment. Give me 100 yuan for now. I'll deduct it from the final price when it's done. As he spoke, he tore off a slip of paper and wrote on it. Don't worry, I'll give you a receipt. Ding Xiao handed over 100 yuan and carefully folded the receipt to tuck away in her phone case. Then I'll get going first, Uncle Wei. Ding Xiao stood up. I'm staying next door to Granny Zhang. Just call for me when it's done. Sounds good. Sounds good, Uncle. We saw her to the door. I'll finish it for you as quickly as possible. Ding Xiao thanked him and headed home. She had just reached the small village square in the middle when she was blocked by someone. It was the youngest son of the village chief, Wang Kun. He had dropped out of school at just 15 or 16 and lazed about the village every day. His meaty triangular eyes often shone with ill intent. Wang Kun blocked Ding Xiao's path, not letting her pass. Hey, beautiful, where you going? How about you come back home with me instead? The little woods'll work too. Ding Xiao looked at him expressionlessly, then walked around him and continued on her way. Her look made Wang Kun's heart itch unbearably, further confirming his belief that this slut was trying to seduce him. So without hesitation, he reached out to grope Ding Xiao's waist. Ding Xiao dodged his roving hand, as if she had eyes in the back of her head. Wang Kun felt she was deliberately being coy, thinking he couldn't indulge her little temper. So he arrogantly declared, Hey, come help your daddy stand. Ding Xiao looked at him in astonishment, then turned and left without looking back. Wang Kun had been posing arrogantly, but Ding Xiao never came to him. He watched her walk farther and farther away, so angry his nose went crooked. He had to teach this slut a lesson. The next day, early in the morning, Ding Xiao went to the market to carefully select and buy 2 pigs' trotters. She didn't know if it was because she was pregnant, but Ding Xiao suddenly started having cravings, able to think of 7 or 8 different things she wanted to eat in a day. She used hot water to scald off the remaining hairs on the pigs' trotters, then rinsed them with running water. She rummaged through boxes and cabinets to find some rock sugar to stir-fry until it was colored, then added water, seasonings, soy sauce, boiled it on high heat, then turned down the heat to stew slowly. When it was nearly cooked soft, she added a basin full of soybeans she had soaked overnight and continued stewing over low heat. There were still some vegetables left over from yesterday that hadn't been used up completely, so Ding Xiao simply prepared the exact same vegetable dishes today. She just added an extra layer of stewed, meaty-flavored soybeans on top of the rice. Only after everything was plated did she put the remaining vegetables on a dish to eat up. The pig trotters were stewed soft and flavorful, with a thick, savory sauce, a perfect combination of salty and sweet. As soon as it entered the mouth, it melted away, making it impossible to discern whether it was the trembling pigskin or the fatty meat. After eating her fill at the satisfying meal, Ding Xiao then rode her electric bike to the construction site. Quite a few people were already waiting there. Some had even brought their own small carts and were waiting. As soon as Ding Xiao had just parked her bike stably, they swarmed over, voices ringing out saying, I want one. Ding Xiao didn't get flustered at all. She just opened the box, scanned a code, and gave out portions. It was only chaotic for a few minutes before the people behind automatically lined up. The 50 boxed lunches were quickly sold out. A group of brawny men sat in rows, squatting next to Ding Xiao, heads lowered as they ate with gusto, making occasional passers-by feel it was quite a funny sight. The burly man ate with oil dripping down his mouth. Too delicious. Too delicious. Will you make this again tomorrow? Ding Xiao shook her head. I'll make something different tomorrow. The vegetables and rice at home were used up, so in a bit she had to go lug back a bag of rice. Tomorrow morning she still had to go buy vegetables. The brawny man dug into the soybeans. These beans are fragrant. He smacked his lips. They have a meaty flavor. Did you stew them with meat? Ding Xiao nodded. I stewed them with pig's trotters, but pig's trotters are too expensive. I can't afford the cost. The brawny man waved his hand unconcernedly. That stuff is fragrant for sure, but nothing beats big slices of meat. Ding Xiao smiled. She thought for a moment and said, Then, I'll make braised pork rice tomorrow, with stewed 5-spice pork belly. It's super fragrant. When the brawny man heard this, he wiped his mouth and chuckled twice. Good, good. Let's eat pork belly. Ding Xiao bought rice and went home. Seeing the unpolished rice was pretty good quality, she stir-fried some ginger rice tea to store for drinking. Granny Zhang came over holding a small bowl of free-range eggs. Girl, what have you been busy with recently? I came over a few times and saw the door locked. Ding Shaya brewed a cup of ginger rice tea for her. I haven't been busy, just made some boxed lunches to go sell at the construction site. Granny Zhang exclaimed and said worriedly, "Don't overexert yourself. How have you been feeling recently? Do you feel weighed down?" Ding Shaya shook her head. "I haven't felt anything really, not tired at all. Just sometimes I crave sour foods." "Craving sour means a boy. You have a little master in your belly," Granny Zhang said with a laugh. "A little master is good. He can grow up to provide for his mother, so this girl can suffer a bit less." Of course Ding Shaya knew there was a son in her belly. Not only a son, but a male lead at that. It's just that his luck wasn't good. Born an orphan eating meals from 100 families, bullied at school, and having his love stolen by a villain. Tragic beyond measure. "I brought you some eggs from my own chickens. They're free-range and nutritious. Eating them will be good for your health." Granny Zhang put the eggs on the table. "Thank you, Granny Zhang." Ding Shaya gratefully accepted them. She had seen the expensive prices of free-range eggs at the market that morning. "No need to thank me. Is anyone home?" Granny Zhang's voice was interrupted by someone shouting and knocking on the door. Ding Shaya was startled for a moment, before standing up to open the door. "Someone's here, who are you looking for?" Opening the door, she saw it was the village courier. Since the village mostly had elders, women and children staying during the day, they had set up a courier to help deliver things and letters. "Are you Ding Shaya?" The courier looked to be in his 20s. When he looked at her exquisite and delicate face holding the letter, his eyes were full of amazement. "I am." Ding Shaya nodded in confusion. "Your letter." The courier handed it to her. His expression seemed to want to say more, as if he still wanted to chat with her. Ding Shaya accepted the letter blankly. She thanked him, then immediately closed the door. The courier scratched his head and left. Ding Shaya looked at the handwriting on the envelope, somewhat stunned. Granny Zhang saw her silent and unmoving for a long time, and asked worriedly, "What's wrong, girl?" Ding Shaya shook her head, not speaking. Granny Zhang stood up to take her leave. "I still have eggs steaming at home. I'll go back first. Let me know if you need anything." Ding Shaya smiled and nodded, seeing her to the door before sitting back down on the small stool, taking out the letter again to stare blankly. The sender written on the envelope was Nanjang No. 1 Prison. She hesitated for a moment before opening the envelope to read the letter. "Sha, how have you been recently? I miss you very much. I miss our little courtyard. I'm sorry. I've let you down. But will you wait for me? I will definitely give you a good life. I haven't built a swing for you yet. I haven't planted the grapes you wanted yet either. I haven't planted vegetables in the open space behind the yard yet. And I haven't made up for the wedding you wanted yet. Can you come see me? I really miss you." It was signed Xiao Zhong. Ding Shaya read through the entire letter 2 more times. Finally, she sighed while staring at the name Xiao Zhong. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the unfortunate child's father. She sat in the small courtyard in a daze, her mind still a complete blank without any memories. Should she go see him? Ding Shaya hesitated for a moment. Standing at the entrance of Nanjang No. 1 Prison, Ding Shaya felt somewhat apprehensive. She unconsciously touched her belly, as if she could really feel a small life pulsing there. "Miss, can I help you with something?" The middle-aged uncle in the guardhouse saw her lingering hesitantly outside for a long time, afraid she was too scared to speak up, so he took the initiative to ask. "Sir, I'm here to visit," Ding Shaya quickly replied. "Visiting? The middle-aged uncle was used to it and pointed her down a small path to the side. "You have to go that way. There's a door in the back. Go in and fill out paperwork. Once approved, you can visit." "Oh, thank you, sir." Ding Shaya hadn't expected there was an application process. She thanked him and hurriedly went that way. Sure enough, she saw a small door. She knocked and heard someone call out, "Come in." She went inside. "Hello, I'd like to apply for a visit." The young police officer looked at her in surprise for a moment. "Oh, then please fill out this form first." He handed her a stack of papers and a pen. Ding Shaya took the papers to a seat in the corner and quietly started filling it out. The young officer looked at her delicate and beautiful face, and couldn't help feeling it was a pity. He wondered who she was here to see. Just as he was thinking this, Ding Shaya finished the form and came over. "I'm done. Is this okay?" She seemed somewhat uneasy. The young officer poured her a cup of water and gently said, "Don't be afraid, have some water first." After that, he picked up the paperwork and went back to his computer. His expression was somewhat strangely complicated. "You're here to visit Xiao Zhong?" Ding Shaya didn't know why he asked this way. She could only nod. "You're his wife?" the young officer asked again. Ding Sha lowered her head and murmured yes. We agreed to register once we were of age. The pitiful look in the young officer's eyes made her nervous heart tighten. What was going on? Ding Shia sat nervously for a while, before following the young policeman into the room next door. They walked through several winding corridors and past many doors before finally stopping in front of an iron gate. Go on in. I'll come get you when it's time, the kind young policeman said, pushing the door open a crack for her. Ding Shia thanked him, took a deep breath, and gathered her courage to push the door fully open. The space inside was large, with a very big table. Behind a transparent wall sat a young man with a shaved head. He looked thin, with a scar over his eyebrow. His gaze towards her was eager and ardent. Xiao Zhong had waited for her for a long time. Now, seeing her timidly push open the door, not daring to come in, he was anxious but also afraid of frightening her. He stood up slightly, leaning on the glass, and coaxed gently. Don't be afraid. Sha. It's me. Come slowly. Don't stand there. You must be tired. Sit down. Ding Shia unconsciously touched her belly again, but finally strode forward towards him. Seeing her come over, Xiao Zhong revealed a bright, delighted smile. He had been worried that his Sha would be unhappy or cry or ignore him. As she drew closer and closer, Ding Shia could hear the intense beating of her heart. Her eager nervousness made her somewhat short of breath. She staggered 2 steps. Her vision went black, and she flailed her arms for balance, grabbing onto the chair back nearest her. Before fainting, she reflexively put her hand over her belly to protect it. Xiao Zhong watched helplessly as she floated down into a faint. His eyes reddened anxiously. He jumped up like a panther, pounding the wall, yelling her name in helpless tension. Sha. What's wrong, Sha? Someone come. Save her. His outburst drew the prison guards' attention. They swiftly burst in and pinned his arms behind his back onto the table. Xiao Zhong was still struggling. He twisted his head to see Ding Shia's condition, but couldn't see her face. Only her thin, weak figure collapsed on the cold cement floor. At that moment, Xiao Zhong bitterly hated his own powerlessness. The young policeman heard the commotion, opened the door, saw Ding Shia, and ran in to pick her up and carry her towards the infirmary. Xiao Zhong had calmed down now. He stopped struggling. My wife is unwell. Can I go to the infirmary to see her? The prison guards held him down tightly, not daring to relax their grip. This brat was very wild, and his martial arts skills were good too. If they let him get away, even for a moment, it would surely lead to big trouble. Xiao Zhong let them exert their strength on him without resisting. I just want to see my wife. I want to know how she is. I'm worried about her. The 2 guards exchanged a glance. Let me report to my superior first. You go back for now, and we'll see about it later. But Xiao Zhong shook his head. I can provide important information, but I have a condition. Let me see my wife. The 2 looked at each other again. So this brat was finally willing to talk? After thinking for a moment, one of them directly radioed Xiao Zhong's demand to his superior. Shortly after, approval came through the radio for Xiao Zhong's request. When Ding Shia awoke, she felt like she was lying in a warm, somewhat bony embrace. She opened her eyes a crack and saw Xiao Zhong holding her, his face full of worry. Before she could feel awkward and say anything, Xiao Zhong immediately brought over the glass of room temperature water that had been cooling nearby. How do you feel? Still uncomfortable? Have some water? Ding Shia did indeed feel thirsty. She wanted to drink it herself, but Xiao Zhong wouldn't allow it, so she could only sip the water from Xiao Zhong's hand. The doctor from the infirmary came out holding test reports. Young lady, do you know your own physical condition? Seeing his somewhat stern expression, Ding Shia bit her lip and nodded. Xiao Zhong also frowned, preparing to hear the doctor's report on Ding Shia's condition. But the doctor's next words made him open his eyes wide in shock. How could you run around pregnant like this? Don't you know how weak your body is? The doctor looked at her reproachfully. Ding Shia lowered her head guiltily without speaking. But Xiao Zhong's hand tightened on her protectively. He held Ding Shia close anxiously, stuttering, Preg? Yes, probably 2 or 3 months along, the doctor supplemented. Xiao Zhong just looked at Ding Shia and repeated his question. Sha, you're pregnant? Ding Shia murmured affirmation. 3 months along. Xiao Zhong was somewhat at a loss. He had left for less than 2 months. If he had known Sha was pregnant, he absolutely would not have. Moreover, Sha was so obedient, so loving towards him. Xiao Zhong mouthed the words pregnant over and over, only belatedly feeling the joy. He babbled excitedly, A child? I'm going to be a dad. Sha, sha, sha. I'm so happy. His delight was pure and intense. His expression was as if illuminated. But Ding Shaya didn't know how to face him. She avoided his gaze, looking to the doctor. Doctor, why did I suddenly faint like that? Your health is very poor. You have anemia and malnutrition. Carrying a baby is of course very taxing on you, the doctor said, sitting in the chair by the bed. Go home and drink more milk and eat more eggs. It will be good for you. Ding Shao listened carefully. Of course, Xiao Zhong felt her avoidance. He thought it was because she still resented and blamed him for not being by her side, especially now that she was pregnant. Xiao Zhong was incredibly pained. His gaze was dark as he silently made a decision. Ding Shaya exchanged just a couple words with Xiao Zhong before making excuses about needing to take folic acid and fleeing as if flying away. Xiao Zhong sat alone in the infirmary for a long time until the sun set. Only then did he stand up as if having made a decision. I want to see Officer Li Yu. I have something to say. The doctor looked at him in surprise. Since being brought in, this brat had refused to say anything, giving Officer Li Yu a headache. But after seeing his pregnant wife once, he was now willing to talk. Ding Shire returned home with complicated feelings. She sat by the stove, distractedly cooking eggs. She was completely unprepared for Xiao Zhong's appearance. But she could not deny that she did not feel aversion towards Xiao Zhong. It was as if she had known him for a long time. Ding Xia felt it was very strange, but could not find a reason why. She attributed it to her original self's familiarity with Xiao Zhong. She cut the pork belly into thick slices, blanched them, then added in new rock sugar to the hot oil to caramelize. After the meat turned golden brown, she added soy sauce, bay leaves, and other seasonings, brought it to a boil, then turned down the heat to simmer. Before long, the rich fragrance floated out into the air. When the stew was nearly done, she added the eggs she had boiled the previous day to stew together, until the flavor was fully absorbed and the stew was aromatic. Ding Shaya picked out a few pieces of meat and egg to go with the cold tossed cabbage she had prepared, and brought a serving over to Zhang Granny's place. As soon as she knocked on the door, Zhang Granny's little grandson poked his head out. His little nose twitched as he smelled the food. Seeing it was Ding Shaya, he shyly ran back to call out Zhang Granny. Zhang Granny came out from the kitchen. What is it, girl? I made some food for you to try, Ding Shaya handed over the bowl. As she lowered her head, she saw Zhang Granny's little grandson peeking out from behind her legs. Curious but shy. Seeing her look his way, the little boy withdrew his head bashfully. But soon the aroma drew him out again. Ding Shaya smiled and stroked his head. Zhang Granny did not stand on ceremony with her. Then Granny will accept. If you need anything, just tell Granny. Granny has everything here. She cheerily pulled Ding Shaya in, insisting she have a bowl of Granny's egg and brown sugar water. But Ding Shaya quickly waved her hands. No, I still have to go sell food at the worksite. Zhang Granny patted her forehead. Of course, just look at my memory. All right, you go on. Remember to tell Granny if you need anything. Ding Shaya smiled and agreed, before heading back with light steps. Today, the brothers were also already waiting in their usual spot at the worksite. They had set up the tables, benches, and stools themselves, watching expectantly for her direction. It was as if everything was ready, and they just awaited her arrival. Da Zhuang cheerfully helped her unload and set up, then lined up to be the first to buy food without modesty. After receiving his food, he immediately sat to the side and dove in impatiently. Ever since Ding Shaya had mentioned pork belly stew yesterday, he had been thinking about it for a whole afternoon. Even when he slept, he drooled. Taking a deep breath, he opened the lid. The contents were shiny and red, glistening. He poked it with chopsticks, and the meat was soft and tender. The air was already permeated with the tantalizing aroma. Next to it was a hard-boiled egg cut in half, and the side dishes were fresh and appetizing. The pork was fatty but not greasy. After one bite, Da Zhuang almost shed tears. How long had it been since he ate something so delicious? He wolfed down several more mouthfuls of rice, then couldn't help but glance again at Ding Xia, who was still selling food. No matter what, they had to get her to keep selling boxed lunches here. Ding Xia chuckled happily, clutching her bulging purse in the yard while humming a tune. At this rate, she would be able to escape poverty and become rich in no time. Just as she was thinking this, there was a knock at the door. Hey girl, are you in? It's your Uncle Wei. Ding Xia was a little surprised to hear this. It had only been a few days. Could the lounge chair be ready already? She hurried over and opened the door. Sure enough, she saw Uncle Wei with a pipe in his mouth, pulling a cart with a beautiful lounge chair tied onto it. Come in. Come in. Ding Shaya quickly stepped aside to let him in, and even ran to pour Uncle Wei a glass of water. After carefully selecting and placing the lounge chair under the big old chinnaberry tree in the yard, which had huge shade, Ding Shaya also paid the balance owed. Not only did she pay the balance, she placed another order for new furniture, a bed. The bed inside her room always creaked. Even just turning over in the middle of the night was enough to startle and wake her up. She was always worried that the bed would collapse. She might as well get a new bed to sleep soundly. Uncle Wei left satisfied with the money, and Ding Shaya laid down contentedly. She closed her eyes and lay in the gently rocking chair, quietly preparing to take a nap. As time slowly passed, Ding Shaya's purse grew fatter and fatter. She generously made herself delicious meals every day, and her cheeks soon became rosy. She no longer looked so rickety, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. That morning, as usual, Ding Shaya got up early. She was already slightly showing, with a little bump protruding from her belly, looking as if she had eaten too much and gotten a pot belly. She felt a little uncomfortable doing anything lightly and carefully, for fear of accidentally touching her belly. After things settled down in a couple days, she would go to the hospital again for a checkup. She thought of the book's description of the male lead's weak constitution and felt uneasy. Just as she was about to go to the vegetable market to buy some ingredients, her gaze froze as she opened the door. Squatting at the door was a bald teenage boy. He looked skinny, with a scar on his eyebrow, and looked at her with an ingratiating yet uneasy gaze. It was Xiao Zhong. Ding Shaya was silent for a moment. Seeing his somewhat nervous look, she sighed. Come in. Having received approval, Xiao Zhong immediately cheered up. He strode over to Ding Shaya's side and looked her up and down carefully, satisfied to find that she had not gotten thinner. Only then did he lower his head to look at her slightly protruding belly, smiling and greeting her stomach. Hello there, baby, daddy's back. Ding Shaya was a little worried at first, but his teasing made her laugh. It's only been 4 months. She can't even hear you clearly yet. Xiao Zhong earnestly supported her back inside. So how many months until she can hear me? I'll read her stories then. Ding Shaya counted on her fingers. 5 months at the earliest. Xiao Zhong nodded. Then I'll say hi to her again next month. Ding Shaya was amused, but suddenly remembered what she had to do. I'm going to the vegetable market to buy groceries. Why don't you rest first? I'll go with you. Xiao Zhong was adamant about accompanying her out, insisting on going with Ding Shaya no matter what. Ding Shaya could only take him along. But when they got to the vegetable market, seeing Ding Shaya buy a lot of vegetables, Xiao Zhong was puzzled. Why buy so much? It'll go bad if you can't finish it. To sell. Ding Shaya was in a good mood. She was lucky today to buy fresh pork tenderloin and pig trotters. Sell? Xiao Zhong was confused. Only then did Ding Shaya remember that she hadn't told him about selling lunchboxes now. But before she could explain, he became anxious. Don't sell anymore. You're pregnant now. Your health is poor. You're exhausted as it is. Why sell lunchboxes? I have money. I'll provide for you. Ding Shaya was a little upset, but didn't want to make a scene right in the vegetable market. So she angrily grabbed the meat she wanted and walked away. Xiao Zhong was shocked and quickly grabbed a bunch of vegetables, hopped on his electric bike, and went after her. But Ding Shaya simply wouldn't speak. Not only not speaking, she wouldn't even look at him. She just kept her head down and kept walking forward, almost bumping into someone in the middle. Xiao Zhong was frantic. Dear, don't be angry. I'm begging you. Is it hard carrying that? Put it on the bike. Are you tired? You can ride the bike if you're angry. I'll walk, okay? Hearing this, Ding Shaya felt a little helpless, unable to stay mad. The passers-by were all watching this exceptionally good-looking young couple have a tiff, occasionally letting out friendly laughs. Ding Shaya had thin skin and was somewhat embarrassed. Let's go home. She was too lazy to sulk, sat on the back seat, grabbed Xiao Zhong's clothes, and gruffly said, Okay, home. Xiao Zhong happily pedaled the little electric bike home. When they got home, Ding Shaya still wasn't talking. She turned and went straight into the kitchen. Soon, she brought out 2 steaming hot bowls of noodles. The snowy white noodles soaked in the shiny brown rich broth, topped with many crispy thin slivers of green pepper neatly lined up, along with very satisfying shredded lean meat, giving off a slightly spicy appetizing aroma. Just the smell made one's appetite soar. Put on the table, she looked at Xiao Zhong, who was eyeing it hungrily, slapped the table with a straight face and said, What are you staring for? Come eat. Xiao Zhong was already hungry. Hearing Ding Shaya's words, he immediately sat down, grabbed his chopsticks, and started wolfing it down. Seeing him eat so voraciously, Ding Shaya felt a little distressed and softened her tone. Eat slowly, don't choke. There's more in the pot if it's not enough. Xiao Zhong couldn't be bothered to reply. He made muffled sounds with his head practically buried in the bowl, eating up the noodles. After finishing a bowl to alleviate the discomfort of his empty stomach, he went to the kitchen to ladle out another full bowl and peeled some garlic. Only then did he slow down and eat properly. When did you come back? Ding Sha asked as they ate. Last night. Xiao Zhong replied. Why didn't you come in? Didn't want to startle you. Xiao Zhong grinned foolishly, his fierce demeanor gone. How, did you suddenly get out? Ding Sha hesitated, but still asked. She didn't know what Xiao Zhong had gone to jail for, or how he got out, but considering her circumstances these days, she had to admit. Having Xiao Zhong here would reassure her a lot more. Xiao Zhong noisily slurped up the noodles in his bowl. Looking unsatisfied, he took Ding Sha's leftovers and continued eating. Let out on parole, won't be going back anymore. It's a long story. I'll tell you slowly. Ding Sha was relieved to hear he wouldn't be going back, but also worried. She started mentally calculating how long the money she earned would last. Feeling about 70% full, Xiao Zhong wiped his mouth and belched as he stood up. Wife, let me show you something. Before Ding Shaya could react, she saw Xiao Zhong holding up the shabby travel bag he had carried over that morning. It looked full, but she didn't know what was inside. Xiao Zhong put the bag in front of her and motioned for her to open it. Still puzzled, Ding Shaya pulled the zipper. After just one glance inside, she almost fainted from shock. It was full of 100-yuan bills. Stacks of brand new, neatly banded 100-yuan bills. An entire bag full. Ding Shaya was so anxious that she didn't know what to say. Xiao Zhong, who was originally looking forward to her praise, suddenly realized that her expression was wrong. Dear, what's wrong? Where did you get so much money from? Ding Sha was worried when she saw so much money, afraid that he had just gotten out and was about to go back in again. Only then did Xiao Zhong realize what she was worried about. He quickly pulled her to sit down and gently comforted her in his arms. Don't worry. I'll tell you slowly. Xiao Zhong thought for a moment to organize his words. Let me start from when we first arrived here. I brought you out of the village and took you so far away from home, and made you suffer so much because I didn't have the ability. I let you suffer poverty by following me. At that time, someone found me and told me to take the fall for his boss. As long as I agreed, he would give me a lot of money, at least 1 million. Ding Shaya was stunned for a moment. Prior to this, she had imagined many reasons why Xiao Zhong was put in jail, and she had also mentally prepared herself in many ways. But she had never thought that he had agreed to take the fall for someone else, in order to make money. When he was in prison, Xiao Zhong also regretted it. He thought of Sha and was also afraid that she would be bullied by others. There was no going back once the bow was drawn. Xiao Zhong could only grit his teeth and continue. He was even more afraid that his betrayal would implicate Ding Sha. He would rather die than let Ding Shaya get hurt. It was not until he missed her so much that he worried about her, and also to give her the money he had obtained, that he wrote a letter. It was only when Ding Shaya came that he knew that Ding Shaya was already pregnant. The unprecedented regret made him almost speechless. He could not let Ding Shaya suffer the hardship of pregnancy alone, and then go through the torment of giving birth. He found Detective Li Yu, who had noticed something wrong and kept trying to persuade him. The two reached an agreement to release smoke bombs so that Xiao Zhong could act as bait to catch the gang in one swoop. Only after confirming 3 times that there were no fish that slipped through the net did Xiao Zhong cautiously retrieve the money he had originally hidden for Ding Shaya and return to this small courtyard. Xiao Zhong swore that he would take good care of Ding Shaya and their child. After listening to his whole story, Ding Sha finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did she realize that she was still in his arms, her face slightly flushed as she moved away. Then, what do you plan to do with the money? Ding Shaya didn't know if this counted as ill-gotten gains. Xiao Zhong assured her, it's all for you to use. Detective Li Yu hinted that he would turn a blind eye and let me off this once. Only then was Ding Shaya completely relieved then. Let's save the money. The baby will need money in the future too. Whatever you say. Xiao Zhong didn't have any opinion at all. Ding Shaya gently stroked her belly, lost in thought. Xiao Zhong's appearance was something the book had never mentioned before. She could feel that the plot had undergone an earth-shattering change for some reason. But so far, it seemed to be a good thing. Even if she couldn't escape the fate of difficult childbirth in the end, at least the baby wouldn't become an orphan, right? After thinking about it for a long time, Ding Shaya suddenly realized what time it was and hurriedly got up. Xiao Zhong also became anxious when he saw her. "What's wrong, dear?" Don't hurry. Only then did Ding Shaya remember that there was still an obstacle here that prevented her from selling lunchboxes. "I have to go and prepare the lunchboxes." Ding Shaya was too lazy to bother with him at the moment. Xiao Zhong wanted to object, but seeing the impatience and irritation between Ding Shaya's brows, he swallowed his words and said instead, "Don't worry, I'll help you. Don't tire yourself out." Ding Shaya looked at Xiao Zhong in some surprise. Xiao Zhong gently flicked her beautiful Kwong nose. "I'm your husband. Free labor." Ding Shaya raised her hand to touch her own nose and somehow laughed along with him. Xiao Zhong was very efficient in his actions and unexpectedly skilled in his work. Dishes that usually took Ding Shaya a long time to prepare, he finished in about 2/3 of the time. In the end, Ding Shaya did the cooking, but all the other work except cooking was done under Ding Shaya's commands as she sat on a small stool to the side. They arrived at the construction site on time down to the second, just like usual. The brawny construction workers were also eagerly waiting in place. Then they saw the pretty girl suddenly had a boy next to her. They were surprised but also very jealous and anxious. Because Ding Shaya's cooking was delicious, and she looked as beautiful as a fairy, and she spoke and acted gently, everyone secretly called her the beauty with lunchboxes behind her back. There were no shortage of young men on the construction site who liked her, and worked hard with the hope that one day they would pluck up the courage to confess to her. If they could marry her, that would be too perfect. Da Zhuang was still first in line. He looked at Ding Shaya, then at Xiao Zhong, who was handsome but clearly not easy to provoke. He swallowed and asked, "Miss, is this your boyfriend?" It was Ding Shaya's first time introducing Xiao Zhong to outsiders. Looking at Xiao Zhong's indifferent expression towards others that became gentle when he turned to look at her, she said shyly, "He is my husband." In an instant, Da Zhuang felt as if he heard many hearts shatter. He couldn't help but look back at the queue of young men behind him and sighed to himself. However, he didn't show anything on his face, but smiled and praised them for looking good together. After hearing these words, Xiao Zhong's face, which had been cold all this time, suddenly softened a little. He had Ding Shaya sit on the chair he brought to rest, then turned around and crossed his arms to occupy the main battlefield for selling lunchboxes. One by one, the young men looked at Ding Shaya longingly, glared at Xiao Zhong, but it didn't affect their buying food and going to the makeshift dining area set up by their crew to enjoy the delicious meal. Today was rushed, so Ding Shaya didn't make anything too complicated. A tomato and egg stir-fry with red and yellow neatly arranged and looking delicious. The tomatoes were sweet and sour, and the eggs were large pieces that were very tender and flavorful. A shredded pork with green peppers. The peppers turned a deeper green after being sauteed in hot oil, and the thinly sliced, marinated pork was plentiful and long, combining to create an irresistible aroma. Finally, a cold cucumber salad dotted with bright red chili powder, still with that refreshing, spicy, and appetizing flavor. The only downside was that it was very dangerous for the rice, leaving one feeling unsatisfied at the end. After Xiao Zhong sold all the lunchboxes, he tidied up and prepared to take Ding Shaya home to rest. Ding Shaya was actually a little introverted and didn't always know how to handle other people's concern. She was a little confused, but she was indeed a little tired, so she still followed Xiao Zhong's suggestion. As soon as they returned home, Xiao Zhong settled her in a reclining chair in the yard, poured a cup of warm brown sugar water beside her, and brought a small blanket to cover her. "Rest first. After I finish cleaning up, I'll take a walk with you." Although it was an inquiring tone, it was an uncompromising attitude. Ding Shaya had no choice but to obey and lie down, blowing the warm summer breeze and rocking drowsily. Seeing that she had closed her eyes, Xiao Zhong also lightened his footsteps. His hands and feet swiftly tidied up the somewhat dirty kitchen, then patrolled around and secretly made a mental note of what else needed to be added in terms of furniture. When everything was done, he looked back and saw Ding Shaya's forehead beaded with sweat. Knowing that she was not sleeping well, so he sat down on the small stool next to her with a fan. Carefully and gently fanned her with the fan, as if he could never look enough at her tranquil and beautiful sleeping face. Ding Shaya only felt that this was the most reassuring and comfortable sleep she had since transmigrating into the book. She was not hot, and her body did not feel heavy either. When she woke up groggily, she saw Xiao Zhong still sitting next to her, fanning her with the fan. "Xiao Zhong?" Sleepiness had not yet dissipated, and Ding Shaya's words were a little hoarse. It was so cute that it made Xiao Zhong's heart fill with love. "I'm here," he said softly. "What time is it now?" Why didn't you wake me up? Ding Xiao rubbed her eyes coquettishly. The sunset slanted to the west, and the horizon was dyed red by the sunset glow. One look and you could tell it was getting late. It's almost 7. Time for dinner. Xiao Zhong said as he helped her sit up, his fingers running through her loose hair. Hungry? Ding Xiao felt her stomach. She really was starting to feel a bit hungry. Xiao Zhong touched her forehead and then her cheeks, making sure she didn't have a fever before standing up. Wait for me. Ding Xiao watched his retreating figure blankly, feeling a little confused. Soon after, Xiao Zhong returned with a small bowl. Eat up, he said, crouching down and bringing the bowl up to Ding Xiao. What is this? Ding Xiao asked curiously, reaching out to take it, but Xiao Zhong dodged her grasp. It's hot, Xiao Zhong told her. I'll hold it. You just eat slowly. Ding Xiao lifted the lid and was hit with the salty aroma of boiled eggs mixed with soy sauce. The fragrance of sesame oil could also be detected, along with the red of tomato chunks sprinkled on top. It made her mouth water just looking at it. Ding Xiao immediately felt a surge of appetite. She eagerly scooped up a spoonful and shoved it into her mouth. Hot and tasty. She opened her mouth to let out air, but couldn't bear to spit the egg custard back out. Afraid she might burn her tongue, Xiao Zhong brought his hand to her mouth. Spit it out. Spit it out. Ding Xiao stubbornly shook her head and swallowed it down after a few chews. Seeing her staring pitifully at him like a greedy little kitten, Xiao Zhong couldn't help but laugh. Is it too hot? Ding Xiao covered her mouth and nodded. It's so tasty, Xiao Zhong. But she still scooped up another spoonful and stuffed it in her mouth, savoring it with relish. There wasn't much in the bowl, and she soon finished it all. Xiao Zhong washed the bowl and came back, crouching beside Ding Xiao with a hesitant look. Dear, let's go to the hospital tomorrow for a prenatal checkup, all right? The next day, Ding Xiao got up early. When passing by the construction site, she asked the gatekeeper to tell them that she would not come to sell meals today. Xiao Zhong rode an electric bike and drove Ding Xiao into the city with a puttering sound. First, they went to the bank to open an account and deposit money. The account holder was Ding Xiao, and the password was also Ding Xiao's birthday. The bank teller looked at Ding Xiao somewhat enviously. You and your husband have such a good relationship. You deposited more than 500,000 yuan under your name just like that. Ding Xiao smiled shyly. Xiao Zhong saw her get up and hurriedly held her arm. You don't have to be so careful. I'm only 4 months pregnant. Ding Xiao was amused by his stance of being heavily guarded. That won't do, Xiao Zhong refused to agree. In his opinion, no matter big or small, they were all his treasures, and there couldn't be any accidents. Ding Xiao took him to the obstetrics and gynecology hospital she had previously gone to. She had set up a maternity file there, which would be more convenient for checks and examinations. The corridors were full of pairs of new parent couples sitting happily side by side on the chairs in the hallway, heads touching as they whispered to each other. As soon as Ding Xiao and Xiao Zhong appeared, they attracted the attention of everyone present. Many pregnant women with bulging bellies thought enviously that with such good looks of the parents, the child born must be very beautiful. Thinking about their own silly-looking husbands beside them like pigheads, they rolled their eyes, secretly hoping that the child would not take after their father's silliness. Xiao Zhong helped Ding Xiao sit down on the only seat available, and squatted beside her, holding her hand. Sit for a while. It'll be our turn soon. Ding Xiao stared at his caring look, looking up at her, and felt a little emotional. The last time she came here alone to hear the news of her pregnancy. Although she looked very calm, she was also afraid. A girl in the prime of her youth suddenly became a single mother with a child. How could she not be afraid? But today, with Xiao Zhong accompanying her, it seemed that physically and mentally, she could breathe a little and rely on him. Ding Xiao unconsciously held Xiao Zhong's hand tighter. If she could get through the difficulties of childbirth, would she be able to live well with Xiao Zhong? Ding Xiao didn't dare think about it. Xiao Zhong felt her grip tighten. What's wrong? Ding Xiao came back to her senses, shook her head, and forced a smile. Xiao Zhong stood up and opened his arms for her to lean against his embrace, speaking gently, scared. Be good. Don't be afraid, I'm with you. If you're afraid, call me, I'm here. Ding Xiao didn't speak, just buried her head in his arms. Xiao Zhong gently patted her shoulders. Number 85, Ding Xiao, are you here? It was soon their turn. Xiao Zhong gently led her into the room. It was still the same doctor as last time. She obviously also remembered Ding Xiao. After all, a beautiful young girl coming to the hospital alone for an examination left a deep impression. But fortunately, someone accompanied her this time. The female doctor glanced at Xiao Zhong, who was adjusting the stool for Ding Sha, and was slightly more at ease. "You're here? How have you been recently?" The doctor smiled and greeted her. "Pretty good. I've been taking the medicine you prescribed on time." Ding Shia had a good impression of this well-meaning doctor. "I came this time to do a routine prenatal checkup." The female doctor asked routinely for a while, then issued several forms. 17 weeks. "You can already do the down screening test, as well as some routine checks that need to be done." She explained in detail the content and importance of each check. Xiao Zhong listened even more carefully than Ding Shia. As a result, the female doctor's liking for him grew even more. The two looked very young and immature. What was worrying was that they were still children who might make mistakes and couldn't afford a new life. But now it seemed that both were sensible and serious about their lives. Xiao Zhong first dashed to pay the fees, then asked the nurses clearly which departments were where before coming back to take Ding Shia along. Holding his hand, Ding Shia was a little afraid. Thinking back to the last time she came alone, she suddenly felt a little wronged. "If you let me come alone again, this time." Xiao Zhong immediately saw his pretty, well-behaved wife with tears in her eyes, and hurriedly kissed her nose. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wry, shouldn't have left you. Didn't I come back? I swear to you that I will never leave you again in this lifetime, okay?" Ding Sha cried while listening to his gentle and patient coaxing. When her emotions were in place, she felt a little embarrassed. She wiped away her tears. "Let's go. There will be more people later." Xiao Zhong also indulged her while chatting about future plans and guesses, while paying attention to his footsteps. After the checkups, they returned to the female doctor's office. The test results came out faster than expected. The female doctor looked at them for a long time with some gravity. Xiao Zhong was also nervous. "How is it, doctor?" "Judging from the test reports, your wife has symptoms of anemia. And I personally suggest that you should also find a good traditional Chinese medicine doctor to take a look at your wife." The female doctor put down the report. "There are those who study traditional Chinese medicine in my family, so I also understand some. Your wife doesn't seem to be very good in all aspects. If you can, I suggest you go take a look. And she has already shown signs of threatened miscarriage." Xiao Zhong was shocked. "We have the means. We'll go see now." "Do you have any recommended doctors?" "Just go to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital." The female doctor waved her hand. She also said she occasionally has bleeding symptoms and lower abdominal pain. "I suggest giving her a shot to protect the fetus first, and taking progesterone orally. Wait for her condition to improve before you take her there." Xiao Zhong didn't say anything more and went straight to get her hospitalized. Ding Sha didn't object. The child had been in her belly for more than a month, and she was used to being in pain and vomiting every day. She really hoped the child would be okay. By the time they were actually hospitalized, it was almost past noon. After asking the female doctor about dietary restrictions, Xiao Zhong bought a meal at the hospital canteen. Ding Sha took 2 bites. Tasteless. Seeing her lack of interest, Xiao Zhong felt a little distressed. After Ding Shia fell asleep after getting the shot, Xiao Zhong took the opportunity to go to the farmer's market and herbal medicine store, and borrowed the stove directly at a small inn next to the hospital. Stewing slowly for an afternoon, high-quality cordyceps flowers stewed with freshly slaughtered old hen, grabbing a handful of mushrooms and throwing them in to stew together. Bubbling away, the sandpot lid couldn't contain the rich aroma of the chicken soup, and many guests came to ask the boss what smelled so good. The boss patiently explained over and over that someone was borrowing the kitchen to stew soup. When Xiao Zhong carried out the sandpot, he saw a group of people with greedy looks waiting in the lobby staring over. Xiao Zhong didn't care about them at all. He directly brought the sandpot in front of Ding Shia, completely ignoring the other patients in the ward. Ding Sha drank the soup, feeling very satisfied but also a little embarrassed. The chicken was soft and flavorful, the mushrooms fresh and sweet, and there was also the nourishing effect of the cordyceps flowers. Drinking it was not greasy at all. Xiao Zhong had learned to cook soup for Ding Sha. She loved drinking soups and waters, but was too skinny. So Xiao Zhong went to learn how to cook soup in order to fatten her up a bit. After the two of them had eaten their fill, Xiao Zhong brought up the idea he had been brewing all afternoon. Sha, shall we move to live in the city? The medical conditions are better in the city, and everything else like food, housing, transport is also more convenient. Xiao Zhong stroked her icy cold hand. We have money now. We can rent a small house. If you want to run a snack shop, I'll go get a business license. After your discharge from the hospital, we can go look for a storefront. How about that? Ding Sha moved her fingers. She was very attracted to Xiao Zhong's proposal. Although life in the village was good too, moving to a city she was familiar with would mean a much better living environment. It would also be very close for her to come to the hospital for prenatal checkups. Moreover, consumption levels and demand were higher in cities than rural villages. If they could open a small store, who knows, they might even be able to save up some money. She counted with her fingers and thought it through seriously. Xiao Zhong just stood by her side, quietly, watching her, feeling very happy. After thinking it over for a long time, Ding Sha nodded in agreement. She thought of something and said, "June, could you help me go sell lunchboxes tomorrow?" She felt a little embarrassed. I was thinking I should formally tell the brothers at the construction site. After all, they've always been very supportive of my business. Xiao Zhong had no objections. Although he didn't like others always doting on his wife, he was still someone who remembered favors. The hospital didn't allow people to stay overnight. Xiao Zhong reluctantly rode his electric bike back to the village. It was almost dark, smoke rising everywhere. Xiao Zhong's eyes were sharp. From afar, he saw a shadowy figure sneaking around his house door. He silently parked his bike to the side, then like a cat, walked over soundlessly, but with big strides. He grabbed the person from behind by his collar. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Wang Kun had been brewing a plan to teach Ding Shaya a lesson these past few days. He snuck over when it was dark, but found the doors tightly shut when people were usually home. Just as he felt strange and was peering through the door gap, wanting to take a look, he was scared out of his wits by the person behind him. Turning around, he saw a fierce face with eyes that looked murderous. Wang Kun shuddered. I'm not doing anything." Xiao Zhong glanced at the door. "What rotten scheme are you brewing? Tell the truth and you might get beaten less." Wang Kun was afraid of pain. His eyes darted around cunningly, and his expression became fawning and ingratiating. "Brother, I don't recognize you. Is this your first time in our village?" Xiao Zhong didn't know what tricks he was playing. He hummed and kept a firm grip on his collar. After being dragged a couple of steps, Wang Kun panicked. "Brother, let's talk this through." "Talk through your ass." Xiao Zhong crudely dragged him into the woods and pushed him against a tree. Without another word, he swung his fists, large as sandbags, and started punching. His hands were big and powerful, beating Wang Kun until he wailed and dodged continuously. Only when Wang Kun's face was bruised and swollen did Xiao Zhong feel slightly better. But thinking of the filthy words from his mouth, he still felt restless. Wang Kun's face was smeared with snot, tears, and blood. He lay on the ground, crying and wailing. Xiao Zhong kicked him. "Shut up." Wang Kun shuddered in fear and sobbed softly. Xiao Zhong lowered his head. "Do you know who I am?" Wang Kun shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Xiao Zhong felt an itch in his throat, wanting to smoke, but held back for Ding Shaya's sake. "I'm the one who lives in the house you were peeping at. The one you were spewing filth about is my wife." Wang Kun was so frightened he forgot to cry. "If I ever hear that dog mouth of yours spout anything indecent again, it won't be just a beating." He gritted his teeth and lowered his voice ominously, sending chills down Wang Kun's spine. Wang Kun nodded repeatedly. "I won't say it again. Never again." Xiao Zhong snorted coldly and left him there. He pushed his electric bike back to the yard. He tidied up the ingredients at home and took out what he needed for tomorrow. Then he started looking on his phone for suitable storefronts to rent. At the construction site entrance, a group of burly men stood expectantly, eyes peering down the road. It was past the usual dinner time, but that beautiful figure still hadn't appeared. A thin man sighed. "Not coming again today either? Where has our lunchbox fairy gone? I'm so used to her lunchboxes that I can't swallow anything else." Da Zhuang was also droopy. He said dispiritedly, "Who knows? I didn't eat much yesterday either. Just waiting to order 2 lunchboxes. Here he comes. Here he comes." There was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Looking up, it was indeed the figure of Ding Shao's boyfriend riding an electric bike over. Up close, they saw it wasn't the beauty herself. Although a little disappointed not to see the beauty, the thought of delicious food to fill their souls still made everyone pretty happy as they lined up. Xiao Zhong opened the box, scanned the code to pay, 15 yuan per box. After getting his lunchbox, Da Zhuang couldn't wait to open it. Today's dishes were packed extra full, still the usual 2 meat and 1 veggie dishes. The braised potato and long beans with fatty pork was unrestrained. The potatoes were soft and flavored, the long beans also soft and juicy. The large chunks of pork belly were plump and fat, effortlessly pierced by chopsticks. One bite brought immense satisfaction, making one feel like they ascended to heaven. The garlic stir-fried chicken was one he'd never seen before. The aroma was pungent garlic. The chicken was cut into small pieces and blanched, then directly thrown into the wok with ginger, scallion, and garlic. Once the skin was fried golden, a large box of crushed garlic was added and fried until the garlic turned golden brown and released its fragrance. Then a bit of water was added, followed by a sauce made of oyster sauce, soy sauce, salt, sugar, and pepper to adjust the flavor. It was cooked over low heat until the sauce thickened. One bite brought the flavors of garlic and chicken perfectly blended without any garlic stench or meat odors. It made one just want another bite after the first. The last dish was spicy potato shreds. The bright red dried chilies were eye-catching, and the sourness stimulated the appetite. Da Zhuang wolfed down a huge mouthful of rice before feeling satisfied. He looked at the silent Xiao Zhong beside him, intentionally striking up a conversation. "Boss, what have you been busy with recently? When you guys don't come for a day, so many of us go hungry." Xiao Zhong's expression softened a little hearing Dean Sha mention this man before. "I went with Sha for a prenatal checkup." Da Zhuang's hands paused subconsciously, and he glanced around at the other people eating beside him, seeming to hear the sound of more breaking hearts. But still, Da Zhuang congratulated him with a smile. "Wonderful news." "My congratulations to you two." Xiao Zhong thanked him and thought for a moment. "We won't be coming here to sell lunchboxes anymore." Da Zhuang almost jumped off his stool. "Why?" Sha is pregnant. "We're preparing to move to the city for her convenience going out," Xiao Zhong explained. "We're planning to open a small store in the city. You can come eat at our store if you have the chance." Da Zhuang sadly shoveled down 2 more mouthfuls of rice. He suddenly seemed to recall something. He took out his phone. "Boss, let's add each other on WeChat. We can keep in touch that way in the future, yeah?" Xiao Zhong agreed. After adding Xiao Zhong's WeChat, he prepared to head back since he still had a real estate agent meeting in the afternoon to see houses. He was short on time. Not long after returning home, he heard a knock on the door. Opening it, he saw a kindly and sturdy old woman. Zhang Granny had dug up some Jerusalem artichokes from her vegetable garden, thinking of bringing them over for Diang Shawa. But when she knocked, a young man came out instead. Zhang Granny was surprised seeing the young man. She blurted out nervously, "Are you that scumbag who got little Shaw pregnant?" Zhang Granny sat in the yard of Xiao Jun's house, rubbing her hands awkwardly. "Ugh. Sorry, Xiao, I misunderstood you." After listening to Xiao Zhong's explanation, Zhang Granny's face rarely turned red. She made such a mess at her age and was a little embarrassed. Xiao Zhong had heard Ding Sha mention Zhang Granny's care for her. He brought her a cup of sugar water. "It's nothing. Thank you, Granny, for taking care of Sha." Xiao Zhong was always quiet and didn't want to say more than a word to anyone other than Ding Shawa. Zhang Granny waved her hand. "There's no need to thank me. How could I just stand by and watch the little girl suffer on her own? We're neighbors, so helping a bit is nothing." As she spoke, she stood up. "I gave you the hunwort, so I'll head back now. I still have to cook for Sha." Xiao Zhong saw her back home, then immediately rode his electric bike out again. After a whole night and morning without seeing Ding Shaya, he missed her a little. Ding Shaya had just been stared at by a little nurse to take her medicine and get an injection when Xiao Jun came in hurriedly. Jun?" Ding Shaya was a little surprised. She thought she wouldn't see him until night. Xiao Zhong bent down and hugged her before sitting down gently. "Have you eaten?" Ding Sha shook her head. "Not hungry yet." Xiao Zhong stroked her head. "Then I'll go get food and we can eat together?" "Okay." Ding Shaya nodded obediently. Although she wasn't hungry, she felt a sense of joy just seeing Xiao Zhong, and it seemed she felt hungry too. Xiao Zhong came back very quickly. The two ate at a small table. Ding Shaya didn't have a big appetite, so Xiao Zhong finished her leftovers as usual. When he really had to leave, Xiao Zhong said reluctantly, "Call me if anything comes up." Ding Shaya rubbed her belly and obediently agreed. Only then did Xiao Zhong leave somewhat reluctantly. In the afternoon, he looked at 3 storefronts, but he still favored the one near the college town. There was a lot of foot traffic, and it was also close to the hospital. The store had a small courtyard in the back, and the upstairs could be lived in, which was very suitable for their situation, though the rent was a bit expensive. But after thinking about the money he earned selling lunchboxes today and the savings in the bank, Xiao Zhong decisively decided to make this place his first choice. But he still had to wait for Ding Shai to see it. If she liked it too, they would settle on it. After agreeing with the agent, Xiao Zhong rushed to the vegetable market. The afternoon vegetable market wasn't very lively, but he still found a good fish shop. He bought 2 carp about the length of a palm. Xiao Zhong carried the tofu and went to the small inn to borrow the kitchen again. Seeing it was him, the boss readily agreed. The aroma from his cooking last time attracted many customers to order meals, and the turnover that day was much higher than usual. Xiao Zhong didn't know the boss's ulterior motives. He took out his small sandpot from the basket of his electric bike and entered the kitchen. The fish had been killed already. He washed the fish again in the kitchen and wiped it dry. He pan-fried it over low heat until the skin was golden and the fish didn't fall apart before transferring it to the preheated sandpot. He poured in boiling water, added scallion knots and ginger slices, and just a little salt was enough to make it deliciously fresh. No other seasonings were needed. Zhou Yu smelled the aroma from the doorway and walked in. "Dad? What's the kitchen cooking? It smells so good. I want some too." Boss Zhou was happily taking meal orders from customers that had suddenly increased. Hearing this, he didn't even lift his head. A little brother is borrowing the kitchen to cook. I don't know what he's making either. He took a big sniff and said, "Smells great." But when he came, he was carrying fish and tofu. So I guess he's probably stewing fish soup. Zhou Yu almost drooled. She couldn't help but walk into the kitchen, where she saw someone wholeheartedly concentrating on cooking soup. Feeling someone staring at him, Xiao Zhong looked back and saw it was a strange woman. He frowned and ignored her. At first, Zhou Yu was drooling over the fish, but later she was drooling over this man. Based on her countless experiences ogling celebrities, this man was definitely top-notch. Not to mention his figure, just his face alone could instantly cause screams. Blushing, Zhou Yu leaned over, handsome. "What are you making?" "It smells so good. Can I have some?" "I can pay." Xiao Zhong didn't even glance at her as he coldly said, "No sharing." "Why not? You can't finish it all by yourself anyway." Zhou Yu persistently continued asking. Xiao Zhong ignored her and put the tofu, cut into small pieces, into the sandpot. When he opened the lid for an instant, Zhou Yu inhaled blissfully. Heavens, what heavenly aroma was this? Looking at the man in front of her, Zhou Yu was even more smitten. Based on her numerous experiences chasing stars, this man was definitely a premium stock. Handsome, a good cook. If she didn't make a move now, when would she? Thinking this, Zhou Yu spoke again. "Little brother, I'm drooling over the food you're making. Can you give me a little, just a bit?" Boss Zhou, who couldn't resist taking a peek, heard his daughter's voice and paled in shock. He rushed into the kitchen and awkwardly pulled Zhou Yu away. "Dad, what are you doing?" Zhou Yu struggled free unhappily. Boss Zhou pulled her to the counter. "Stay here and help me watch the counter properly. That little brother is stewing soup for his pregnant wife." "What are you interfering for?" Zhou Yu was stunned. "He's married?" Boss Zhou neither confirmed nor denied it. "Watch the counter." Zhou Yu pouted, but she wasn't very happy inside. She also didn't know which woman had gotten there first. The woman who had gotten there first, Ding Sha, was bored waiting for Xiao Zhong. She held her phone, hesitating whether to call him or not. Xiao Zhong happened to walk in at that moment, putting the sandpot in front of Ding Sha. "I'm back, Sha. Drink the soup quickly." As Ding Sha drank the soup, Xiao Zhong showed her the photos he took of the storefronts that afternoon. Ding Sha liked the small courtyard near the college town at first glance. Xiao Zhong happily messaged the agent that they wanted to rent it. The milky white fish soup could peel off eyebrows. Ding Sha drank 2 big bowls before stopping, and the rest still went into Xiao Zhong's stomach. Although Xiao Zhong didn't care at all, Ding Sha would still secretly blush every time she saw him eating from her bowl. It felt so intimate. By the time Ding Sha was discharged from the hospital, Xiao Zhong had almost finished decorating the storefront. He had moved in the reclining chair and bed he custom-made for Ding Sha, and simply renovated the store a bit. Fortunately, the previous tenant had decent taste in decor, so they didn't have to change too much. Xiao Zhong had also arranged the living area upstairs, and the courtyard well. Ding Sha was very satisfied after taking a tour. It felt so comfortable to have someone understand your preferences without having to say it out loud. But the young couple disagreed on the store name and what to sell. Xiao Zhong wanted her to simply open a small supermarket. She could just sit at the counter collecting money every day. But Ding Sha still wanted to run a small restaurant business. She was very confident in her cooking skills, and she also enjoyed cooking and researching dishes. In the end, Xiao Zhong couldn't resist Ding Sha's insistence and agreed to her request to open a small restaurant. The store name would be Ding Sha's Small Restaurant. On the first day of moving, Xiao Zhong bought 2 jin of lamb meat from the market and brought it back. Ding Sha had been eating plain food these past few days. She was craving spicy food and would talk in her sleep at night. So Xiao Zhong agreed to make lamb for her to eat. With 2 jin of meat. 1 jin would be braised in sauce, and the other jin would be used to make lamb hot pot, so they could also drink the soup, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He soaked and washed the lamb with warm water until it was clean. Ding Shaya couldn't stand the smell now and would always dry heave, so Xiao Zhong washed it several more times. He cut potatoes and carrots into pieces to the side to use later. He also sliced half an onion while he was at it. He blanched the lamb in cold water with scallion, ginger, peppercorn, cooking wine to get rid of the gamey taste, then directly fished it out into a wok that had been fried with sliced scallions and garlic. The oil spewed everywhere with a crackling sound when the lamb met with the hot oil. The aroma of the lamb and hot oil also spewed everywhere. He added broad bean paste, hot pot soup base, and some spices, stirred for a bit, then seasoned with soy sauce. At this time, the little kitchen was already filled with this overpowering aroma. Ding Shaya, who was sitting in a recliner in the yard, was getting a little restless. Xiao Zhong only poured a bowl of hot water, then opened a can of beer and poured it in. He boiled it vigorously over high heat, then transferred it to a sandpot to continue stewing over low-medium heat. He went out and saw Ding Shaya looking longingly over here, and couldn't help laughing a little. There was still some lingering summer heat in the late summer weather. Xiao Zhong took off his shirt, revealing his lean waist. Although lean, he still had muscles, especially the 6-pack abs on his stomach, and the obvious Adonis belt that extended into his pants, leaving much to the imagination. Ding Shaya stared blankly at him, dazed for quite a while before she could snap out of it. The one who had intimate experiences with Xiao Zhong was the previous Ding Shaya. She hadn't seen such an impactful scene before, and suddenly became red-faced. Xiao Zhong naturally noticed. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a wicked grin, and he deliberately walked up to Ding Shaya bare-chested. Ding Shaya's eyes were still glued to his abs as he approached, unable to look away. Xiao Zhong deliberately lowered his voice to coax her. "Come here, Sha. Stretch out your hand. Want to feel them? The texture is really good." Hearing his voice, Ding Shaya was led by him, as if possessed, to place her hand on his abs. The firm, warm sensation felt a little strange, but also made her unable to bear letting go. Until she subconsciously felt them 2 more times, before realizing what she was doing. Ding Shaya quickly retracted her hand as if electrocuted, and somewhat uncomfortably stood up. "I should go take my folic acid." Then hurriedly fled. Xiao Zhong watched her hurried back and red ears, and couldn't help laughing out loud as he stood in place. At lunch, Ding Shaya kept her head lowered and ate. After Xiao Zhong put 2 pieces of potato in for her, he saw that she still didn't lift her head, and became a little worried. "Looks like I teased too much. What to do?" After seriously pondering for a bit, Xiao Zhong deliberately brought up a topic. "The renovations are almost done. I'll go to the Administration for Industry and Commerce tomorrow. While waiting for the business license, why don't you think about what would sell well?" Hearing him bring up proper matters, Ding Shaya finally breathed a sigh of relief. She also lifted her head. "I've thought about it. Since it's called a snack bar, why not start with snacks? We're near a college town, with many students nearby, and some middle school students have to walk past our shop entrance. I was thinking, why not sell buns? Cook a pot of tea eggs, make buns with meat and veggie fillings, then also cook a pot of porridge, put some side dishes on the table for self-service. That way it won't be too tiring, but there will still be business. There can also be stir-fries for those with special needs during lunch and dinner. What do you think?" After Ding Shaya finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Zhong somewhat nervously. Xiao Zhong took a bite of lamb. "Sounds good." Only then did Ding Shaya happily continue eating. The lamb was soft, flavored, and bright red. Eating it was hot and aromatic, warming from the throat to the stomach. Even the potatoes and carrots were infused with the soup and meat flavors. Ding Shaya ate with great relish. In the end, she ate 2 whole bowls of rice before stopping. Xiao Zhong had a big appetite and directly poured the remaining rice into the soup, slurping it loudly. Seeing him eat with such relish, Ding Shaya felt the urge to eat more, but her stomach really couldn't fit anymore. She was also afraid to eat too much for the baby's sake, so she could only hold a cup of ginger rice tea and watch Xiao Zhong eat. Finally, all the food was swept clean. Xiao Zhong sat back, satisfied in his chair, looking up at the sky. Life was comfortable and fulfilling. Such happiness made him unable to resist looking at Ding Shaya, afraid this was just a dream. While Ding Shaya was taking an afternoon nap, Xiao Zhong ran to buy cage oil fryers, and also talked to the vegetable seller about delivery arrangements under Ding Shua's instructions. Finally, right when the Administration for Industry and Commerce opened, he went to apply for a business license. When he got home, Ding Shaya was sleeping soundly. Xiao Zhong looked at her sleeping face and couldn't resist lowering his head to kiss her nose and forehead. He also squeezed her fingers and stroked her hair, finally leaving a kiss at the corner of her lips. Ding Xia was sleeping hazily and only felt itchy. She reached out to scratch. Xiao Zhong took off his shoes and climbed into bed, carefully hugging Ding Xia, and fell asleep with their heads touching. The two slept until it was almost dark before getting up. They simply ate a little dinner, locked the door, and Xiao Zhong randomly picked a university to take Ding Xia for a stroll. There weren't many people on the large sports field. Most were walking laps around the field, with a small portion playing soccer. The atmosphere was comfortable and relaxed, making people unconsciously slow their pace. The broadcast was even playing music, full of vitality and freedom. Thanks to their good looks, everyone who walked past would look back at them, exclaiming in wonder. If it was just one person doing this, Ding Xia could still feel happy about it. But if everyone did it, Ding Xia was left only feeling embarrassed. Xiao Zhong was staring blankly at the students coming and going on the road, lost in thought. Ding Xia shook his hand a few times, but he didn't react. Does he want to go to college? Ding Xia wondered uncertainly. But without her previous memories, she also didn't know Xiao Zhong's thoughts very well. Xiao Zhong looked back to see Ding Xia staring blankly at him, and smiled as he pinched her cheek. What's wrong? Tired? Should we go back then? Ding Xia shook her head, not tired. Then why are you staring blankly at me? Xiao Zhong teased her. Too, in love with your husband? His words made Ding Xia a little uncomfortable, but she still drew near and asked softly, Do you want to go to college? Xiao Zhong was stunned for a moment, his expression sobering. He led Ding Xia to a nearby bench to sit down. I've never thought about going to college. You know, ever since I was 8 years old when my mom ran off with another man, I never went back to school again, muddling along till now, and I've been fine. Granny in the village said my mom was a college student, forced to marry my dad for the wedding gifts. So I don't resent her for leaving when I was 8. I'm just curious what college students are like. As Ding Xia listened to him, a memory about Xiao Zhong suddenly surfaced in her mind. Xiao Zhong was a child from the village next door, a posthumous child. When he was 8, his mom said she was going out to work with another man and never came back. Little Xiao Zhong grew up eating here and picking up scraps there. When even eating was an issue, going to school was out of the question. He wasn't curious about college students, but about what his mom was like, right? Ding Xia felt a little heartache for him. She held Xiao Zhong's arm and leaned on his shoulder. Xiao Zhong stroked her hair and said earnestly, Don't worry, Ding Xia. I won't leave you alone. Our child won't grow up like I did either. I will let him grow up happy. But deep down, he was still unhappy and resentful after all. After sitting for a while, the two got up to head back. They had just stood up and walked 2 steps when they were sternly blocked by a middle-aged man with graying sideburns walking rapidly towards them. The middle-aged man looked them up and down, still young and tender faces. After a long pause, he coldly snorted and said ruefully, Which department are you students from? How can you get pregnant while still in school? Such lack of self-respect. Professor Ding was rather old-fashioned. Even after hearing Ding Xia's explanation, he still had a stern look on his face, muttering, Half-grown kids ought to be studying. Professor Ding walked farther and farther away with his hands behind his back, facing the evening glow. Ding Xia watched his receding figure. Although scolded, she knew it was out of goodwill. The wooden signboard made to order at Uncle Wee's shop soon arrived. Xiao Zhong borrowed a ladder from the neighboring store and put it up himself, while Ding Xia stood on the street to direct him. Raise it a bit, lower it a bit. Xiao Zhong glanced at the slope below her feet, but said nothing, quietly listening to her directions. When the signboard was finally hung properly, Xiao Zhong was tidying up. Ding Xia's eyes fell on the orange vendor's tricycle across the street. She looked at the oranges, then looked at Xiao Zhong. Suddenly she laughed and said, Stay right there and don't move. I'll go buy you a few caddies of oranges. After saying that, she walked away, laughing merrily. Xiao Zhong, who had little schooling, didn't understand the joke. He watched Ding Xia's gleefully retreating back with puzzlement written all over his face. A passing lad patted his shoulder familiarly and said, Hey buddy, your wife is pulling your leg. He told Xiao Zhong the story behind the joke. She's pretending to be your dad. Ha ha ha! The boy teased him good-naturedly. Xiao Zhong was stunned for a moment, then his eyes softened with laughter. When Ding Xia returned with the oranges, she saw Xiao Zhong looking at her with a half-smile. Ding Xia felt a little guilty. She figured Xiao Zhong didn't know the joke. So she pretended nothing had happened and pushed him back inside. Let's go eat oranges. I tried one just now. It's so sweet. Xiaozhong let her push him along, taking care to steady her as they descended the stairs. Once they reached the small yard behind, he finally turned to gently pinch her chin. Sha wants to be my dad? Ding Shaya nearly choked on her own saliva. You know about it? I was just joking. Ding Shaya's eyes darted around, somewhat embarrassed and guilty. I don't mind, Xiaozhong said with a strong grip, hugging her up like she weighed nothing. You can be anything to me, as long as you stay by my side. Ding Shaya was touched by his words. Sitting in the crook of Xiaozhong's arm, she stroked his slightly chubbier cheeks of late. I won't leave. At least, I won't abandon you, Ding Shaya thought to herself. I bought some wood from Uncle Wei to build you a swing in the yard. How about that? Xiaozhong held her as he came to a tree, right here. Make it like a rattan chair with a backrest, okay? Ding Shaya's eyes lit up. Really? Then I'll start making it tomorrow. Xiaozhong knew it meant she liked the idea. Xiaozhong carried her to the wall nearby. Let's plant flowers here. All kinds of them to fill this patch. It'll look amazing when they bloom. Let's plant grapes here. Set up rows of trellises. It'll be a little pavilion once the vines grow up. We'll use half this plot to grow veggies you like tomatoes, bok choy, some peas too. When they're in season, I'll pinch off the tenderest pea shoots to cook sour noodle soup for you. How's that? Xiaozhong walked her through every corner of the small yard, patiently and thoughtfully, telling her the layout and plans for each inch. Ding Shaya couldn't help but start imagining their future life following Xiaozhong's descriptions. Perhaps when the baby is older, he might fall asleep on the swing, craving the breeze. Perhaps when the baby first learns to walk, he might also roll in the mud playfully. She wondered which of them would be the stern parent and which the doting one. Ding Shaya couldn't help envisioning these heartwarming details. Knowing she liked the ideas, Xiaozhong smiled and put her down in a recliner while he sat beside her to peel oranges. Peeling too many inevitably stained the tips of his fingers yellow, which Ding Shaya didn't like. The small shop opened for business quietly, one ordinary morning. The young boss opened the tightly shut front door. He carried out some tables and placed them at the entrance. Then 2 large steaming baskets followed. A small burning stove was on the ground with a cooking pot on it, the savory aroma seeping out from under the lid, whetting the appetite even at this early hour when hunger had yet to stir. The basket lids were flipped open just a crack, revealing plump white buns steaming inside. Some were the size of an adult's palm. Even the aroma seemed to convey the flavor of the fillings within. On the other side, a big pot was bubbling away with the rich fragrance of pork and preserved egg congee, simmered until thick and soft. The pretty boss lady sat behind the baskets, smiling at passers-by as if asking if they'd like some breakfast. Wang Dong was a middle school student who normally ate at home. But lately, for some reason, his parents quarreled every day, and he couldn't even get breakfast at home. His mother gave him money to fend for himself. Wang Dong looked hesitantly at the various breakfast places, wondering what to do. Or maybe he should just buy a loaf of bread at the school store to get by. Thinking this, he walked along until a concentrated fragrance grabbed hold of all his senses. His stomach, which just claimed not to be hungry, practically roared to life instantly, growling with a demanding pang of hunger. Looking up, Wang Dong saw that shop. Was it newly opened? He'd never seen it before. Still filled with questions, he nevertheless went over. Seeing the neatly dressed schoolboy approach, Ding Shaya stood up right away. What would you like, little friend? It's our first day open. We only have buns, tea eggs, and pork congee for now. Only then did Wang Dong notice the gentle, fairy-like, beautiful boss lady. Recovering from his initial daze, he asked, Sis, what fillings do the buns have? 2 kinds pork and cabbage, and chive egg. There's also congee and tea eggs, all 2 yuan each. She opened the lid to show Wang Dong the buns. Wang Dong hesitated briefly before requesting, Sis, I'd like 2 pork, 1 veggie, a tea egg, and a bowl of congee. Coming right up, have a seat first, and I'll bring them over. Ding Shao took his money and immediately called Xiaozhong to ladle congee. She put 3 buns in a plastic bag, picking out a particularly large egg, just as Xiaozhong returned with a bowl of congee. Ding Shaya handed everything to Wang Dong. If you're not rushed, you can sit at this little table to eat. Wang Dong indeed wasn't in a hurry. He sat on the small stool and took the first bite of bun. His eyes instantly widened. The bun had soup inside. Though it was hot, he couldn't help sucking up a mouthful of the broth on instinct. The rich, savory flavor with the taste of oil. Wang Dong impatiently took another huge bite of the bun. It was so delicious. He swiftly polished off 2 pork buns, then bit into the veggie bun with anticipation. Just as good as the pork. Salty and fragrant, wrapped around plenty of golden scrambled egg, extremely satisfying to eat. Wang Dong's eating speed subconsciously sped up. Whether it was the tea egg or congee, everything was superb. In the end, he rubbed his bulging stomach somewhat ruefully. This was the first time he had overeaten in the morning. Ding Sha brought him a breath, mint, and napkin. How was it, little friend? Tasty enough? Delicious, Wang Dong said excitedly. Sis, do you sell lunch too? If so, I'll come back again for lunch. Ding Sha was surprised she hadn't prepared to offer lunch this first day. But she still smiled and said, Of course we do, just come by later. A fairy restaurant opened next to University Town. The boss and boss lady looked like they were fairies. The food at their restaurant tasted heavenly. The news quickly spread to the ears of the middle schoolers. They loved coming here in the mornings to eat a few buns and drink a bowl of porridge, listening to the boss lady's gentle greetings. Sometimes the boss would frown, but when he saw the pregnant boss lady, the storm clouds on his face would part. Wang Dong came to eat breakfast as usual today, and suddenly noticed the decor of the little shop had changed. On the floor was an iron bucket as tall as a grown man's waist. Next to the table were 2 large pots. Curious? He asked Ding Shaya, Sister Sha. What's this? A new item? Ding Shaya lifted the lid to show him the white, hot, tender dough hua that would break with the slightest poke. The bursting aroma of beans made people revert to their most primal desires. And that was to eat. This was actually a clever idea Ding Sha had come up with. Seeing the 2 pots, Wang Dong suddenly had a strange premonition. Sister Sha, you wouldn't. Ding ding. Ding Shaya lifted the lids off the 2 big pots. Sure enough, one pot contained sticky, sweet red sugar water, while the other had a salty broth made from yellow, flowering cabbage, wood ear, mushroom, and egg. The alternating sweet and salty scents were irresistible. Wang Dong stared open-mouthed at the 2 pots. After a long pause, he wailed, Sister Sha. How could you? Ding Shaya laughed heartily. Which flavor do you want? Wang Dong agonized over it for a long time. Give me a bowl of the salty one. In fact, ever since he was little, he had only eaten sweet dough hua, always looking down on the salty kind with disdain. But this time was different. He had a strange trust in this little shop's cooking skills. After staring at the dough hua for a bit, Wang Dong had a solemn and desolate expression as he resolutely picked up a spoon and scooped a small bite into his mouth. He chewed with a grave look on his face. Huh? It was delicious. Wang Dong couldn't help scooping up a few more spoonfuls. The broth was salty and smooth, the dough hua tender and aromatic. Wang Dong confirmed that salty dough hua was not bad at all. In fact, it was extremely tasty. He contentedly ate a steamed bun with the salty dough hua, and many passers-by who were curious about Ding Shao's eccentric idea also stopped to take a look. After all, you had to try it yourself before you could righteously argue about it. 2 young girls chose the 2 different flavors. After eating their fill satisfyingly, they started to bicker. Sweet dough hua is the best. It's too delicious. Salty dough hua is the most fragrant. Don't you have any taste? You're the one without taste. You don't even know how to appreciate the beauty of sweet dough hua. Ding Shaya smiled as she carried over 2 bowls of dough hua. Why not try the flavor you each like first? She set down the bowls. Only after tasting what the other person likes can you understand how they feel, right? The girls froze for a moment, blinking their eyes, but quieted down. They took small sips from each other's bowls of dough hua, eyes lighting up in surprise. It's not as bad as I imagined. The other girl clearly felt the same. After drinking 2 more mouthfuls, she bashfully apologized. Sorry, Xiao. I shouldn't have said you don't have any taste. I was wrong too. The 2 girls held hands as they happily went off to school after paying. Wang Dong beside them couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. A thought struck him. If only his parents could understand each other like this too. Xiao Zhong walked over from the backyard, pouring a large basin of freshly cooked salty broth into the pot. Hungry? Ding Sha shook her head. Not hungry at all. Lately, Ding Shaya had entered a period of crazy morning sickness. She threw up anything she ate, and even if she didn't eat, she still threw up. In just a few days, all the weight she had previously gained was lost. Seeing this, Xiao Zhong felt heartache. He was always trying new ways to make delicious food to nourish her. The breakfast crowd slowly dispersed. Ding Shaya sat on a recliner, playing on her phone. Suddenly, she saw a video that made her start drooling from craving. What's up? Xiao Zhong walked over, carrying a large bunch of flower seedlings. Can you make this? Ding Xia hurriedly showed him her phone. Xiao Zhong put down the seedlings and wiped his hands with a towel before bending over to look. You want to eat it? Spicy pickled tomatoes? I want it. After the last morning, Marxist philosophy class, Zhou Yu was packing up her bag when her roommate Du Ro Ro stopped her. Little Yu, are you going home for dinner today? Du Ro Ro asked, hugging her books as she came over. I don't think so, Zhou Yu thought about it and replied. Then let's go to the restaurants in the university town to eat, Du Ro Ro said excitedly. I heard a new place opened there. Not only is the boss good looking, but the food is delicious too. Even my middle school brothers have heard about it. Zhou Yu happened to have nothing to do, so she agreed. Okay? I do feel like going out for a nice meal to improve my diet a bit. The two girls walked out hand in hand, books in their arms. Sha's Snacks? Zhou Yu read the sign above the shop entrance. It felt very unique. As she thought this, she walked in arm with her little sister. Hello, what would you like to eat? The young and beautiful boss lady greeted them warmly with a noticeable pregnant belly. Zhou Yu looked at her again and still could not help but lament Enhui's favoritism. Enhui, are you there? Are you sleeping? I'm so ugly, I can't sleep. Before Zhou Yu could finish feeling dejected, Du Ro Ro had already eagerly started ordering. Full of anticipation, she asked Ding Xia, Beautiful lady, do you have egg yolk mini potatoes here? Ding Xia smiled at her. Has this customer been to our place before? Egg yolk mini potatoes are more of a snack to fill up the children's stomachs when they're hungry. I can order it la carte, Du Ro Ro quickly said. Just hearing her annoying little brother talk about how delicious the egg yolk mini potatoes were, she had been thinking about it for nearly 3 days. Now that she was finally back at school, she must come try it. Sure, I'll make a portion just for you. Ding Xia still smiled warmly, seeming easygoing. At another table nearby, some men who looked unkempt but not poor were drinking and eating spicy garlic sprouts with braised pork belly. The men leered and stroked their chins. Beauty, come sit with us for a bit, won't you? Yeah, let's chat together. Ding Xia's eyes turned cold, completely ignoring them as she waited for Du Ro Ro to order. Du Ro Ro was startled, worried about the female boss as well as herself. She quickly ordered 2 dishes and finished. The man was displeased seeing Ding Xia walk away with the menu towards the bar counter. He reached out to grab her arm. Didn't I say not to leave? Can't you understand human words? You try touching my wife again with your filthy hands? Xiao Zhong came out from the back kitchen, holding a gleaming, sharp knife. His gaze was gloomy and exuded a murderous aura. With the scar on his brow, he clearly looked like someone not to be trifled with. The man was frightened on the inside, but still had to add a few shameless words. I'll let you off today, but don't forget, if I catch you alone, I won't care pregnant or not. Had he not said that, it would have been fine, but his words stepped right on Xiao Zhong's weakness and fury. Xiao Zhong's face darkened further, looking at the man as if his eyes could draw blood. He strode over in large steps. Say that again? The man opened his mouth, but didn't dare say anything in the end. They were just passing through and saw the attractive female boss, so their desires were stirred to try and cop a feel. Things hadn't escalated to the point of risking their lives. The man was a little frightened as Xiao Zhong grabbed his collar. Xiao Zhong could naturally tell he was only full of hot air without guts. So after letting go, he dismissively patted his hands. You best remember what I said. Without another glance at the man, he turned and asked Ding Xia gently. Did it scare you? No. Ding Xia handed him the order slip. Here, make everything except the egg yolk mini potatoes. Du Ro Ro watched admiringly as the beautiful female boss and her boyfriend brimmed with affection. Suddenly, she heard Zhou Yu excitedly yell out, It's you, little brother. Du Ro Ro was puzzled. Little Yu? You know the boss? Ding Xia was also surprised. Jun, is she your friend? Xiao Zhong glanced coldly at Zhou Yu. Under her expectant gaze, he expressionlessly said, Never seen her before. Don't know her. It's me. Don't you remember working at my dad's restaurant? I talked to you, Zhou Yu said agitatedly. Ever since meeting him that time, Zhou Yu could not forget him. She even dreamed of that day's events at night. But in her dreams, the little brother was very gentle to her, made delicious food for her, and smiled at her. Gradually, Zhou Yu seemed to feel that she and the little brother were in love. In this vast world, although the little brother did not return after that, being able to meet now must be fate. Zhou Yu thought blissfully that she and the little brother were definitely bound by good affinity. Ding Xia understood immediately that peach blossoms were in full bloom. Xiao Zhong didn't even glance at her. Just gave Du Ro a loving and tender look. Want to sit for a bit? I stewed milk custard eggs for you, with caramelized sugar on top, soft, sweet, and smooth. Ding Shea touched her belly. I'm not hungry now, not craving anything. Zhou Yu awoke from her fantasy. Seeing Xiao Zhong's gentleness with that beautiful woman made her somewhat frustrated. But she also secretly hardened her resolve, still clinging to a hidden hope. The little brother would treat her this nicely in the future too. She was about to speak again when Du Ro hurriedly pulled her to sit down. Little Yu! What are you doing? I'm getting terminal embarrassment here, you know that? It's a married couple talking. Why are you butting in? Are you crazy? Du Ro really could not comprehend Zhou Yu's behavior. Although Zhou Yu was a bit boy crazy, she had always seemed fairly normal. How did she become a different person, shamelessly throwing herself at someone else's husband? Hadn't she noticed the boss's glare that could stab them through? Du Ro resented Zhou Yu's lack of propriety internally. She still wanted face. But Zhou Yu enthusiastically told Du Ro about their destiny, even blushing as she said they would certainly attain happiness in the future. Du Ro looked on incredulously. At most they had seen each other twice and exchanged a few words. Yet she had already planned out the rest of her life? Simply preposterous. Du Ro decided she could not think about this further. She decisively stood up and sat elsewhere, apologizing to Diang Shaoa. Sorry, boss lady. May I reorder? Of course. Diang Shaoa's unexpectedly understanding of her actions. Du Ro ordered fish-fragrant pork slices again, plus the egg yolk mini potatoes, then closed the menu. Zhou Yu did not understand Ro. What are you doing? Du Ro humphed. I don't comprehend your behavior, and I don't want to understand your psychology either. I fundamentally cannot accept this. When paths diverge, people part ways. Zhou Yu was stunned, raising her voice. You want to break off our friendship? Du Ro shook her head, breaking off is childish phrasing. As adults, we should politely drift apart. Zhou Yu was also angry now. She did not understand why her friend did not support her love at first sight. Sitting on the stool, she slapped the menu with a crackling sound, ordering. Ding Shia smiled. What would you like? Zhou Yu crossed her arms. Crucian, carp tofu, soup, milk custard egg. From this, Ding Shia could tell she was being deliberately difficult. Even a clay figure has a temper. Her smile disappeared as she flatly said, Sorry. Our little shop does not have those two dishes. That's impossible. I insist on ordering them. Our small shop cannot accommodate such an esteemed guest. Ding Shia felt some back pain from standing too long and braced herself. Xiao Zhong came over with a gloomy expression to support her, but his eyes towards Zhou Yu were very displeased. In his opinion, this woman was too noisy. But to Zhou Yu, it all seemed very jarring. She shrieked, You're not officially married without a marriage certificate. So I have the right to compete fairly. Du Ro heard this and felt angry yet pitying. Compete fairly? Competing for what? Foolishness? But Ding Shala laughed. Although June and I aren't old enough to register, we're still a legally recognized common law marriage. No matter how you glorify your own behavior, you're still a third party trying to intrude on someone else's marriage. Plus, my husband has no interest in you whatsoever. Zhou Yu naturally could not accept what Ding Shea said. Her eyes involuntarily fell on Ding Sha's bulging belly. Seeing the two of them standing together was very annoying to her. She somehow thought that if it weren't for this child, would her sweetheart no longer be with this woman? Zhou Yu's stare at Ding Sha's belly made her hair stand on end. She shielded her belly and took a few steps back until she retreated into Xiao Zhong's arms, before she felt a little more at ease. Xiao Zhong also saw Zhou Yu's eyes. His face was ashen as he stood in front of Ding Shia and warned, I'm warning you, you'd better not challenge my bottom line. Sweetheart, listen to me. She must not be a good person. Zhou Yu suddenly smiled. Just look at her. You know she must be unruly. Although she is very well behaved in front of you, as soon as you go out, she will go seduce other men. The child in her belly is a bastard. I'll get rid of him for you, and then we can be together. The man who was sneaking a peek while lying low couldn't help but shiver. This woman must be crazy, right? Du Ro was also shocked. She had never seen Zhou Yu like this before, as if she had lost her mind. Xiao Zhong glanced at Du Ro. Do you have her family's phone number? Du Ro shook her head. She and Zhou Yu were just roommates. She had never been to her home before. Suddenly she thought of a way. Her family runs a hotel. You can definitely find the phone number by searching on Diamping. Please help me find it. Let me know once you get it, said Xiao Zhong in a low voice. What are you going to do? Zhou asked in bewilderment. She soon found out. After getting the number, Xiao called Zhou father. Hello? Four Seasons Hotel. Hello, is this Zhou father? Yes, I am. May I ask who's calling? Boss Zhou was startled for a moment. I borrowed your hotel kitchen some time ago to cook for my wife. Do you still remember me? I remember. What can I do for you? Here is the thing. Your daughter is refusing to leave my restaurant. Not only does she want to intrude on my marriage with my wife, she even wants to hurt my pregnant wife. You better come get her quickly. Xiao recounted in an expressionless manner. Boss Zhou was shocked and almost fell off his chair. He hurriedly asked for the address and rushed over. Zhou, you felt heartbroken. How could you do this to me? You obviously like me too. Xiao looked at her solemnly as he held Ding Xia. Believe me, I don't know her. She's sick. Ding Xia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiao was a little anxious. I really don't know her. She's just here to make trouble. All right, I know. Ding Xia stroked his hair that had slowly grown out and was no longer so prickly. I believe your chastity is still intact. Xiao, Zhong muttered. My chastity has already been given to you. What did you say? Ding Xia didn't hear clearly. Nothing. I was asking if you want to sit for a while. Xiao lifted her hand he was holding and kissed her fingers. Boss Zhou arrived very quickly. As soon as he walked into the shop, he saw his daughter staring red-eyed at the loving couple across from her. She looked as if she was the victim. Boss Zhou was so angry he almost fainted. He walked over and dragged Zhou out. Let's go home. Dad, I'm not going home. Zhou refused. Get back home. The embarrassment and his daughter's uncooperativeness made Boss Zhou angry. If you still want me as your dad, get back home right now. Zhou was stunned by the yell. After a long pause, she sniffed and lowered her head out. Boss Zhou hunched over and apologized to Ding Xia. I'm sorry. I spoiled her and caused trouble for you. Little Yu is a bit obsessive because of what happened to her mother when she was young. Please be more understanding. What kind of stimulus she has experienced is irrelevant to us, and we are not interested. Xiao said with a half smile. Boss Zhou, keep an eye on your daughter in the future. Don't let her show up here again. I don't care if she's a woman or a patient. Boss Zhou promised repeatedly, apologized a few more times, and then left. Why are you still being sarcastic? Are you a rose? Ding Xia poked his side, earning a tense look from him. I have to make it clear to this kind of person, otherwise he won't thoroughly restrain that neurotic. Xiao took a menu and walked to the back. Ding Xia also smiled at Du Roro. Please wait a moment. The food will be right out. Du Roro shook her head. It's okay, I'm in no hurry. When Xiao finished stir-frying the dishes, Ding Xia went to make egg yolk baby potatoes. She chose locally grown small round potatoes. She washed and peeled them, soaked them for a while, boiled them in salted water until soft, then fried them twice in oil. Then she put 2 salted egg yolks and 1 boiled egg yolk in the pan with leftover oil. She mashed them over low heat until dense bubbles appeared, then added the fried potatoes. Once the potatoes were evenly coated with egg yolk, they could be plated. Ding Xia brought them out to Du Roro while still hot. Du Roro had smelled the salted egg yolk aroma for a long time. She kept turning back. Finally, she saw Ding Xia bring out a plate of golden baby potatoes. As soon as the plate was on the table, Du Roro couldn't wait to pick one up and take a bite. The salty aroma was addictive. The unique taste of salted egg yolk made it hard to stop eating. The crispy fried outer layer of the potatoes was aromatic, while the inside was soft and chewy. Taking a bite, they were still steaming hot. The heat made Du Roro yelp twice, but she still couldn't help but continue to eat. She finally got to eat the egg yolk baby potatoes her brother talked about every day. From now on, she could gloat at her brother at home. Du Roro thought happily. Ding Xia was also happy. She held her belly and hurriedly looked for Xiao. Xiao. I'm here. What's wrong? Hearing her shout, Xiao was watering plants in the backyard. He hurriedly ran over. Hurry. Ding Xia excitedly grabbed his hand and put it on her belly. Xiao was confused, carefully touching her belly. What's wrong? Does your belly hurt? Hey. He's moving. Ding Xia finally suppressed some of the excitement. That strange feeling, although it could not be called comfortable, but just thinking that there was a little baby moving in there, It gave her an indescribable feeling. Xiaojun was stunned for a moment, knelt down and touched her belly. The baby was exceptionally active, and soon Xiaojun felt his hand being pushed up. At this point, even the usually calm Xiaojun lost his cool. He moved. Ding Xiao looked at him with a smile. Xiaojun put his face on her belly again and quietly felt it for a while. Perhaps the baby was tired. There was no more movement afterwards. Xiaojun stood up somewhat disappointedly. Ding Xiao comforted him with a stroke. We can do a 4D color ultrasound in a couple days at the next prenatal checkup. We'll be able to clearly see the baby's condition then. Ding Xiao sat up straight, with her bulging belly at the table, slapping the small ledger to make it go snap snap, and said, "Let's settle accounts and see how much money we've earned." Xiaojun did not like this kind of detailed and tedious work, so he pulled over a stool and sat to one side, watching Ding Xiao as she frowned and bit her pen, with a serious and solemn look on her face as she carefully calculated the income and expenses of their little family. Xiaojun was very familiar with the way Ding Xiao wrote, because for the past 10-odd years, he had countless times secretly watched Ding Xiao in the not-so-outstanding village school. At that time, he had just been abandoned by his mother. He was thin and small, dirty all over. The children of other families avoided him and threw rocks at him, calling him little trash, saying that nobody wanted him. The adults were superficially kind to him, but secretly called him a jinx behind his back, saying he brought misfortune on his parents and had a tough fate. Xiaojun didn't understand back then and felt wronged. Even when others snatched his hard-earned belongings, he silently hoped that they would forgive him afterwards and play with him. It was so scary to be alone in the dark and vast room. Xiaojun smiled at the thought, suddenly feeling that he was quite funny when he was little. A little bunny that nobody wanted. Who cared about you? Ding Xiao looked up. What's the matter? She looked at Xiaojun in confusion. Did you say something just now? No. Xiaojun fondly stroked her head. Hurry up and calculate. We're going shopping tomorrow after you finish, remember? Watching Ding Xiao continue to concentrate on the tedious calculations, the once cold gaze due to memories became warm again. He had no good memories from his childhood experiences, except for meeting Ding Xiao. The day he met Ding Xiao, he was so hungry. It was a bad harvest that year, and no one in the village had extra food to give him. He had to climb the hills behind the village to dig for wild vegetables and fruits to fill his stomach. But all the edible stuff had been dug up by the village women, even scraping off a layer of the ground. Little Xiaojun felt dizzy from hunger. In the end, he couldn't stand it and burst into tears sitting on the hillside. Perhaps he cried so sadly that it attracted a beautiful, fair, and clean little girl. Little Ding Xiao asked him, "Why are you crying? Did someone bully you?" The little man also had his pride. Little Xiaojun wiped his tears and stopped crying, even hiccuping from the crying. Before he could speak, his stomach growled loudly. Little Ding Xiao suddenly realized, "You are hungry." She took out something from her pocket, wrapped in a clean handkerchief. Unwrapping it, it was a shiny, golden little rice cake that looked and smelled sweet and tempting. Xiaojun almost reflexively swallowed. Little Ding Xiao sat next to him and broke it into 2 pieces of exactly the same size, giving 1 piece to little Xiaojun. He was starving and didn't know what refusal was. He only felt the rice cake was so sweet and soft. He wolfed it down and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing him eat so quickly, little Ding Xiao knew he was extremely hungry. Hesitantly, she gave him the other half as well. Only after eating both pieces did the burning feeling of hunger subside a little. Xiaojun felt embarrassed. Ding Xiao smiled and asked him, "Is it delicious?" "I made it myself." Xiaojun was still tasting the flavor in his mouth. "It's delicious, but not enough to fill me up. If it was a steamed bun this big, I could eat my fill." Little Ding Xiao was dumbfounded for a moment. A little angry, you really? She wanted to find a word to say, but couldn't think of one for the moment. She got up and left angrily in the end. Xiaojun didn't know why she was unhappy. He only felt the rice cake was so sweet, and the little girl was so pretty. It was only later that he learned Ding Xiao had given him her lunch to eat, and went to school hungry. Xiaojun, who was often hungry year after year, felt that hunger was the most unbearable thing in the world. The little girl actually gave him her own lunch. Xiaojun thought he must repay her, but he had nothing and did not know how to repay her. He remembered the older kids all said, saving a life meant pledging yourself to the other person. Xiaojun secretly decided to pledge himself to her. He sneaked into the village school to watch Ding Xiao in class, watching her sit up straight, holding her textbook, reciting out loud, well-behavedly, watching her secretly cry when she couldn't solve the math problems, watching her bounce back home from school with braided pigtails during busy farming seasons. He only watched for 10 years. Ding Shaya grew into a charming young woman, with big eyes, a melon-seed face, gentle and beautiful. Young men from Tenli around all secretly admired her, but still slandered her in private because of her rejections. This was how Xiao Zhong practiced his fighting skills. When Ding Shaya treated his wounds, she complained, "You got into a fight again?" Xiao Zhong had a bruise on the corner of his eye and grinned unconcernedly. "They were more badly injured than me. No problem." Ding Shaya glared at him, ganging up on someone. "What ganging up? It was one against many." Xiao Zhong refuted unhappily. Ding Shaya deliberately pressed the swollen corner of his eye. "Ow, yeah." Xiao Zhong almost jumped up. Only then did Ding Shaya lighten her actions. "I've told you I don't care what they say. Don't keep getting yourself hurt." Xiao Zhong didn't agree. Their mouths are as filthy as cesspools. Have to wash them out to stop the stench. Ding Shaya knew Xiao Zhong wouldn't listen. She could only buy more medicine and keep it at home. The year Ding Shaya graduated from high school, her stepmother brought up a marriage proposal, wanting to marry her to a widower in the village, so that she would have money to send the son she bore to study in a big city. Ding Shaya knew that man. Not only was he much older, but also beat his wife. Ding Shaya knew she had to leave, or her life would be ruined. She secretly took out her household registration and split households. Then at the village gate saw Xiao Zhong holding a bag, smoking with a somber expression, seemingly lost in thought. Ding Shaya walked up to him before she could speak. Tears streamed down her face. Xiao Zhong threw away the cigarette. His rough fingers smelling of tobacco gently wiped away her tears and took her into his arms. "Don't cry, I'll take you away." They immediately took the midnight train to unknown places, buying tickets randomly. The train was crowded. Xiao Zhong held Ding Shaya and let her sleep in his arms. He didn't dare fall asleep, vigilantly watching this completely unfamiliar world like a wolf cub. The only thing accompanying them was the tobacco smell on Xiao Zhong gradually becoming stronger. Only when they arrived at Nanjing City did they breathe a sigh of relief. Getting off the train at the bustling station, they were somewhat at a loss. Xiao Zhong saw many young women holding cups of white liquid that looked like egg custard. Turning his head, he saw it was sold in the shop beside them. He let Ding Shaya sit down while he went to buy a cup of something called double skin milk. Ding Shaya had an expression of delight and blame. The two of them shared this cup of soft, cold bean curd-like, but far tastier, sweet and creamy treat. The red beans were soaked in sweetness. Xiao Zhong snapped back from his reminiscing, stood up and went to the kitchen. Ding Shaya looked up to see Xiao Zhong with a warm and gentle smile at the corners of his mouth, handing her a cup of double skin milk. "Still remember this?" Ding Shaya froze, feeling a little guilty. She had no memory. For the first time, she faced this question that she had deliberately ignored. She was not the Ding Shaya that Xiao Zhong loved deeply. She was just a lost soul who had crossed over from another world for some unknown reason. Even though she was called Ding Shaya, she was not the original Ding Shaya. Ding Shaya suddenly felt irritated. "I don't remember. I don't know. Can you stop bothering me?" She closed the account book, got up and went back into the room. Xiao Zhong watched her back, feeling a little helpless. Sitting on the bed, Ding Shaya soon regretted it. How could she have snapped at Xiao Zhong? Clearly it was her who had wronged Xiao Zhong. Xiao Zhong looked at the coconut milk in his hand without drinking it and put it back in the fridge. There was no meaning in drinking it alone. That night, Ding Shaya tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Xiao Zhong, lying in the other bed by the window, noticed and got up to walk over, grabbing her calf. Cramping again? Without stopping, he gently and patiently massaged Ding Shaya's calf. Ding Shaya felt even more guilty. She wanted to say something, but before she could, she heard Xiao Zhong humming a little tune in a strange language. Xiao Zhong's mother was from an ethnic minority. When he was little, he had rarely been lucky enough to be lulled to sleep while being sung to. He could no longer remember what his mother looked like, but the melody still drifted in his dreams. Ding Shaya slowly fell asleep. In her dream, there was a young boy, his crying cat-like face, sweet millet cakes, and the silhouette of the boy smoking at the village entrance in the night. The dream was long and dark, but the gentle little tune accompanied her all the while, so she would not be afraid. When she woke up, it was just getting light. Xiao Zhong had already gotten up and gone shopping. Sitting on the bed, Ding Shaya felt as if she were in another world. She rubbed her eyes, cradling her belly as she washed up, and finally went to the kitchen. The fridge was a little empty, with a cup of the sweet coconut milk, with red beans she had seen in her dream. Ding Shaya took out some millet. She wanted to make millet cakes for Xiao Zhong. She didn't know why she had dreamed of that memory, but Ding Shaya felt that if Xiao Zhong came back to see millet cakes, he would definitely be very happy. She soaked the fresh millet in water and set it aside. Ding Shaya took 3 eggs and separated the whites from the yolks. She whipped the egg whites with lemon juice and white sugar into a meringue-like texture and set it aside. Then she mixed the soaked millet and 3 egg yolks with some corn oil in a blender into a smooth batter. Finally, she combined the egg whites and batter in a small bowl, tapping it on the table. Lastly, she sprinkled a few raisins on top. She boiled water and steamed it. Just as she had finished steaming, she heard the door open as Xiao Jun returned. Hearing noises in the kitchen, he went directly over and saw Ding Shaya with sweat on her forehead, supporting her belly as she lifted the steamer lid. "Let me do it, let me do it." Xiao Zhong was shocked, afraid she would accidentally scald herself. Ding Shaya smiled and gestured for him to lift it. As Xiao Zhong opened it, he saw the golden millet cakes, fluffy and soft, looking sweet as well. Suddenly, he couldn't speak. He knew Ding Shaya liked good food, liked eating, liked cooking. So whether there was an occasion or not, he would think about making dishes for her. But of all the things he had eaten over the years, what he had loved the most were still the millet cakes he had eaten as a child. That sweet taste seemed to be etched into his soul, growing along with him. No matter whenever he was hungry, the first thing he would think of was always that millet cake. "Jum?" Ding Shaya couldn't help patting his shoulder when she saw him lost in thought. Xiao Zhong murmured in reply as he set about taking out the millet cakes and cutting them into quarters. Seeing Ding Shaya pick up a piece, he also took a bite. Delicious. It was the same taste as his memory. Still so sweet and soft. Xiao Zhong looked at Ding Shaya. Except the pretty girl from back then was now his wife. As soon as this thought arose, a feeling of delight welled up from the bottom of his heart, making his limbs feel lighter. His wife. Their little life together. The two of them. It really was wonderful. Xiao Zhong couldn't help squinting his eyes. After breakfast, Xiao Zhong took Ding Shaya back to the maternity hospital for a prenatal checkup. There weren't too many people today, so they were called for the 4D ultrasound soon. Xiao Zhong followed Ding Shaya in, holding her hand tensely as he watched the doctor pull up her shirt to expose her bulging belly and smear some gel over it. The doctor pointed at the image to show them. "Look, this is the baby's head. These are the little hands. He's curled up in mommy's tummy. A very healthy baby," the doctor concluded. The little couple heaved a sigh of relief. As they left the hospital, they went to a nearby street lined with baby stores. Which one to buy? Ding Shaya held a blue and a gray baby outfit, somewhat conflicted as she felt both were cute. "Let's get both, get both." Xiao Zhong reached out to take them directly into the shopping basket. Ding Shaya glanced back and saw the basket was piled high with things, almost overflowing. She picked up an especially beautiful and fancy pair of pink baby shoes. "What's the point of buying this?" "For our daughter to wear." Xiao Zhong said matter-of-factly. Ding Shaya froze for a moment, wondering if she should tell him the baby was a boy. The basket also had many pink clothes, shoes, bibs, burp cloths, and diapers. Xiao Zhong nodded confidently. "I added a midwife on WeChat. She sent me a list of things to prepare. I bought everything according to what she said." Ding Shaya put the pink items back. "What if it's a boy? You want him to wear pink too?" Xiao Zhong refused to believe her words. How could it be a boy? It must be a girl. Ding Shaya picked out some mustard yellow clothes. "These are fine, right? Good for either gender." Xiao Zhong reluctantly compromised. On the way home, Xiao Zhong carried large and small bags, with more stuff strapped to his back. He looked just like a refugee fleeing with belongings. Xiao Zhong stopped to weigh the packages that were slipping down and thought to himself that he should buy a car. It would be even more inconvenient after the baby was born. Luckily, their little shop wasn't far from the maternity hospital. After walking for a bit, they arrived. From afar, they saw someone pacing back and forth at their door. Ding Shai assumed it was a customer who had come before realizing they were closed today. Drawing nearer, they saw it was Da Zhuang from the construction site. Da Zhuang was pacing outside the door. "Hearing a call, brother?" He turned to see Ding Shia dressed in maternity clothes. Her face was rounder, but her body was still thin. The roundest part of her was that pregnant belly. Behind her, Xiao Zhong carried a pile of stuff on his back. Ding Shia opened the door and let him in to sit down. "What would you like to eat today?" Da Zhuang looked around. The shop was bigger than he had imagined, with 7 or 8 tables, tidy and cleanly arranged. The decor was a Chinese antique style, giving a unique sense of taste. He randomly ordered a pork belly hot pot. Only then did he sheepishly say, "Sis and bro-in-law, I came because I have a request." Would you happen to be hiring for your shop? Some days ago, Ding Shaya and Xiao Jun were still discussing whether or not they should hire more people. With the small shop's business getting better and better, it was getting hard for just the two of them to handle everything. Xiao Jun put everything in place and sat down next to Ding Shaya. Big brother Zhuang, you're not working at the construction site anymore? It's not me, it's my wife, Da Wang said somewhat awkwardly. She wants to find some work to do. As he spoke, he seemed a bit hesitant. But there are some circumstances I need to tell you about first. What is it? Ding Shaya was very curious, seeing his hesitant and awkward manner. Well, Da Zhuang bit his teeth. She's not alone. She has to take care of her aunt. As the words came out, Da Zhuang felt somewhat relieved, but also really ashamed. He knew Ding Shaya was kind, which was why he had the audacity to come ask. Her aunt used to have some mental issues, but she's not violent at all, and will also help with the work. As soon as Xiao Zhong heard this, he refused. Knowing Ding Shaya's current condition, he didn't feel assured having any unstable factors around her, let alone someone with a history of mental illness. Da Zhuang quickly said, Brother Xiao, please hear me out. My aunt absolutely won't harm our miss. You don't know my aunt used to be known as an extremely capable person in the 10 li surrounding area. Her husband was also diligent and honest. They had 2 children, an older brother and a younger sister, and both kids were smart and obedient. Everyone in the village said they envied how well off their family was. Da Zhuang sighed and continued, but a few years ago, the whole family of 4 went out to celebrate the little girl's birthday. They had just put the candles in the cake at the restaurant and hadn't sung happy birthday yet, when there was a huge explosion in the kitchen due to a gas leak. Both kids died on the spot, and Uncle passed away after struggling for a few days at the hospital. Only Auntie survived because she had gone out to buy ice cream for the kids. But after a few days, Auntie's mental state became abnormal. She ignored people and didn't speak, and would cry when she saw little girls, and was afraid of big fires. Auntie took care of our family before. The things I prepared for my wedding with Qa were all arranged by Auntie. She was good to us, so Cuyer and I decided to bring Auntie to live with us. Previously, Cuyer was always at home, taking care of the child and Auntie. I worked at construction sites to earn money. Now Auntie's mental condition has almost fully recovered, and Cuyer felt bad for me, and said to bring Auntie to find some work, so things at home would be better too. Da Zhuang rubbed his hands. That's basically the situation. Unfortunately, there are still many places that don't want Auntie, so I shamelessly came to ask if you all. Xiao Zhong hadn't said anything yet, but Ding Sha spoke up. Can we meet sister-in-law and auntie? Of course, of course. Da Zhuang was extremely happy, and immediately took out his phone to call them at the door. Ding ding, I think. Xiao Zhong frowned, about to say something. Ding Shaya immediately covered her ears. I don't want your opinion, I want my opinion. After saying this, she observed Xiao Zhong's reaction. As expected, she saw him completely confused. He really hadn't read the Ming classics. Ding Sha chuckled. She hooked Xiao Zhong's arm and said, Oh come on, it's just meeting them. I haven't decided to hire them yet. Don't worry so much. If it's not suitable after meeting them, we can talk then. If it is suitable, it'll save us the trouble of hiring someone else. She also gently shook his arm. Xiao Zhong stroked her head. His eyes were full of tenderness. This was the Ding Sha he was most familiar with. Ding ding, since I've been back, you've been much more distant with me. Are you? Xiao Zhong wanted to ask if she minded that he had been in prison once. But Ding Shaya panically thought he had noticed her slip up. What did you say? Ding Shaya pretended she didn't hear him clearly. But Xiao Zhong noticed her barely concealed panic and unease. So she did mind after all? Da Zhuang came back holding his phone. I told Cuyer, they'll be here soon. Xiao Zhong stood up. Then you sit first. I'll go stir-fry something. He put on an apron and went into the kitchen. He soaked large pieces of pork belly in cold water, then cooked them with scallions, ginger, garlic, and rice wine. He cut the cooked pork into thin slices, then stir-fried it in hot oil until the fat rendered out. He fried the aromatics until fragrant, then added a spoonful of salty and spicy doubanjiang to make the red oil. Based on experience, he seasoned it. Every chef's twice-cooked pork tasted different. Xiao Zhong liked to dry fry, then fry the fatty pork until aromatic. The saltiness of the doubanjiang was already enough, so he added some rice wine, salt, sugar, and a little bit of soy sauce. Finally, he threw in a handful of garlic sprouts and gave it a few more stirs before taking it off the heat. Xiao Zhong brought out this rice killer dish from the kitchen. Ding Shai was already sitting inside going through yesterday's remaining accounts, while Da Wang eagerly scooped out rice into bowls. You don't know how much I've been craving this. Da Zhuang shoveled a huge mouthful in, savoring it blissfully for a few chews. Especially recently, being so busy I'm exhausted. The workers are so tired when they get home, they just pass out. We've been dreaming about your twice-cooked pork these days. Come often then. Xiao Zhan brought over a pot of water and placed it on the table, and also fished out some homemade pickles Dean Shia had made for him to try. After eating their fill, it wasn't long before the two women came in. It was Kuair and her auntie. Da Zhuang hurried off. I have to get back to the construction site, or I'll get fined for being caught playing hooky. Kuei, let me know however it turns out. He left instructions and rushed off. The women stood awkwardly in place, not daring to move. Kuei looked much older than women her age, probably from years of hard work. Her hands were full of calluses and cracks. She wore a floral top and her hair was neatly combed. Her auntie had a round face, despite being gaunt, looking very amiable. She was likewise clean and tidy, extremely capable looking. Have a seat first. You must be tired coming all this way. Have some water first. Ding Shao poured 2 cups of cooled boiled water and placed them on the table. The women hurriedly thanked her and accepted them. Perhaps Ding Shia's gentle and soft manner put them at ease. Kuei spoke up somewhat nervously. Boss lady, I'm called Kuei, 35 this year. This is my auntie, called Zhuang Kuangying, 48 this year. As she spoke, she took some papers out of her pocket. These are mine and my auntie's physical exam reports. This is my auntie's diagnosis certificate. She really doesn't have any more problems now. Xiao Zhong took them and looked through carefully, while Ding Shia looked at Zhuang Qiangying. Zhuang Qiangying smiled at her. Boss lady, I've recovered now. I can do normal tasks like washing dishes, cleaning, washing vegetables, and preparing ingredients. I can also do bookkeeping. She seemed very normal. After Xiao Zhong asked some more questions, he decided to keep both of them with Ding Shia's consent. There are empty rooms in the west wing. You guys can clean up and live there. Xiao Zhong didn't let Ding Shia get up. He brought them to the backyard. The toilet is over there, the kitchen is there. Since it's room and board, the pay won't be too high. My wife is pregnant now, so many things are inconvenient for her, so you must take extra care of her. Xiao Zhong gave instructions one by one. That's it, feel free to move around. After finishing, he went to accompany Ding Shia. He still remembered their earlier conversation topic. Xiao Zhong was stubborn. He wanted to ask Ding Shia if she really minded. Ding Shia happily took the small account book to find him, and even put the opened book in front of him and pointed to that number and said, Ajun! Look, we earned a lot of money. More than we originally estimated. When Xiao Zhong took a look at the net profit, and then looked at her flushed little face because of excitement, the depressed feeling that had been pent up in his heart suddenly dissipated. No matter how much he disliked it, as long as she was happy, it was fine. At worst, he would try harder to treat her even better, so that no one else could compare. Xiao Zhong supported her. Sha is really amazing. We earned so much. Ding Shia clipped the book under her arm and started counting off on her fingers. Actually, it's not really that much. We still have to buy you a car and buy you some clothes. The house also needs some furniture and appliances. It will be autumn and winter soon. Then there will be a lot of thick quilts, thick clothes, and so on that we'll need to buy. As Ding Shia spoke, she sighed. Money really doesn't go far, does it? Xiao Zhong pursed his lips. I'll earn it. Seeing his expression, Ding Shia knew he was feeling down, so she stroked his face. I know, I believe in you. We're much better off now than before, and we can save money too. Xiao Zhong murmured in agreement, but he was thinking about how to earn more money. Ding Shia was getting heavier, and she was also starting to get sleepy, often not waking up until nearly noon. Sister-in-law Zhuang took on the job of server in the lobby, and would wash dishes occasionally when not busy. She was used to this kind of work and was very neat and efficient. Auntie Zhuang helped prep food in the kitchen earlier, then went to the front cash register to settle accounts. Xiao Zhong observed that she calculated the bills very quickly, and almost never made mistakes. Boss, there's something I want to talk to you about, sister-in-law Zhuang said hesitantly, while washing vegetables. Xiao Zhong glanced at her while slicing potatoes next to her. Go ahead. It will be autumn soon, and the boss's belly has gotten bigger too. It's time to buy her some warmer clothes to change into. Auntie Zhuang had wanted to say this for a while, but hadn't dared. Also, pregnant women become more and more uncomfortable in late pregnancy. There are a lot of things that need to be prepared in advance. Those pads and pillows and the like. They all need to be ready. Xiao Zhong listened carefully when he heard it was about Ding Shia's needs. Why don't you make me a list of what needs to be bought, and I'll go shopping this afternoon when I have time. Only then did Auntie Zhuang sigh in relief with a smile. Good. I'll write it for you after I finish up here. Seeing that Xiao Zhong didn't seem as stern as he looked, she also dared to chat with him casually. I reckon the boss is about 5 or 6 months pregnant now. Almost 6 months. Xiao Zhong's expression softened, involuntarily. He and Ding Shea didn't have experienced older female relatives around them, so he had been a little worried in his heart all this time. Now someone was willing to talk to him more about it, and he was also willing to listen. The boss is too thin. Auntie Zhuang frowned. Is the morning sickness bad? She threw up whatever she ate in the early days. She only liked eating sour plums. Xiao Zhong was also troubled. Later, he didn't dare let Ding Shaya sit in the shop to smell the oily fumes, and moved the reclining chair outside for her to rest on. It's better now, but she still doesn't eat much, saying she's full after a few bites. Craving sour food? It's likely a boy, Auntie Zhuang said. But there's no help for the pregnancy nausea. You should try different ways to make more food for her, get her to eat as much as possible. It's good for her body and the baby. Xiao, Joan murmured in agreement, thinking about what to make. Auntie Zhuang added, Oh, right. Yesterday I heard someone delivering milk outside. Boss, have you ordered milk for the boss lady? Xiao Zhong shook his head. I've always bought her boxed cow's milk. Auntie Zhuang immediately shook her head at this. That won't work. She has to drink the kind of fresh milk that the dairy farmers milk daily. It's delicious when boiled too, with a layer of creamy milk skin on top, smelling and tasting sweet. Xiao Zhong made a note. I'll go ask about it right after this and order some for Sha Sha. Only then did Auntie Zhuang flick her vegetable-coated hands happily. That's right, drinking more milk will help the baby grow up fair, beautiful, and tall. Xiao Zhong couldn't help imagining what the little one would look like. A faint smile appeared as he thought of something. Auntie Zhuang added, And you two are both so good-looking. This baby will definitely be even more handsome. Sister-in-law Zhuang lifted the door curtain. 1 fish-flavored pork shreds and a bowl of rice. Got it. Xiao Zhong skillfully picked out the ingredients he needed from the tray: pork shreds, wood ear fungus shreds, green bell pepper shreds, and carrot shreds, adding some bamboo shoot shreds as well. He marinated the pork shreds briefly with salt, cornstarch, light soy sauce, and rice wine, then made the fish-flavored sauce without actual fish. He stir-fried the pork shreds in hot oil until the color turned white, then scooped them out. Using the remaining oil, he stir-fried minced scallions, ginger and garlic till fragrant, then added broad bean paste to get the red oil. After stir-frying the vegetables till they softened, he returned the pork shreds to the wok, poured in the fish-flavored sauce, and gave it a few more stirs. The sweet, spicy fish-flavored pork shreds were ready. Auntie Zhuang served a bowl of rice. Carrying the dish, she came out to where there was only one customer in the shop, looking like a teenager with clothes washed to fading whiteness. He sat at the table rather apprehensively. The fish-flavored pork shreds were the cheapest item on the menu. He had heard Wang Dong rave repeatedly about how delicious the food here was, and he also wanted to eat here once. Auntie Zhuang placed the rice and dish before him. Food's ready. He was so startled he blurted out that, Thank you. Auntie Zhuang liked children. At his response, she ruffled his head. Hurry, eat while it's hot. There's free egg soup in the shop. Just help yourself if your mouth gets dry. She pointed to the metal bucket at the side. The boy's eyes lit up. The portions were big. He would definitely eat his fill. And there was free soup too. He quickly thanked her before excitedly picking up his chopsticks and heartily tucking in. The sweet, spicy flavors were so tasty with rice. The boy stuffed his cheeks full as he ate, feeling his mouth continue secreting saliva madly. Afraid he would choke, Auntie Zhuang brought him a cup of warm water and a bowl of soup. Poor child, Auntie Zhuang clucked her tongue and didn't return to the kitchen. Just stood at the doorway, chatting softly with sister-in-law Zhuang. See how hungry he is. Who knows what his elders at home are up to? Sister-in-law Zhuang also shook her head sympathetically. Finally, the boy cleaned his plate and bowls spotless, even scraping them with his rice. After drinking 3 or 4 bowls of soup, he sheepishly wiped his mouth. Auntie Zhuang smiled kindly when he came over to settle the bill. Eat your fill? I'm full, thanks. The boy nodded awkwardly. How much in total? 16 total, Auntie Zhuang said. I ate 2 bowls of rice. The boy took out 2 crumpled 10-yuan notes from his pocket. It should be $18. Auntie Zhuang gave him $4 change. Rice here is priced per person, not per bowl. $2 per person. Only then did the boy take the money. From then on, the boy came every 3 days. Auntie Zhuang got to know him. His name was Si Lu, a middle school student. Si Lu was good friends with Wang Dong. Wang Dong often found ways to feed him, because Si Lu's family circumstances were poor. His mother gave birth to him out of wedlock. After having him, she drank every day. At home, Si Lu often saw his dead drunk mother sprawled like mud. Not only did he have to care for his mother, he had to shoulder the costs of their living too. At such a young age, he had to balance studies and work odd jobs to earn money for himself and his mother. He knew education could change fates, so he always studied very hard and diligently. But growing boys get hungry fast. His planned daily food budget was never enough, and he often endured the burning hunger pains in his stomach. Wang Dong told him this shop had great affordable food. Si Lu endured for several days, but could hold out no longer, no matter how it tasted. As long as it was affordable and gave big portions, he was sold. After listening, Auntie Zhuang even cried and tried to give him her own private savings. But Si Lu didn't accept it. Auntie Zhuang couldn't help telling Ding Shia and Xiao Zhong about it. From that day onwards, Si Lu's portions became even bigger, sometimes with extras to take away. Si Lu was deeply grateful that the boss was looking out for him, and swore to repay their kindness someday. The autumn wind swirled and brought down the withered yellow leaves. The weather seemed to suddenly turn cold overnight. Ding Shia put on thick wool pants and a thick maternity skirt, dressed warmly and thickly. After going over the accounts with Zhuang Auntie in the evening and about to close the shop, Ding Shia saw a black lump lying in the corner of the door. Ding Shia took a closer look and found it was a fainted child. Ding Shia hugged her belly and couldn't bend down, so she quickly asked Zhuang Auntie to go see if that was really a child. Zhuang Auntie had been waiting to pick the person up from the ground. It was a child who looked 3 or 4 years old. His clothes were dirty and his little face was as dirty as a calico cat. Zhuang Auntie took the child into the house. Ding Shia struggled to call Xiao Zhong out in a hoarse voice. Where did this child come from? Xiao Zhong was shocked. Picked up at the door, Ding Shia said absent-mindedly, tightly grasping his sleeve. Pregnant women can't stand to see children suffer. Seeing the child like this made her heart ache. Xiao Zhong patted her reassuringly. Don't worry, I and Auntie will take him to the hospital. You and sister-in-law stay at home waiting for us. I'll call you. Ding Shia knew that if she insisted on going, it would make Xiao Zhong worry, so she reluctantly agreed. You must call me. Xiao Zhong hummed, and Zhuang Auntie saw the child's clothes were thin. She went back to the room to grab a blanket to wrap him up and held him in her arms. Poor thing, it's so cold. But he's only wearing a single cloth. Xiao Zhong called a car. Ding Shia transferred 20,000 yuan to his mobile phone. This is for medical expenses. Let me know if it's not enough. Xiao Zhong kissed her forehead. I know, don't worry at home. The car arrived. Xiao Zhong waved to Ding Shia and took Zhuang Auntie into the car, heading to the nearest pediatric hospital. Zhuang Auntie couldn't hold him for too long. Xiao Zhong took over and ran into the emergency department. Hello, this child has fainted. The little nurse quickly took him to the bed and put the child down. Another nurse ran to call the doctor. Xiao Zhong breathed a sigh of relief and stood quietly with Zhuang Auntie waiting. The doctor came to examine him. Nothing serious, probably just hungry. Do a blood test, hang up some IV fluids, and he'll wake up after a while. The doctor handed the prescription to Xiao Zhong. Are you the child's family? Go pay the fee and set up a medical record for the child. Xiao Zhong took the prescription. I don't know this child. He fainted at my shop door and asked me to take him here. The fee is no problem, but the medical record will probably have to wait until he wakes up and asks his name. The doctor pushed up his glasses. Then there's no hurry. Why don't you sit for a while too? Let's see if we can contact his parents when the child wakes up. Xiao Zhong hummed. He went to pay the fees first. The doctor came back after finishing his work and saw a stack of receipts in his hand, knowing that he had paid the fees. He tasked. You can wait until his parents come to pay. No need to pay first yourself. It wasn't that he was petty, but he had really seen parents who dodged medical fees before. Seeing that the young man didn't seem wealthy either, best not let him get scammed. Also, looking at the child's dirty clothes, fainting from hunger, his parents were unlikely to be good people either. Xiao Zhong shook his head. I paid first. He didn't have much hope of finding the child's parents. He couldn't let the hospital foot the bill anyway. It wasn't that he was kind. He was just afraid that the hospital would resent them when Ding Shia came to give birth later. Although he knew it was unlikely, he just couldn't help thinking all kinds of nonsense. Xiao Zhong sent Ding Shia the specifics on his phone. Zhuang Auntie borrowed some wet wipes, soaked them in warm water, and wiped the child's face. Oh, what a handsome boy. With his face wiped clean, the little boy's face was revealed. Zhuang Auntie wiped his uninjected hand. Later let Ding Shia see this cute boy too. If she gives birth to such a good-looking child, it would be wonderful. Speaking of which, she chatted with Xiao Zhong about some rumors circulating in the village about tips for pregnant women. Like pregnant women eating more grapes, the baby's eyes will be bigger. Like pregnant women looking at beautiful people more, the baby will also be better looking. Xiao Zhong listened with great interest. Xiao Shitu groggily felt like he was lying in a warm place. He even felt his tummy wasn't so hungry anymore. Is it brother? Did brother find me and bring me home? He opened his eyes in a daze. Seeing a snow-white ceiling, his hand hurt a little. It seemed someone was holding his hand to warm it. He stared blankly at the strange auntie and brother smiling and chatting by the bed. There were many people here, and it was noisy, but Yao Shitu wasn't afraid at all. Zhuang auntie felt the small hand in her palm move, looked back, and saw a pair of misty big eyes staring at her. The little guy even called her auntie with a sweet voice. Zhuang auntie happily exclaimed, "What's wrong, little one? Does it hurt anywhere?" Xiao Shitu shook his head, touched his tummy hungry. Oh my naughty child. Zhuang auntie felt distressed stroking his little face. After this, IV will go home to eat. Seeing him awake, Xiao Zhong went to find the doctor. The doctor examined him again, looked at the blood test report. No problem, it's normal for a child to faint when hungry. He can leave after the IV. There's no issue. He smiled and asked Xiao Shitu, "Little one, what's your name?" "Xiao Shitu." The little guy answered in a soft voice. "How old are you?" 4 years old. Good boy. The doctor pinched his little face. "What about your dad and mom?" Xiao Shitu lowered his head and didn't speak. The doctor asked again, but Xiao Shitu still didn't speak. The doctor didn't ask anymore. He pulled Xiao Zhong aside. This child was probably abandoned by his parents, right? Xiao Zhong shook his head. Don't know. I'll take him home first. It's too late today. I'll go to the police station tomorrow to see if I can contact his parents. All right. Thanks for the trouble, brother. The doctor patted his shoulder. Just as he finished speaking, he got called away. The nurse removed the IV for him. Zhuang auntie wrapped him in a blanket. Let's go home. Xiao Shitu obediently lay on her shoulder, looking at Xiao Zhong somewhat fearfully. Xiao Zhong didn't speak, taking out his phone to send Ding Shaya a message. The light at the shop door was still on. As soon as they entered, they saw Gong's sister-in-law supporting Ding Shaya, persuading her to sit down. Xiao Zhong strode over to hold Ding Shaya. You're back? Ding Shaya looked at him with a smile. Cold? Not cold. Xiao Zhong frowned, grabbing her icy hands. Why aren't you inside? I just can't sit still. Ding Shaya coquettishly made excuses. Zhuang auntie put the little guy on a chair. Ding Shaya poured him a small cup of hot milk. Little one's awake? Xiao Shitu blinked, staring at Ding Shaya for a while. Fairy sister. Ding Shaya smiled, stroking his head. Hungry? Xiao Shitu drank a sip of the sweet milk, touched his tummy again, and nodded. Hungry. Ding Shaya pulled Xiao Zhong along. I made dumpling soup. It's just right since everyone's been waiting half the night. Why don't we have a midnight snack together? Xiao Zhong glared at her. You're still cooking. Ding Shaya shook his arm. Xiao Zhong helplessly went to the kitchen to ladle the dumpling soup. Opening the pot lid, a burst of appetizing steam rushed up. The colors in the pot were distinct. Red tomatoes, golden egg flowers, green vegetables, and black wood ear strips, with white dumplings floating in it. It wasn't very fancy or expensive, but it would arouse a craving in the middle of the night. Perhaps it was the taste of mom's cooking, or the smell of someone else cooking when playing crazily as a child. But there was no denying that when you smelled and saw it, you would suddenly wake up, really hungry. Everyone squeezed around a table, drinking the steaming hot dumpling soup. Xiao Shitu held a small spoon, feeding himself fragrantly from the bowl. Gong's sister-in-law couldn't help but say, Ding Shaya's skills really are amazing. Indeed, although the dishes Xiao Zhong made were also very tasty, after eating Ding Shaya's dishes, his seemed not as good as hers. The sound of slurping filled the hall. Before they finished eating, urgent knocking was heard at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Zhuang auntie stood up from her seat. How come it's so busy tonight? She said as she went to open the door, and saw Li panting heavily at the door. Li? Zhuang auntie looked at him in surprise. Si Lu was panting with flushed face. I knocked because I saw the lights on. What's wrong? Did something happen? Zhuang auntie hurriedly let him in. Si Lu hemmed and hawed. Do you have? As he walked in, he saw the cute little baby sitting at the table holding a bowl and drinking happily. Xiao Shitu. Si Lu ran up to him anxiously. Where did you run off to? I've been looking for you for half a day. Seeing his brother, Xiao Shitu was not afraid either, and stretched out his soft arms and called out softly for his brother to hug him. Si Lu picked him up, first smelling his sweet, milky scent, followed by the delicious, fragrant rice smell. He couldn't help but swallow. Xiao Shitu held out his dirty bowl for him to eat. Brother, eat. Silu smiled. Brother doesn't eat. Xiao Shitu eat. Zhuang auntie said in surprise. Xiao Shitu is your child? Gong's sister-in-law served Silu a bowl of egg drop soup. Come and sit down to eat, and talk slowly. Silu sat down shyly, and Xiao Shitu sat next to him, licking his bowl. Xiao Shitu is my brother, Silu said, but we don't have the same father. My mother didn't find out she was pregnant until her belly was very big. That man didn't have children, and my mother agreed to give birth to Xiao Shitu for a sum of money. My mother didn't care about him, but that man did. Xiao Shitu was given away as soon as he was born. I hadn't even seen him yet. A few days ago, Xiao Shitu was sent back because that man did a DNA test and said Xiao Shitu wasn't his pup. My mother didn't care, and the man left after abandoning him, so I could only take care of him. Silu scratched his head, but I really don't have much time, so I had him wait for me at the school gatekeeper. I forgot to bring him food today. He must have been hungry. Zhuang auntie was already listening with tearful eyes. She couldn't help but hold Xiao Shitu in her arms. Oh, the poor child. He's so young, and still has to go to school. Ding Sha thought for a moment. This can't go on like this. How about this, when you go to school in the future? Just leave Xiao Shitu here. I'll pay you a salary every month. Silu eagerly nodded. I can. I'll tally it up very quickly. Ding Shaya handed a stack of cards to Silu. I'll have Gong's sister-in-law wait for you at the door 2 periods before class ends. Just give her the order sheets. Silu took the thick stack of cards and was immediately filled with motivation. He would definitely do a good job on the task the boss lady gave him. The weather was slowly getting cold. Ding Shaya got up early that day and pulled Xiao Zhang to find the old brine she had asked for from Aunt Zhang in the village from a pile of jars. The fresh white radishes, carrots, broad beans, small chili peppers, bell peppers and bamboo shoots were all washed and dried. Some ginger and garlic were also cut, and a large handful of chili peppers and Sichuan peppers were prepared. It was a pity there was no tender ginger to soak. The processed vegetables without water or oil were packed into the empty jar. Then a few pieces of rock sugar, bay leaves, and star anise were added, followed by the chili peppers and Sichuan peppers, and finally the salted alkali water was poured in to submerge the ingredients. Then 2 spoons of old brine were added. Finally, the jar mouth was sealed with water and placed in a shady place to ferment. Generally, it can be eaten after 1 week of fermentation. The sour and spicy, crispy pickle is appetizing and helps with digestion. However, Ding Shaya often fished it out after 3 days, cut it into small pieces, added some chili oil and vinegar, mixed it up, and served it as a topping for congee, rice or noodles, which was very popular. Ding Shaya's pickles were also usually the fast-selling items in the small shop. These delicious freebies were often seen being enjoyed by the tall and sturdy men from the northwest, crunching on garlic pickles with satisfaction on their faces. Ding Shaya finally bid farewell to her morning sickness and began entering the stage of wanting to eat everything in sight. She expanded rapidly like a balloon, especially her belly, making her look around all over. Xiao Zhong had obviously developed expectant father syndrome, sleeping even worse than Ding Shaya. He dreamt every day of Ding Shaya suddenly going into labor. He looked very worried all the time. Ding Shaya was a restless person. She called Gong's sister-in-law to buy a bag of chestnuts from the door, and that afternoon when they were free, they washed, steamed, and peeled chestnuts. They were blended with milk in a blender until smooth with no lumps, then mixed into a small pot with honey and butter, and slowly pan-fried over low heat. Finally, they were pressed into molds to make patterns. Fresh steamed chestnut cakes were ready. On a cold, windy day, eating a piping hot chestnut cake felt like the chill in your chest instantly warming up. A small warmer box filled with the sweet chestnut cakes was placed at the store entrance. Not only were the passing children unable to walk by, even the adults picking up kids from school were willing to stop and buy a gin to take home. It's delicious but tiring, Zhuang auntie said, massaging her waist. I get worn out after making just a few gin. Let's just make it occasionally to sell, not regularly. Next time make less, just for ourselves to eat, Ding Shaya said, touching the well-behaved Xiao Shitu nibbling on the chestnut cake next to her. I have to go get the order sheets, can't be late for Li's class. Gong's sister-in-law packed a few pieces of chestnut cake into a box and hurried off towards City Junior High. Ding Shaya waited a long time before seeing Gong's sister-in-law leading the bruised Silu back. What happened? Ding Shaya was shocked. Xiao Zhong also frowned and got up to take out the first aid kit. Gong's sister-in-law sat Silu down. I waited for a while before seeing him sneak over. so I went to get him from the teacher. What happened? Xiao Zhong treated his injuries while asking solemnly. Si Lu hesitated for a moment. I was beaten up by a boy from the class next door. His family runs the cafeteria. Lately, everyone's been ordering meals from me and not going to the cafeteria anymore, so he came to pick a fight. Si Lu honestly said, I can't beat him, but I scratched his face. Ding Shea couldn't help laughing a little at first from anger. You should have just run if you can't win. Xiao Zhong's actions became gentler. After you recover, I'll teach you how to fight. Okay, Si Lu said loudly, clenching his fist. Ding Shea couldn't help but slap Xiao Zhong. Why don't you teach him something nice? Xiao, Zhong said seriously. I'm teaching him self-defense. Otherwise, how will he protect Xiao Shitu in the future? Let alone protect his wife. Si Lu hurriedly interjected. I don't want a wife. Zhuang auntie was the first one unable to hold back her laughter. Then Gong's sister-in-law and Ding Shaya also laughed. Even Xiao Zhong revealed a faint smile. Xiao Shitu didn't know what was so funny, but laughed along foolishly. Si Lu scratched his head. I don't want a wife. He really hadn't thought about getting married. He was still young. Xiao Zhong ruffled his short hair. I'll go with you tomorrow to talk to your teacher. Brother Xiao, what are we going for? Xiao Zhong smiled. To make trouble. Si Lu's homeroom teacher was a young girl who had just graduated from university a few years ago. Seeing Si Lu's well-behaved appearance usually inexplicably aroused some tenderness in her. When she saw Si Lu come to school, she specifically called Si Lu to the office during break. How is your injury? Si Lu smiled at her. It's all right now, Teacher Ma. He remembered Xiao Zhong's urging and then said, Teacher Ma, my brother said he wants to come see you later. Brother? Teacher Ma was surprised. She remembered that Si Lu's file didn't say he had a brother. Si Lu felt strangely excited for some reason. From a young age until now, he had never had a same-sex elder stand up for him at school. Yeah, a really good brother. So during the long break, Teacher Ma saw Si Lu's really good brother. He was also exceptionally handsome. Teacher Ma couldn't help but look him over a couple more times. Seeing the bald old men at the school every day, suddenly seeing a handsome guy really comforted her heart. Hello, I'm Xiao Zhong. I came because of Si Lu, Xiao Zhong said straightforwardly. Teacher Ma instantly became serious. She became a teacher because she really liked children. Naturally, she wouldn't continue staring at a handsome guy when hearing about serious matters. I opened a small shop in the university town outside. Si Lu uses his spare time after school every day to take note of which students in the class want to order meals, and then passes it to us. I pay Si Lu a monthly salary, Xiao Zhong briefly explained. But yesterday, Si Lu showed up looking like this. Xiao Zhong pointed at Si Lu, whose swelling still hadn't gone down. Only after asking him for a long time did he tell me he was beaten by the child of the cafeteria contractor. I feel like this matter is quite ridiculous, so I came to see what kind of cafeteria it is that forces people to have to eat there. Teacher Ma involuntarily thought about the environment and food at the cafeteria, and couldn't help but gag. She didn't expect this to be the reason Si Lu was injured. After thinking about it, she said, Si Lu's parent, don't worry, I will definitely protect Si Lu well. As she spoke, she had a student who came to hand in homework. Go call that male student and also called the homeroom teacher of the male student. Xiao Zhong looked at the bright-eyed Si Lu by his side, knowing that he had probably endured being bullied alone before this. This reminded him of his past self, and he couldn't help but pat Si Lu on the head. Back then, he had Sha protecting him, so he would protect this little scallion. The male student came very slowly, only ambling in lazily after the class bell had already rung, without even asking to enter. He directly pushed the door open and entered. Which teacher is looking for me? Zhu Yaozu was the big troublemaker who all the teachers disliked. He was at the bottom of the class academically, usually had a hippie smile and loved to bully other students, especially female students. His beady eyes looked lecherous, making people uncomfortable as soon as they saw him. Zhu Yaozu looked around, his gaze locking onto Si Lu. Oh, the little weakling can ask his parents for help now? As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Zhong and said with ill intent, Is this one of your mom's little lovers? Zhu Yaozu. Si Lu's face flushed red. Teacher Ma's expression was also ugly. Zhu Yaozu didn't take her, a teacher, seriously at all. Teacher Zhao happened to enter from the doorway, just in time to hear Zhu Yaozu's words. He was a middle-aged, old-fashioned, and stern teacher who couldn't stand students spouting some unclear nonsense. He paused for a moment, then angrily shouted, Zhu Yaozu! Zhu Yaozu shivered in fright. Even Teacher Zio the Flayer came? Teacher Zao's expression was gloomy as he walked in. Grown a mouth just for spewing crap? Zhu Yaozu reluctantly twisted his lips. Teacher Zao looked towards Teacher Ma. Little Ma, you were looking for me? Teacher Ma briefly told him about what had happened. Teacher Zhao glanced at Xiao Jun and Si Lu. That's enough. It's just a small matter. Zhu Yaozu apologized to Si Lu. Si Lu, don't do this kind of thing again in the future. He said neither lightly nor heavily. Students should still eat at the school cafeteria. Always eating outside looks bad. Xiao Jun's brow twitched. Was this just glossing things over? Si Lu's face flushed red. Teacher, I didn't do anything wrong. So why can't I continue doing this? Teacher Ma was also a bit unhappy. Teacher Zhao, you haven't eaten the cafeteria's food before, right? Whether I've eaten it or not, what does it matter? Students should endure hardship and think of sweetness. If they only think of enjoying themselves every day, how will they learn? Teacher Ma laughed in anger. You call that enduring hardship and thinking of sweetness? That's more like pig slop. Teacher Zao's face lengthened. Young comrade, you still have to respect your elders. Teacher Ma rolled her eyes. Teacher Zhao added, hurry up, don't waste time. Class has started. Xiao Zhong asked Teacher Ma, is your principal here now? Zhu Yaozu still wanted to gloat and couldn't help but blurt out, making a big fuss out of a tiny matter. You're looking for the principal? Xiao Zhong ignored him. Teacher Ma, on the other hand, perked up. I'll take you there. Teacher Zhao called out a couple of times, but could only watch as they left without looking back. Teacher Ma brought him to the principal's office. The principal was an elderly man with white at his temples, who looked very scholarly. He glanced up over his glasses. Little Ma? What's the matter? And who is this? Teacher Ma briefly recounted what had happened to the principal. The principal's expression became serious. Have that student come see me here, and the teacher should come too? Teacher Ma swiftly made a phone call. It wasn't long before Teacher Zhao brought Zhu Yaozu in. I'm already clear about this matter, the old principal said straightforwardly. This student must apologize to Si Lu. If something like this happens again, then it'll be going home for self-reflection. Zhu Yaozu still wanted to say something, but in the end could only lower his head and glare at Si Lu as he reluctantly said sorry. Teacher Zhao, please stay behind. The rest of you can go for now. The principal smiled. He evidently wanted to have a good talk with Teacher Zhao. Si Lu left for class. Xiao Zhong also returned to his small shop. There weren't many people in the shop. Ding Shea was sitting at a table gazing longingly at the entrance, waiting for him to come back. Zhen. Seeing him, Ding Shai happily stood up. What's the matter? I want to eat spicy beef tripe. Ding Shia smacked her lips. She had suddenly felt like eating spicy beef tripe, but sister-in-law Jiang and Aunt Zhuang were watching her even more strictly than each other, not allowing her to cook, so she could only wait here for Xiao Zhong to return. Xiao Zhong rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen. The pickled peppers were sour and refreshing. He fished them out of the jar, and the refreshing yet numbingly spicy aroma instantly filled the kitchen. Impossible to cover up. The beef tripe had already been prepared by Aunt Zhuang. Xiao Zhong started up the stove and added oil. After the garlic sizzled fragrantly, he added the assorted pickled peppers and tossed them briefly, bringing out even more of the fragrance. Even passers-by walking past the door couldn't help but take a couple deep breaths. It smelled so good. The beef tripe made a whooshing sound as it entered the wok. Xiao Zhong tasted it. The tripe had been cooked in spices beforehand, and the collision of the pickling liquid's flavors with the peppers brought out a complex sour, spicy, rich aftertaste that made people eager to immediately scoop it over rice and voraciously stuff it in their mouths. Ding Shai had already prepared rice and juice for herself and sat waiting at the table. When the aromatic tripe was brought out, the alluring smell made her stomach start rumbling. Ding Shai eagerly picked up her chopsticks and began heartily eating. Just as she was eating, she suddenly heard from the next table over. Boss, give me a serving of this too. Ding Shai glanced over and saw a male student in his early 20s, wearing glasses and holding a selfie stick and phone. When he noticed her looking over, he smiled shyly. Young man, would you like to order some peppery beef tripe? Gong's sister-in-law came over, smiling warmly, asking very kindly. The young man thought for a moment. Sister, could I see a menu? Gong's sister-in-law handed him a slip of paper. Feeling the thin paper, the young man was surprised. This was the menu? It was just a piece of paper. The young man hesitated, wondering if he had made the right choice wandering and just following the smells. Gong's sister-in-law noticed his confusion and explained with a smile, Our little shop's menu changes every day. depending on what ingredients the boss sends in the morning. The boss's wife handwrites the menu each day. The young man suddenly understood, scratching his head. It sounded like fun. He looked over the menu and said, "Okay. I'll have an order of peppery beef tripe, crispy fried chicken, and a cola." Gong's sister-in-law quickly memorized the order. "Coming right up. Have a seat. It'll be ready in no time." She headed to the back kitchen. The young man adjusted his phone to a good angle and said to the screen, "All right. Now we just wait for the food." Ding Shia glanced over and saw words flying by densely on the screen. He must be live streaming. The young man was Zhou Fei, a moderately popular food live streamer. Today he had intended to check in at a wildly popular Western restaurant that was trending online. But he was drawn in by the delicious smells when he got to the door. The streaming comments were filled with laughter. "Fei, what happened to the fancy Western place you talked about? Haha. This shop looks really unique and interesting. I want to know the address." "Fei, be honest, isn't this a staged scene and you're actually promoting this shop?" Zhou Fei quickly explained. "No promos. I really just wandered in following the smells." He showed his other phone with the reservation page for the Western restaurant to prove it to the audience. "I swear if I was doing a promo, I'd never get a reservation at Coastline again." Coastline was Zhou Fei's favorite restaurant that he live-streamed from almost weekly. Seeing him swear on Coastline made the audience even more curious. Just how delicious was this little shop? Just as they wondered, they saw Zhou Fei sniff the air exaggeratedly. "Friends, it's starting to smell amazing." Right after he said that, Gong's sister-in-law came out with a plate of peppery beef tripe. "Want me to bring you a bowl of rice?" Zhou Fei waved his hand. "No need. This is fine." He eagerly grabbed a bite with his chopsticks right away. Sure enough, just the smell told him this dish would be delicious. The audience watched his blissful expression hungrily. "Well, how is it? What does it taste like, Fei?" Zhou Fei carefully savored it before replying. "The peppers are very aromatic, spicy, and tingling. The tripe itself has a braised flavor, even more rich when stir-fried. The texture is both tender and chewy. Delicious." He took another bite. So good. Who knew how many viewers swallowed their drool watching? When Xiao Zhong came out with the crispy fried chicken, the streaming comments went silent for a moment, then filled with exclamations of "Hua! Who's this hottie? He can't be a real person. Is this some drama filming on location? Don't move the camera. I need to screenshot." Zhou Fei was still confused when Xiao Zhong set the chicken down and went to Ding Shaya, who was sitting at the next table with food left unfinished because she was full. He poured her a glass of warm water. "All full?" Ding Shaya rubbed her belly and looked longingly at the tripe left in her plate. "I'm full. I feel like I might throw up if I eat more." Xiao Zhong sat down casually and gave her a peck, then picked up her bowl to finish her leftovers. Ding Shaya glanced at the phone still pointed their way and felt a little embarrassed. "You don't have to finish it." Xiao Zhong coolly glanced at Zhou Fei, who finally reacted and pointed his phone camera back at the steaming fried chicken. Chicken's getting cold. Chicken's getting cold." The streaming comments immediately started mocking Zhou Fei's cowardice. Xiao Zhong went on casually chatting with Ding Shaya. "Tired? Want to take a nap?" Ding Shaya silently went to the back room, cradling her belly. "And the lady is so pretty too. Look at her big belly. She must be a little pregnant wife. Are they the boss and boss's wife? What a good-looking couple. I can't eat the tripe and chicken, but I just ate dog food." Zhou Fei pointed the camera back at the fried chicken. It was rare unbreaded fried chicken. Zhou Fei picked up a drumstick, fried to a dark golden brown, and smelled the rich, meaty aroma. He took a gentle bite. Crispy and delicious, the juicy leg meat inside was full of flavor, with just the right saltiness. Dipped in the chili powder on the plate, the spicy flavor was irresistible. Way better than KFC. Zhou Fei thought to himself as he tore off a piece of breast meat to show the camera. As he ripped it open, the meat fibers still jumped, and a burst of hot, fragrant oil briefly filled the air. Looking closely, the meat surface still glistened with a layer of oily sauce. A wave of wailing instantly flooded the screen. "Oh my God, what sin did I commit to watch you eat fried chicken in the last half hour of my last class before lunch? I didn't even eat breakfast. I'm done. I'm drooling. I just ordered fried chicken for lunch. I know this place. I'm going right now to eat." As soon as that comment posted, it set off countless threats from others. Especially when they saw Zhou Fei eat without even glancing up or chatting with the stream, the wails and complaints peaked. But some still didn't believe it could be that delicious, thinking it was an ad. How could it possibly be so good? It's just fried chicken. Isn't awful all the same taste, as long as it's not fishy. I followed Faye because he always tells the truth about food, saying directly if something is good or bad. But you've changed, doing sponsored reviews now. Wish you the best. Unfollowing. Took the shop owner's money, review over. Must be hyping up the handsome shop owners to try getting into showbiz. Faye noticed these comments and blew up. If I did a sponsored review, I'll tear my head off for you to kick around. One comment immediately replied, You said it. Faye specifically invited him into video chat. He saw this guy had been jumping around the most excitedly. Yes, I did. Joe Faye said. What if you lose? If I lose? I'll stream myself eating a keyboard. The man covered his camera, only a male voice could be heard. Good. I'll DM you the address. Call me when you get here. I want to see how you lose. Gong's sister-in-law came in with medicine. Ding Xia took daily. There's a bet going on outside. She told Ding Xia what happened, and Ding Xia giggled, covering her mouth. I'd love to see how he eats that keyboard. That'll be easy. Just see if anyone orders fried chicken in a couple days. Ding Xia laughed. She had absolute confidence in her shop's food. Sure enough, after a few days, a man in a suit walked in, looked around, and said straight to Gong's sister-in-law, 1 order of crispy fried chicken. After Gong's sister-in-law told Xiao Zhong, she rushed to Ding Xia's room. He's here. Keyboard's here. Ding Xia immediately sat up. Help me up. I still want to watch the show. The crispy fried chicken was brought to the table. The man first unhurriedly took out a pack of wet wipes from his bag and carefully wiped his hands and the table. Then he took out his phone and took several photos of the dishes before taking out a pair of chopsticks from the chopstick holder. He picked up a piece of boneless meat and put it in his mouth. The texture that bit down gave him 4 words in his mind instantly. Crispy, fragrant, juicy, tender. He was extremely satisfied. This piece of meat should be from the chicken breast. Many people would make it dry and tasteless, but this piece was tender and soft, bursting with juice when bitten down. He ate up at an unhurried pace, then waved to call Gong's sister-in-law over, flipped through the menu over and over again, and ordered a sweet and sour ribs. Gong's sister-in-law took the order to the kitchen. While scrutinizing the Ding Xia, she murmured, It doesn't seem like the keyboard. Just as she was murmuring, she saw the man nonchalantly yet elegantly take out a bottle of mouthwash and rinsed his mouth. He typed on his phone, stopping from time to time, as if editing something. The sweet and sour ribs were brought up quickly. As usual, Xiao Zhong took photos with his phone before picking up a new pair of chopsticks to pick up a piece of caramelized, shiny, oily rib and took a bite. The rib was substantial, slightly bigger than those cut at ordinary restaurants. When bitten down, the texture was solid and plump, very satisfying and surprising. The flavor was moderately sweet and sour. It even had pineapples, not knowing where the pineapples came from this season, but the refreshing, slightly sour taste of the pineapple no doubt added to the dining experience. When he tasted the juicy pineapple, it felt very surprising. The man steadily finished this dish as well. He wiped his mouth and tidied himself up before going to pay at the front desk. After settling the bill, he politely explained his purpose. Hello, I'm an editor from a gourmet magazine. I saw your restaurant in Faye's livestream, so I came specifically to experience it. May I speak with your chef or owner? Zhuang Auntie was stunned for a moment and looked reflexively at Ding Xia, who was walking over. Hello, I'm the owner of this restaurant. May I ask what this is regarding? The man repeated his self-introduction. My name is Hu Jilin. Ding Xia brought him to sit on the stone chairs in the yard. What do you think? How was the meal? Ding Xia asked Gong's sister-in-law to pour a cup of hot water. It was worth the trip. Hu Jilin's review was very high. Xiao Zhong was still busy in the kitchen. Hu Jilin probably wanted to ask them some questions, so he chatted casually with Ding Xia and waited until Xiao Zhong finished to get down to business. I'd like to do a feature on your little restaurant in our magazine, with photos and text together. What do you think? Xiao Zhong looked at Ding Xia and thought for a moment. Okay, but no photos of people. Hu Jilin agreed. I'm very interested in your store name, Ding Xia's little restaurant. It sounds like a lot of thought went into the unique name. Is there any story behind it? Hu Jilin took out a voice recorder and turned it on, placing it to the side. Ding Xia is my wife. Xiao Zhong's eyes softened a little. She has loved cooking since she was little, and has described to me many times what kind of little restaurant she wanted. When we were able to open a restaurant, we definitely wanted to make her wish come true. Hu Jilin smiled. Fine lines appeared at the corners of the refined man's eyes. Hearing such warm, soft emotions would make anyone unconsciously smile. Are the owner and owner's wife childhood sweethearts? You seem to have a great relationship, he exclaimed. Yes, we grew up together since we were young. Ding Shaya held Xiao Zhong's outstretched hand when she heard him say this. What are your signature dishes here? Hu Jilin wrote a few notes in his notebook. Ding Xia is the signature dish. With Ding Xia in the restaurant, all the dishes are signature ones. Xiao, Zhong said. Hu Jilin was stunned for a moment and laughed. Then I'll have to come try the signature dishes again after the owner's wife gives birth to a son. You're most welcome. The conversation was not very long and ended pleasantly. Xiao Zhong and Ding Shaya saw Hu Jilin to the door. Hu Jilin quickly waved his hands. No need to send me off. I'll be going now. He added. I'll send you a copy of the magazine when it comes out. Ding Shaya watched Hu Jilin's retreating figure and pulled Xiao Zhong's hand excitedly. Wow. I'm not dreaming, right? A gourmet magazine came to interview us. Xiao Zhong laughed at her exaggerated tone of shock, eyes curving into crescents. He couldn't help but ruffle her hair a few times. What's up? Happy? Happy, Ding Shaya exclaimed. It feels like we've been recognized. Xiao Zhong put his arm around his still elated little wife and went back in. So happy? Of course. Ding Shaya couldn't help but pace around the yard again. That was a gourmet magazine. Gourmet magazine. Xiao Zhong followed behind her protectively, responding absent-mindedly. Ding Xia glared back at him and went into the room to sleep. Xiao Zhong scratched his nose, somewhat guilty as he went to sit at the front cashier counter. A kindly, amiable old lady poked her head in. Oh my, isn't this the shop opened by little Ding Shaya? Xiao Zhong looked up to see it was young Granny. Young Granny also saw Xiao Zhong and walked in with a smile. Little Xiao is here too? Then I must not have the wrong place. Where's little Ding Shaya? Xiao Zhong welcomed her in to sit down. Ding Shaya is sleeping. She's pregnant and tires easily. Zhang Granny nodded. That's all normal. Pregnancy is tiring for women. Don't find fault with little Ding Shaya, boy. She's carrying your child in her belly and going through such hardship at a young age. You have to cherish her well. Xiao Zhong nodded. I definitely will. Only then was Zhang Granny satisfied. She took out a small basket from her hand. I counted the days and figured little Ding Shao would give birth soon. I saved some eggs to bring over for her. Eggs from free-range chickens that run around are much more nutritious than city eggs, right? Make 2 eggs for her every day. Let her replenish herself. She must have lost a lot in the early stages. It can't just be brushed over or she'll suffer when she's older. Zhang Granny nagged on and on. When little Ding Shaya lived next to her, she would get up early every day to work hard and earn money. She always remembered to give some of the delicious food she made to her little grandchild too. So she was willing to dote on little Ding Shaya more. This child was so well-behaved and capable, even more likable than her own diligent daughter-in-law. Xiao Zhong poured her a cup of hot water and brought out tasty, easy-to-digest pastries. Granny Zhang, please rest a while. I'll go wake Ding Shaya. What are you waking her for? Zhang Granny admonished as she looked at him. Pregnant women come first. Let her sleep well. Didn't I just tell you she's the most important now? Why are you waking her? Zhang Granny seemed to remember something. Oh right, let me pass along some words from my wife. Listen if you're willing, or think it over if not. Please go ahead. Xiao Zhong pursed his lips. Giving birth is very painful. Don't let her go through it alone, you hear? Zhang Granny advised solemnly. Also, you think it ends after giving birth? Let me tell you, the hard part is coming up. The baby will cry and fuss at night, and in the day too. It needs adults around at all times. Adults have to be attentive and keep a close eye on the baby, or else something bad may happen if you're not careful. You've also opened a restaurant. I feel it would be best if you hire a nanny for Ding Xia to specifically take care of her and the baby. New mothers are also moody. You have to pay close attention to Ding Xia too, understand? Xiao Zhong nodded. I'll remember that, Granny Zhang. I've already started looking at nannies recently. I want to find the most suitable one to take care of Ding Xia. Good, that's good. Zhang Granny nodded satisfactorily. I should get going. It's not early, and I have to go home to feed chickens and cook. Lots of chores at home. Let me see you off. Xiao Zhong stood up. He had learned to drive quickly and already obtained his license. He was just waiting to pick a car together with Ding Xia. No need, no need. I'll just take a car myself and head back. No need to see me off. Zhang Granny refused. Xiao Zhong escorted her to the door, Even if you won't let me send you, I still have to head back. Ding Sha wants Uncle Wei to build a crib. I'm going to deliver the blueprints to Uncle Wei. Only then did Zhang Granny agree. Xiao Zhong borrowed a car from the hardware store owner next door and drove back to the little village. Zhang Granny sat in the passenger seat praising him. Not bad, not bad. It's good to pick up some skills. Only state employees could drive back in our time. After sending Zhang Granny home, Xiao Jun went to Uncle Wei's house, left the blueprints and requirements, and put down a 200 yuan deposit before driving back to the shop. He drove back fast and steady. He was worried that Ding Sha would wake up and not find him there. Sure enough, as soon as he got out of the car, he saw Deng Shia leaning against the counter at the door, looking around. Seeing him come back, her eyes lit up. You're back? Where's Zhang Granny? The moon tonight was exceptionally round. The small courtyard was exceptionally quiet, as Gong's sister-in-law and Wang auntie had already gone to bed. Xiao Zhong set up a small stove under the porch, and buried in the stove were several long sweet potatoes with soft centers. Ding Shia, wrapped in a thick blanket, sat on the couch, and Xiao Zhong sat beside her as a cushion for her to lean on, with his hand caressing her bulging belly. What do you think we should name the baby? Ding Shia looked at the quiet, withered branches of roses on the courtyard wall, looking forward to their beautiful blooming scene next year. Xiao, Zhong said, I've thought about it for a long time, but I've decided to think about it together with you. Let's call him Xiao Sijin, how about that? Ding Shia said, diligent thoughts are like beautiful jade, and the future will be smooth sailing. Okay, whatever you say, Xiao Zhong didn't object. Ding Shia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In the original book, the male protagonist was not called this name. He probably didn't have anyone to take care of him since he was little, and it was not until later when he was sent to the orphanage that he took the surname of the director and was given a random name, Su Lai. The homonym Li sounds like always being in farewell. Ding Shia wanted to give this child something different from the very beginning, such as a name full of hope and beauty. Xiao Zhong suddenly said, What about his nickname? Nickname? Ding Shia was startled for a moment. I haven't thought about it yet. Why don't you come up with one? Then let's call him Ping En. Xiao Zhong tilted his head slightly to look at her, wishing mother and child peace. Ding Shia suddenly shrieked, The baby kicked me! Xiao Zhong also felt the movement under his hand. Maybe he wants to come out and chat with us too. It's only 8 months, Ding Shia gently patted her belly. Little Ping En, wait a little longer, okay? Wait for Dad and Mom to make toys and a little bed for you, okay? A cold wind blew by. After Xiao Zhong wrapped Ding Shia tightly in the blanket, he leaned over and pulled out a small sweet potato from the stove. The unique fragrance had already diffused out. Ding Shia stared longingly at the sweet potato he was peeling. It smells so good. Xiao Zhong seemed unconcerned about the heat as he carefully peeled it and blew on it before bringing it to her mouth. Be careful. It's hot. Looking at the orange-red sweet potato, Ding Shia took a big bite. It was sweet and hot, as if honey could ooze out. The new year is coming soon. Xiao Zhong had wet wipes ready at hand. He took one and wiped the traces on her mouth and cheeks where she got food on her face. Let's go see the car tomorrow? Xiao, Zhong said. It's cheaper now, right before the new year. See which one you like? Similar performance, spacious enough, good safety rating. Ding Shia counted off on her fingers, cost-effective. Shall we go take a look tomorrow then? Okay. It was late, and the wind had picked up. After eating the sweet potato, Ding Shia went back to the room to lie down. Xiao Zhong was tired after a long day at work. When he came back, he saw Ding Shia lying there motionless, looking unwell. What's wrong? Xiao Zhong walked over and lifted the quilt. Got a leg cramp? Ding Shia shyly covered the quilt. Xiao Zhong was startled for a moment, realizing what was going on. He opened the wardrobe and took out new pajamas and underwear. Then helped Ding Shia up. Let me help you change. Pregnant women in later pregnancy can involuntarily leak urine. This was what the midwife had told him. Ding Shia pushed him away. I'll do it myself. Xiao Zhong didn't insist. He got up and went to the bathroom. I'll go freshen up. Call me if you need anything. Ding Shia felt embarrassed changing her clothes. When she wanted to change the sheets, she found herself lacking strength. She panted with exhaustion and frustration, and finally couldn't help bursting into tears. Hearing the sounds, Xiao Zhong immediately rushed out from the bathroom. Sha. Ding Shia sat at the edge of the bed crying sadly, hugging her belly. She didn't understand why she had become a pregnant woman carrying a baby. She didn't understand why she had to endure these embarrassing and uncomfortable experiences. Clearly, this world was not hers. The lover was not hers. Nothing was hers. Even liking Xiao-Zhong made her feel guilty. Even the fact that she liked Xiao-Zhong made her feel like she was stealing something. Ding Shaya cried grievously. Xiao-Zhong's soft consoling and coaxing at her side only made her feel more upset and irritated. Unable to restrain herself, Ding Shaya pushed Xiao-Zhong away. "You don't know anything! Stay away from me." Her cries woke up Gong's sister-in-law and Zhuang auntie, who had already gone to bed. The two hurriedly knocked on the door in their winter clothes. "What's wrong? What happened?" Sha, boss Xiao? As Ding Shaya's due date approached, her weight was very light, so not only could Xiao-Zhong not sleep well at night, even the two of them could not rest easy, for fear that Dian Sha might suddenly go into labor. Xiao-Zhong replied, "It's nothing." Ding Sha got out of bed, opened the door and said, "Sister Gong, can I sleep with you?" With tears still on her face, wearing only thin clothes, long hair draped loosely, and holding her big belly in both hands, she looked at Sister Gong pitifully. "Of course, why not?" Sister Gong readily agreed. Xiao-Zhong hugged his own quilt. "I'll sleep upstairs." "Sister-in-law, please keep an extra eye on Sha." Sister Gong tutted as she supported Ding Sha back to bed. Xiao-Zhong had already changed the sheets and even laid a mat. With one look, Sister Gong knew what had happened, but she didn't say anything or ask questions. She let Ding Shaya lie down. Everyone rested, and the night became tranquil again. Ding Shaya looked at Sister Gong and felt the sense of security of being back in a mother's embrace. Sister Gong was very gentle. She really liked Sister Gong. Sha, are you still uncomfortable?" Sister Gong turned sideways and gently patted Ding Sha's shoulder. "I'm fine now. I just suddenly felt a little unhappy for a moment." Ding Shaya had calmed down. "It's normal. It happens to everyone," Sister Gong smiled. "I was like that too back then. When Da Zhuang came home, I found him irritating no matter how I looked at him. He was such a big guy, yet he made me cry so hard I didn't know what to do with my hands and feet. I just flopped down on my knees." Ding Shaya exclaimed in surprise. "Wow! So you see, this is very normal. Pregnant mothers are prone to mood swings. Don't be afraid." Ding Shaya wanted to say she wasn't afraid, but on second thought, she was indeed afraid of liking Xiao-Zhong, afraid of difficult labor, afraid the child would not grow up well, and afraid Xiao-Zhong would leave if he noticed anything off. She gave a low hum. "Go to sleep. I'm with you. Tomorrow will be another beautiful day filled with sunshine." Sure enough, the weather was great when she woke up. Even the little wind that had been blowing steadily had stopped. Ding Shaya saw Xiao-Zhong push open the door and place a set of clean clothes at her bedside. He lowered his head to kiss her forehead. "Be good, Sha. Time to get up. We're going to buy a car today." Ding Shaya rubbed her eyes and sat up. Xiao-Zhong helped her get dressed and then squatted down to put on her shoes. Her feet were badly swollen and she needed special shoes for pregnant women to feel comfortable. Looking down at him, Ding Shaya said, "I'm sorry I lost my temper at you last night." "You call that losing your temper?" Xiao-Zhong laughed. That was clearly a kitten showing its claws. After getting ready, the two ate a little something and then took a taxi straight to the 4S dealership. Ding Shaya felt every car was good. She left the salesperson confused with her questions until Xiao-Zhong took over the conversation. "Let's go take a look over there." The salesperson was a little disappointed, but quickly cheered up again. Even if they didn't buy an expensive one, he would still get a commission for an ordinary car. Besides, this handsome couple looked so loving. It brightened his mood just to look at them a little longer. With this in mind, the salesperson continued to serve them with a smiling face. Finally, Xiao-Zhong and Ding Sha decided on a suitable white M. The salesperson handled the paperwork for them and explained clearly all the subsequent procedures and preparations needed before seeing them off. "We'll pick up the car in a couple days. I'll go look for a parking spot first," Xiao-Zhong said as he took Ding Shaya to the hospital. Lately, they had been going to the hospital frequently. Xiao-Zhong was already discussing with the hospital when Ding Shaya would be admitted. The expected due date was around the new year. Xiao-Zhong couldn't help feeling a little worried. Returning to the shop when it was almost dark, there was an old man sitting inside smoking a pipe. It was Uncle Wei who had come. "Uncle Wei is here?" Ding Shaya was a little happy to see him. She had a pile of things she wanted to do. Uncle Wei stood up. "Hey, I'm here. Little brother asked me to make a crib, but I ran into some problems, so I came to ask you guys." "What's the matter? Did something happen?" Ding Sha asked hurriedly. "It's nothing much, just that I got some good materials recently. All good wood, including a kind of cherry wood, Very stable and beautiful grain, but a bit expensive. I came to ask if you guys want it or not. Uncle Wei gestured. His old friend brought back a batch of wood from the overseas market, claiming it was some Chapter 9 level good wood. He didn't know what level it was. He just knew that this wood, no matter how it looked, felt or knocked, was dense and solid, a good piece of wood. Xiao Zhong nodded. We'll take it, Uncle Wei, just make it. Ding Xia also nodded. Don't make it too patterned. Simple and elegant is good. I'm afraid it would poke the baby. Uncle Wei rubbed his hands happily and put away his tobacco pouch. With you guys saying this, I feel reassured. Don't worry, I'll definitely use good materials. When it's done, I'll bring it to you guys. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Uncle Wei left eagerly. Xiao Zhong sent Ding Xia back home and then went out to look for a parking space. He wanted to get everything done as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be upsetting if he hadn't gotten it done when he needed it. After 2 or 3 days, he rented the parking space, got the license plate, and took care of all the paperwork. Ding Xia took Gong's sister-in-law shopping at the vegetable market, bought a bunch of things, and came back wanting to make hot pot for dinner. Xiao Zhong wasn't home, so Ding Xia verbally instructed Auntie Zhuang to stir-fry the ingredients. First, she stewed a pot of beef bone chicken soup in a small pot, simmering it slowly, and the aroma overflowed. Then she had Auntie Zhuang prepare some dried chilies cooked in water, then chopped green onion sections, and a large plate of green onion and coriander. Then wrapped some fragrant leaves, cassia bark, star anise, medlar, and other spices to soak in liquor and crushed. She lit the stove, poured half a pot of beef oil, and when the oil was hot, she first fried the green onions and coriander until fragrant, then removed them. Then she added the chili sections, broad bean paste, some secret chili sauce, and spices in succession. Stirred well, then poured in a can of beer and a few rock sugars. Finally, she threw in a handful of red and green Sichuan peppercorns. After cooling down, in no time, a pot of numbingly spicy and aromatic beef oil base was done. After making a mess in the kitchen, even her body was permeated with the smell of the spicy pot. Gong's sister-in-law washed the ingredients while urging Ding Xia to go back and change her clothes. When Ding Xia came out after changing her clothes, she saw Xiao Zhong had come back, holding a paper bag in his hand. He sniffed. Smells good. Hot pot for dinner tonight? Yeah, hot pot. Ding Xia smiled and went up to meet him. Xiao Zhong pulled her to sit down and handed her the paper bag. A gift for you. A gift? Ding Xia asked, unable to hold back the upward curl of her lips. Take a look? Xiao Zhong looked at her expectantly. Ding Xia opened the red paper bag and took out a red box. Opening it, it was a green and translucent jade bangle. Xiao Zhong helped her put it on. The snow-white and delicate slender wrist looked especially beautiful with the bangle. Beautiful. Xiao Zhong also thought it looked beautiful. Ding Xia's wrist had been bare, which always made him feel uncomfortable. Now it finally looked right. He planned to buy her the peace knot pendant he saw earlier. It would also suit her very well. He would buy it for Sand next time. Dinner. Gong's sister-in-law brought out the yin-yang pot. Xiao Zhong is back. Xiao Zhong helped put the induction cooker on the table. Yeah, just got home. Wash your hands quickly. Dinner is ready. I prepared a lot of dishes today. Gong's sister-in-law nagged while going back to the kitchen. Ding Xia also stood up. Let's go. I'm starving. The 4 of them laid out a full table of dishes. Yellow throat, pork stomach, spicy beef, plate after plate was put out. Not afraid they couldn't finish it all. Xiao Zhong's appetite had grown again recently. No matter how much was cooked, he could eat it all with a straight face. Xiao Zhong, have you grown taller? Ding Xia looked up at Xiao Zhong's slender and rugged jaw. Xiao Zhong lowered his head to look at her. Don't know. I haven't noticed recently. I feel like you've grown taller. When you first came back, I could still see your chin. Now I have to crane my neck to see it. Ding Xia thought about it. With good food and at the age of growth spurt, of course you'll grow taller. Gong's sister-in-law threw the spicy beef and pork stomach into the spicy pot. How come you're not growing fatter? Ding Xia looked at Xiao Zhong's face and slender body worriedly. Do you have worms? Haha, no way. When the height is fully grown, he will naturally gain weight. Auntie Zhuang said with a smile. Ding Xia rubbed her nose and lowered her head to eat. I did gain some weight, Xiao Zhong said in a low voice. I only weighed 110 pounds before. Now I'm up to 130. Ding Xia glanced at him. Better be fatter. It wasn't that she was unhappy seeing him skinny while she was fat. By the way, the new year is coming soon. Sister-in-law, are you going back home with big brother Zhuang or staying here? Ding Shaya suddenly saw the calendar on the side. We promised the kid to buy him new clothes for the new year, Gong's sister-in-law said apologetically. So we can't stay with you for the new year. It's nothing, Ding Shaya smiled at her. You should go home for New Year's after all. I guess I'll let the two brothers stay here for the new year. I don't expect anything from their mother anyway. Ding Shaya added. Whatever you say. Xiao Zhong cooked a lot of dishes and meat into the bowl in front of Ding Sha. Si Lu soon had winter break. He carried his school bag and Xiao Shitu and came to the shop very consciously. Going home and seeing his mother drunk somewhere again. Si Lu expressionlessly tidied up the dirty and messy room, took the sleeping Xiao Shitu and went to the shop. Xiao Shitu ate at the shop every day and had become plump and round, sitting on the side blinking his big watery eyes at people, extremely cute. Si Lu had also grown taller and stronger. He even felt that every day was no longer filled with fatigue, but pleasantness. Early in the morning, he received a parcel in the mail, opened it to see it was a magazine. Xiao Zhong. Editor Hugh sent the magazine. Ding Shaya shouted happily. Xiao Zhong came out from the kitchen. It's here? Yeah. Ding Shaya couldn't wait to look at it with him. The interview about the shop was the opening article, with several photos of food and shop decor, followed by a large amount of text. It included the interview content and home-style recipes prepared by editor Hugh. Ding Shaya read it with great interest. The interview ended with, I don't know how others see it, but to me, this is not just a shop with delicious food, but also a shop full of warmth. The boss and boss's wife are loving. The food is delicious. And life is happy too. I really like this world. Ding Shaya couldn't help but copy this sentence into her notebook. Editor Hugh also attached a handwritten letter, the characters upright and bold, written with a fountain pen. Very ceremonious. Just like the modest and refined man himself. Mr. Xiao, madam. The New Year's approaching, recently very busy. The magazine has been published. Received many calls and letters asking about the shop's address. The shop is clearly very popular. I intend to come again on New Year's Eve, to shoot and interview the family reunion dinner, may I? Hu Chi Line. Ding Shaya handed the letter to Xiao Zhong. Xiao Zhong was a little embarrassed. Sand, your due date is near the end of the year, I'm afraid. Ding Shaya touched her belly, then let's decline. After all, nothing was bigger to her than the baby in her belly. Ding Shaya bought a small oven and followed the recipes on her phone to bake small cookies. Nanjing City was quite a big city. As the end of the year approached, more and more people returned home, so there were fewer people in the city. The small shops that used to be packed were now more relaxed. Xiao Zhong gave Gong's sister-in-law and Zhuang auntie time off so they could go downtown to buy New Year's goods. The two women happily went out with money in hand, while Ding Shaya was still figuring out her butter cookies. Xiao Zhong loosened the soil in the small vegetable garden in the backyard and added a layer of fertilizer, waiting for the soil to be right before planting vegetables. Lifting the thick door curtain between the courtyard and the lobby, a sweet and fragrant smell wafted over. Different from the smell of Chinese dishes, this smell made people think of a quiet and leisurely afternoon, sitting under a sunshade with sweet desserts and a cup of tea next to them. Lying on the lawn and napping away an afternoon felt like a reward. Xiao Zhong walked over to Ding Sha and saw her carefully watching the swelling cookies in the oven. Smells so good. Ding Shaya nodded. I made a lot. I'll give some to sister-in-law and the others later, and if I have time, I'll take some back for Granny Zhong and Uncle Wei. We can eat the rest ourselves. Xiao Zhong cleaned up the mess on her table. Okay, let's go buy small bags when sister-in-law comes back. Ding Shai nodded. Xiao Zhong went to the backyard again. Lately, he had been busy with something, but kept it secret. Ding Shia couldn't even see him at night when they went to bed. Ding Shia frowned. One day, she would find out what he was up to. It was dark when Gong's sister-in-law and Zhuang auntie finally came back, grinning from ear to ear with bags in their hands. It's true the sales before New Year are really cheap. I bought so many things. Gong's sister-in-law's usual tranquil face also showed some brightness. Zhuang auntie rummaged through a plastic bag. Passing by the market, I bought some water spinach. It's not the season, but there was actually fresh water spinach. How strange. But it looked good to me, so I bought some to bring back, said Zhuang auntie with a hearty laugh. Let's wrap dumplings for dinner tonight. They really hadn't eaten dumplings in a long time. Xiao Zhong started making the dough. He loved flour foods and often made dough, so he knew how to make good dough that was smooth and elastic. He covered it and set it aside after kneading. Zhuang auntie went to prepare the filling, rinsing the water spinach without soaking it that would make it lose flavor. She added the right amount of soy sauce, salt and pepper to the pork filling, with some MSG and soy sauce, then a bit of sugar. After mixing it well with her hands and slamming it in the basin until the meat was soft and sticky, she added fried onions and finely chopped ginger. The chopped water spinach was salt-soaked to remove moisture, then added to the meat filling. After mixing evenly, the tempting dumpling filling was ready. Xiaozhong also rolled out the dough into thin strips and small pieces for the wrappers. Thicker in the middle and thinner on the edges, pinch them into one dumpling at a time. The white, plump dumplings sat on the tray. The three of them worked together to wrap them, while Ding Shaya watched. They boiled 3 trays of dumplings in water, with some salt, not even fitting in one pot. The white fat dumplings had thin skins and tender filling. Biting into one, you could see the crisp water spinach inside, like a small meatball. The properly salty and aromatic filling was delicious and addicting. Ding Shaya ate an astonishing 20 or more, making Xiaozhong afraid she ate a whole tray's worth. Gong's sister-in-law spoke proudly. My auntie's dumpling wrapping skill is acclaimed within 10 miles. Ding Shai reluctantly looked at the voraciously eating Xiaozhong. She really couldn't eat any more or she'd feel sick. Auntie, do you want to sell dumplings at the shop after New Year? Ding Shai asked her. I'll give you a chef's salary. Zhuang auntie was surprised for a moment. Is that okay? Of course, Ding Shai smiled. Your dumplings are so delicious. Zhuang auntie agreed without much hesitation. The next day, Uncle Wei brought over a crib on his cart. The light wood grain very soothing to the eye. The crib was also made according to Xiaozhong's design, precise down to the last detail. Uncle Wei had even thoughtfully made the crib base dual purpose, able to stand fixed on the floor or arched up into a rocking crib. Ding Shai loved this crib very much. Uncle Wei had also made many lovely toys, little horses, dragonflies, and bunnies, each vivid and lifelike. He said they were made from leftover materials and worthless, so consider them gifts. But Ding Shaya paid him fully for the crib and toys. Uncle Wei was a little embarrassed accepting it. All right, I won't haggle with you. If you need anything else made in the future, I'll give you a discount. Ding Shaya happily agreed. Uncle Wei happily left, smoking his pipe and pulling his cart. Ding Shaya couldn't bear to part from the little crib and placed it right next to her bed. She couldn't help but imagine little Ping An lying inside playing with his little feet. A counter was placed at the entrance of the shop, filled with all kinds of snacks and pastries Ding Shaya made in her spare time. Customers leaving would be drawn to bring some along. A sprightly old man with white hair walked in with his hands behind his back. His face showed traces of worry as he sat straight on a stool, not bothering to look around. Gong's sister-in-law handed him a menu, but before he could speak, his phone rang. The old man took it out, sighed when he saw the note and answered, Hello? What is it? I'm fine. I'm great. I just went out for a walk. I'll be back soon. After I eat, I'll come back. Don't worry. After a few sentences, he hung up and looked at the very similar father and son photo on the table, shaking his head with a sigh. Sir, what would you like to eat? Let me see. Just get me something simple. The old man flipped through the menu. Do you have noodles? We do, Gong's sister-in-law said. What kind of noodles would you like? The old man looked up at her in surprise. You can make anything? Most common ones we can make. Gong's sister-in-law had no doubts about Xiaozhong's cooking skills. And if that failed, Ding Shaya was still there. The old man's interest was piqued. Anything goes. Not bad. He knitted his brows in thought. Then get me a plate of Zakai noodles. Can you make that? Gong's sister-in-law responded in surprise. We can. Please, wait a moment. The old man used a napkin to wipe the chopsticks from the container, patiently placing them properly, before looking around at the interior design of the shop. The decor and environment were quite nice. The old man looked around but didn't see any oil stains, which satisfied him somewhat. But his expectations for the chef had risen even more. Zakai noodles took skill to make well. He was rather curious to see if this random little shop could really make good Zakai noodles. The old man's face was very kind, as he had aged, and his face was withered. The flesh on his cheeks sagged down a little, like a laughing Maitreya Buddha statue. He looked expectantly at the door curtain where Gong's sister-in-law had just come out, muttering to himself, This fried sauce noodles is exquisite. Authentic old Beijing fried sauce noodles. Eating the noodles is not just about the noodles themselves. It's complicated. Just as he was speaking, Zhuang auntie called Gong's sister-in-law to serve the dishes. Lifting the curtain, Gong's sister-in-law carried a rather large tray and walked out. On the tray were several bowls and dishes. She poured a pot of water for the old man after laying out each dish. Then Gong's sister-in-law went back to the kitchen to do her own thing. The old gentleman couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks first and look at the fried sauce served separately in a bowl. The oil was smooth and fragrant. Wow, green onion and pork fried sauce. Not bad, smells so good. Saying that, he dipped a little with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Delicious. He poured the sauce into the noodle bowl. The noodles were neither too thick nor too thin, and you could tell they were handmade noodles just by looking at them. The neatly arranged side dishes included cucumber shreds, radish shreds, eggs and shrimp, and the essential yellow beans, all of which he dumped into the big noodle bowl and mixed. The old gentleman couldn't wait to pick up a big mouthful and stuff it into his mouth. The meat is fragrant. The green onions are also fragrant, and the sauce is the most fragrant. He ate very boldly, eating with his head down, looking very happy. Gong's sister-in-law couldn't help but lift the curtain and ask Zhuang auntie when she heard the slurping sounds. Let's have fried sauce noodles for dinner tonight too. This old gentleman really seems to enjoy it. Zhuang auntie smiled and said, Xiao still has plenty of sauce left. Go ahead and make noodles for yourself to eat at night. The old gentleman's mouth was full of oil by the time he finally stopped eating. It really was delicious. He called Gong's sister-in-law, little sister. Can I meet the chef here? Gong's sister-in-law scratched her head. Please wait. I'll ask the boss. After she left, the old gentleman waited happily in place. He reckoned that this boss must be a chef with decades of cooking experience. He just didn't know why he would be hiding his identity and running a shop in this small place. Could it be that he had encountered? Eh? The old gentleman was stunned when he saw Xiao Zhong walk out. Xiao Zhong was also a little confused. He heard from Gong's sister-in-law that the old gentleman enjoyed the meal, so why did he suddenly ask to see him? Is there anything wrong with the noodles? Xiao Zhong looked at the neatly arranged empty bowls on the table. Did you find anything unsatisfactory as you ate? Young boss, did you make this noodle? The old man asked in disbelief. In his imagination, a chef with decades of experience had suddenly turned into a handsome young man, and he was a little slow to react. Yes, I made it. Xiao Zhong nodded. Ding Sha also heard the commotion and walked out from the back. What's the matter? Jun? The old gentleman was startled when he saw the girl with a bulging belly. Oh, take it easy, sit down. Xiao Zhong helped her sit down. It's okay. The old gentleman breathed a sigh of relief. I just thought the noodles were authentic and wanted to meet the chef. I thought he would be a fellow townsman and old friend. Didn't expect the young man to be so young. Xiao Zhong was relieved that he didn't come to find him, because there was a problem with the food. As long as you enjoyed the meal, that's good. Young boss, can you make other Beijing dishes? The old gentleman rubbed his hands. I'm too old to travel far, but I still crave the taste. I haven't had such authentic Beijing cuisine in Nanjing. Xiao Zhong thought for a moment. What else would you like? Roast duck, the old gentleman said immediately. Xiao Zhong. The old gentleman reacted and rubbed his hands awkwardly. Or pancakes and crispy pork slices would do too. Best with some rice noodle rolls. Xiao Zhong thought about it. They weren't difficult to make either. Come again another day. I'll make them for you. But with your age, ordering all this fatty meat, aren't you worried about the 3 highs? The old gentleman paused and thought of his wife's reminder at home. Feeling a little guilty, I won't. Eat it all in one day. Xiao Zhong knew exactly what was going on. Okay? Come once every few days. I'll make it for you, but not every day. No problem, no problem. The old gentleman was very happy. Next time I'll bring my wife to come together. The old gentleman paid the bill and left humming happily. Outside, the sky was misty, as if it was going to snow. Seeing people passing by the door coughing and sneezing from the cold, Ding Shaya said worriedly, It's getting colder. Many people have caught colds. Xiao Zhong couldn't help but hug her a little tighter. Well, I'll make some ginger soup with brown sugar and have it ready in the lobby for customers to have a bowl to ward off the chill. Ding Sha touched his forehead. Drink more yourself. Don't get sick. Xiao Zhong held her hand. I won't get sick. I promise you. Ding Sha laughed at him. You say you won't get sick, so you won't get sick? Xiao Zhong also smiled lightly. Yes, what I say goes. By your side, I'll never get sick. According to experience, saying things too confidently will lead to getting slapped in the face. Not a few days after Xiao Zhong said this, he fell ill aggressively. Lying in bed with blurred eyes, a red nose, he couldn't even see clearly. Ding Sha kept watch at his side, not knowing whether to be worried or mock him. The shop closed temporarily. Zhuang auntie was now fully responsible for the meals of several people. With her bulging belly, Ding Shia couldn't even take care of Xiao Zhong. At night, in a muddle-headed state, Xiao asked for water. After sitting up, he couldn't even stand steadily. With great effort, Ding Shaya got up from the bed to pour him water. After drinking a couple sips, Xiao was a little more clear-headed. Seeing Ding Shaya standing there in her pajamas in front of the bed, he asked cold. He lifted the quilt. It's warm inside. Drowsy, Ding Shaya crawled in without thinking anything. Xiao casually put the cup on the bedside table and lay down too, tucking Ding Shaya in and hugging her from behind as he fell asleep. When Ding Shaya woke up, she felt the quilt was warm. Usually every morning when she woke up, the quilt would be icy cold, making her reluctant to get out of bed even if she wanted to. She moved her feet, then moved her arms, before realizing her feet were enveloped by a pair of big feet, and her belly was gently covered by a pair of hands. Her mind blanked for a second, before Ding Shaya realized she was lying in Xiao's bed. As she gradually woke up, her memories also gradually surfaced. She recalled that in her sleepy state last night, she had lain down in the quilt following Xiao's words. At that moment, Ding Shaya really wished she could go back to last night. Having just moved a little, Xiao woke up too. He lifted his hands to help Ding Shaya lie flat. Is this okay? Does it feel too cramped? It's fine, Ding Shaya said. In fact, no matter which position she was in, she felt uncomfortable in late pregnancy. It was just a matter of which affected her less. Xiao still had a bit of a headache. He gently covered his mouth and nose. Let me help you up in a bit. Remember to drink some ginger soup instead of taking medicine. He was a little angry with himself. How could he have hazily allowed such close contact between Ding Shaya and himself? What if he passed the infection to her? When Ding Shaya came out, Gong's sister-in-law had just finished calling Da Zhuang on the phone. Zhuang auntie was watching TV. The female host wearing a shirt on the news channel was reporting today's news with a serious expression. Zhuang auntie quickly moved a stool over with a cushion on it when she saw Ding Shaya come out. You're up? How is Xiao doing? Any better? Much better. His fever's gone down. Ding Shaya sat down. That's good. Want some buns? I made them this morning and they're still warm? Zhuang auntie asked. Sure, I'll have some. Ding Shaya nodded. Zhuang auntie went to get the buns for her, while Gong's sister-in-law let out a sigh. It's got everyone on edge, really scary. What happened? Ding Shaya asked. Well, the news this morning, she said with another sigh. The government is telling us to be more careful. Pay attention to rest and daily hygiene. I was just telling Da Zhuang about it, but he's stubborn as an ox. He got impatient when I told him to take care of himself. How annoying. Zhuang auntie brought out a bowl. Don't argue with him. You'll only get yourself worked up while he remains oblivious that you're angry. That'll just stress you out. Gong's sister-in-law scoffed. I won't bother with him. He can do whatever he wants. Xiao was sleeping inside. He hadn't eaten much for days and had visibly lost weight. Ding Shaya felt sorry, seeing how thin he'd become. She got up and went to take a look in the kitchen. Auntie, did the vegetable seller deliver this morning? They did. I've put everything away, and Zhuang auntie followed her in, going to cook? Ding Shaya nodded. June hasn't been eating these past few days. I'm worried he won't have enough strength and nutrition to recover. Zhuang auntie murmured in agreement. Then leave it to me. I'll cook. Ding Shaya moved to the side to give her space. Cut some pork belly, pig's stomach and chicken. Put it in a pot with scallions, ginger, huangju, and bring it to a boil. Remember to skim off the foam. Cook the chicken for half an hour. The pork belly for about 40 minutes. Pig's stomach takes longer to soften, so cook it for over an hour. Once cooked, take them out and cut into smaller pieces to set aside. Take some ground pork, mix in chopped scallions, ginger, pepper powder, salt, huangju, and a bit of starch and water. Keep stirring it all vigorously in one direction. Oil a plate, squeeze the ground pork into balls and put them on it. Then steam them until cooked. Also steam those shrimp wontons we made last time. Blanch some spinach leaves in boiling water until soft. Put them in the clay pot to line the bottom, along with some soaked glass noodles. Steam some large dried shrimp with huangju and scallions, ginger until cooked through, and add them to the clay pot. Beat 2 eggs into thin sheets, shred them, and put them in as well. This will be so fragrant when it's done, Zhuang auntie remarked as she worked quickly. Light and healthy, perfect for Xiao to recover his strength. Ding Shaya came over to look in the clay pot. Remember to mix everything together evenly later. No problem. Now for the vegetables, cut carrots, bamboo shoots, winter bamboo shoots into strips. Do the same with the mushrooms. Arrange them neatly in rows in the clay pot, along with the prepped meat. Add the steamed meatballs and shrimp wontons. Pour in some seasoned chicken broth. Bring it to a boil with the lid on, then turn the heat down and let it simmer. You can eat straight from the clay pot as it bubbles. It was close to noon by the time everything was ready. Zhuang Auntie remarked with feeling. This meal took so much effort to make, fussy and complicated. But it smells amazing. The aroma alone makes you hungry. Ding Xia took a small bowl with a lid. I'll bring some to Jun. You two go ahead and eat first. Don't wait for me. I'm not hungry. Shi Yaozhong was already sitting up when she opened the door. You cooked? I could smell it. No. I just told Auntie to make it. Ding Xia closed the door and put the bowl on the table. Want to try it? Shi Yaozhong got out of bed, draping a robe around himself. Smells great, mixed clay pot? You sure know your food. Ding Xia smiled. After eating the steaming hot meal, Shi Yaozhong broke out in sweat. Go lie down again. You'll feel better after more rest. Ding Xia hurried him back. Shi Yaozhong had no choice. All right, I'll sleep. But call me if you need anything. I know. Ding Xia watched him get settled before leaving the room. 2 to 3 days later, fewer and fewer people were going out unless necessary. Anyone who did venture out looked anxious. Gong's sister-in-law still called Da Zhuang every day. Seeing how serious things were getting, Da Wang obediently reported his status daily. Zhuang Auntie watched the news on time. Heavens, still so bad even with New Year's coming. How awful. The busiest places now were likely pharmacies and hospitals. Word was doctors and nurses were run off their feet without even breaks. Sister-in-law, why don't you two go back home tomorrow? Ding Xia figured they must be anxious to return. Go back for what? I wouldn't feel right leaving you and Shi Yaozhong alone here. Zhuang Auntie glared at her. It'd be one thing during normal times, but this is an extraordinary period. You two shouldn't be without someone here. I'm not going back either, Gong's sister-in-law said. It's safer to stay put. Going anywhere makes me nervous. Ding Xia didn't try persuading them further since they were right. Luckily, Jun's fever had gone down the past few days, though he was still a bit under the weather without needing hospitalization. Zhuang Auntie checked the time. Oh dear, time to start on dinner again when I don't have any appetite at all. Each day, it's just cooking on schedule without much else going on. Luckily, we have the yard here, or I'd go crazy cooped up. What should we eat tonight? Gong's sister-in-law asked with a smile. With so much free time lately, Zhuang Auntie had even pondered roasting lamb legs in the small yard. Let's just whip up whatever. I see everyone online has been making hot and sour soup lately. Why don't we try that too? Let's do it. I'll leave it to you. Gong's sister-in-law also had little interest in eating. Eating without moving around was causing her to gain weight. All right, on it. Zhuang Auntie hadn't gotten up yet when she saw Ding Xia's expression shift. What's wrong, Xia? Ding Xia had felt a bit uncomfortable since getting up that morning. She'd noticed on and off abdominal pain since the afternoon. Just then, she suddenly felt a warm liquid flow down her leg. She recalled the doctor and midwife's reminders during her prenatal exams, and her face paled. I think my water broke. Gong's sister-in-law jumped up in shock. My water broke? Zhuang Auntie hurried over, lifted up her skirt. Let me take a look. After a while, she looked up. Cuillère, call 120. The amniotic fluid broke. Gong's sister-in-law's face was as white as paper. This. She hurried to open her phone and dialed 120, but was busy for a long time. What should we do now? Can't get through. She was anxiously pacing around. Whether it was psychological or not, after hearing from Zhuang Auntie that her water indeed broke, Ding Xia suddenly felt the pain become more pronounced. She was shaking from the pain. Sister-in-law, take my phone and go. There is a doctor's number for the maternity hospital in my phone. Call her. Oh, I'll go right away. Gong's sister-in-law hurriedly ran to Ding Xia's bedroom. Xia, don't be nervous. Zhuang Auntie held Ding Xia's hand to comfort her. Perhaps because she was overly nervous, Ding Xia started bleeding. Shi Yaozhong saw Gong's sister-in-law rush in with a pale face and sweat beading on her forehead. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Did something happen? Is Xia's phone here? Gong's sister-in-law didn't have time to explain. It's over there. Shi Yaozhong pointed to the bedside table. What happened? After Gong's sister-in-law took the phone, she hurried out. Hearing Shi Yaozhong's question, she trembled a little. Little Xiao, Xia's water broke. Shi Yaozhong was like being hit on the head with a club. It's not the due date yet. He got up from the bed. Gong's sister-in-law hurriedly stopped him. Don't come out, little Xiao. You are still isolating. What if Xia gets sick too? Xiao Zhong froze in place, blinking as if digesting Gong's sister-in-law's words. I can't go out. Xiao Zhong, who was always opinionated and seemed impossible to stump, for the first time in front of her was like a helpless child, with red-rimmed eyes asking her. Then what should I? He wanted to ask what he could do. He wanted to ask what he should do. He wanted to ask how Sha was. But when it came to his lips, he didn't know how to ask. Gong's sister-in-law felt a little heartache. I and Auntie will definitely take good care of Sha. Don't worry too much. She closed the door and left. In fact, she was not confident in her heart either. All the hospitals were overcrowded, and just knowing that emergency calls could not get through showed how difficult the hospital situation was. Ding Shaya took the phone and took deep breaths while dialing the doctor's number. She dialed several times, but no one answered. She must be busy, Ding Shah said, still continuously dialing. At the maternity hospital, a little nurse ran to the doctor who had just come out of the ward. Dr. Liu, your phone has been ringing for a long time. Dr. Liu was drenched in sweat, looking rather tired. Who was calling? The little nurse said, It seems to be a pregnant woman, probably one you did prenatal exams for before. Dr. Liu paused, having a bad premonition in her heart. Has it been ringing non-stop? Ringing non-stop. The little nurse nodded. Dr. Liu walked briskly back to the office, opened the drawer, and saw a series of missed calls on her phone. Before she could call back, the phone rang again. She immediately picked up. Hello? This is Liu Lai speaking. Dr. Liu, this is Ding Shaya. Ding Shah breathed a sigh of relief. My water broke. Dr. Liu knew the situation she least wanted to see had happened. How are you now? Are you having contractions? Dr. Liu quickly asked some questions and had the little nurse check the situation in the delivery room and wards. Now all medical resources were scarce. She couldn't guarantee Ding Shah could come and give birth as smoothly as before. It's been painful since this morning. Ding Shah endured the pain to report her condition to her. Take it easy. Breathe deeply. Don't panic, Dr. Liu soothed. Is there anyone with you? If so, pass the phone to them. Yes. My sister-in-law and auntie are here. Ding Shah handed the phone to Zhuang auntie. Hello, doctor. Zhuang auntie took the call. How is the pregnant woman's condition now? Dr. Liu immediately asked some questions. Zhuang auntie answered them one by one. Finally, covering the phone, she whispered, Doctor, Sha is bleeding. Dr. Liu was shocked. Bleeding? This situation couldn't be delayed any longer. Delaying further would be bad for both the child and mother. Dr. Liu made a decisive decision. Can you find a car? Take precautions. Come to the hospital immediately. Zhuang auntie was stunned for a moment. The only one who could drive was still isolating in bed. Auntie? Ding Shah saw her glance back. What's wrong? Dr. Liu said to go to the hospital now. Wang auntie replied. But, little Xio. Ding Shah gritted her teeth. She could feel the pain becoming more frequent and prolonged. The physical pain and wetness made her fearful every moment. She had to safely deliver this child. Ding Shah gritted her teeth. I'll drive. What? Gong's sister-in-law exclaimed. How can that be? You're about to give birth. There's no other way. There's not a car on the street. Now, even if people are unwilling to run to the hospital. Ding Shah leaned on the table to stand up. We have to hurry. I can't hold on much longer. Sha. Xiao Zhong's voice came from behind the curtain. I'm fine. Ding Shah tried to keep her voice relaxed. I'm just going to have the baby, to bring little Pinguin into this world safely. I. Xiao Zhong really wanted to say, I'll go with you. I'll take you there. We'll go together. He imagined countless times being by Ding Shah's side in the delivery room as she gave birth. He thought about kissing Ding Shah when the child was born, telling her the child would always rank second in his heart. She was number one. But now he couldn't even step out this door. He couldn't take her to the hospital, couldn't be with her. He had abandoned her alone again at such a helpless moment. Ding Shah leaned on her belly and walked to the curtain. Didn't open it. Just gently said, be good. Wait for me and little Pinguin to come back safely. When I get back, make me sweet potato noodles, okay? I really want to eat it. Okay. Xiao Zhong's voice was choked with sobs as he agreed. Then I'm going now, Ding Shah said. See you soon. Gong's sister-in-law took the car keys, and Zhuang auntie gathered everything needed at top speed, dumping it all into a large bag and throwing it into the back seat. Ding Shah buckled her seatbelt. Luckily, it's not far. She endured the increasingly obvious and intense pain. Soon, her inner thighs and legs were completely soaked through her thermal pants, and the car seats were soaked in blood. Gong's sister-in-law was so anxious her eyes were red. The streets were empty. Ding Shaya drove with difficulty towards the maternity hospital. At the hospital entrance, fully equipped Dr. Liu and little nurse were anxiously waiting with a gurney. Is the delivery room and ward ready? We were able to clear a delivery room for 1 hour, but couldn't get a ward, the little nurse said helplessly. The hallways are all filled with patients too. Dr. Liu thought for a moment. Push her to my office then. It can't be anywhere else. Hope this delivery goes smoothly. Dr. Liu tried to ignore the lingering unease in her heart. Soon the car arrived. As soon as the car stopped, Dr. Liu went up to it. Where's the pregnant woman? Where is she? Ding Shawa undid her seatbelt and opened the door. I'm here. Dr. Liu was shocked. You drove the car? She hurriedly worked with the others to lift Ding Shaya onto the gurney. Ding Shaya stuffed the blood-stained bank card into Gong's sister-in-law's hand. There's 20,000 yuan in this card. The password is 622,627. Ask June for more if it's not enough. Her hand went limp as soon as she finished speaking. Seeing this, Dr. Liu hurriedly pushed her into the hospital. The pregnant woman has fainted. Dr. Liu. The fetal position is abnormal. The midwife was already stationed in the delivery room, so as soon as Ding Shaya was pushed in, she began examining her condition. Dr. Liu's heart skipped a beat. Did you find her medical records? The little nurse took out a thick medical file. Got it. Her last prenatal exam before the flu was still normal. Then the change must have happened in the past few months. Dr. Liu felt Ding Shaya's belly. Prepare for a C-section. Her husband didn't come. He's quarantining at home. The little nurse looked embarrassed. There are her employees outside. Do the routine checks first. Get in line. Dr. Liu didn't stop working. Prepare the ultrasound and fetal heart monitor. Her water broke early, Dr. Liu said. If we drag on too long, the baby will suffocate. Yes. The midwife and nurse responded in unison. They knew the severity of the situation and immediately started busying themselves. Gong's sister-in-law and Zhuang auntie waited anxiously in the crowded hallway, dripping with sweat. Gong's sister-in-law's phone rang. It was Xiao Zhong calling. Hello? Xiao Zhong. Don't worry. She's already been taken into the delivery room. Dr. Liu and the others are all there, Gong's sister-in-law hurried to reassure him. Xiao Zhong was anxiously pacing around at home. His hands and lips were trembling. He didn't dare imagine what Ding Shaya looked like, giving birth in the delivery room. Hearing Gong's sister-in-law's words calmed him down a little, but he still repeatedly urged, Call me if anything comes up. Okay. Gong's sister-in-law simply didn't hang up the phone, keeping it in hand for convenience in talking to Xiao Zhong. The doctors and midwives were running around, so busy that their protective goggles fogged up. Finally, all the checks were completed. Dr. Liu shook her head and wiped away the stinging sweat from her eyelashes. The baby is in an abnormal position. We have to do a C-section now, Dr. Liu told Gong's sister-in-law in the fastest speed. We have to get the baby out as soon as possible. Her water broke already. The baby could suffocate at any time. Dr. Liu's words were relayed word for word into Xiao Zhong's ears over the phone. He hurriedly shouted, Doctor! Dr. Liu. Gong's sister-in-law handed the phone to Dr. Liu. Hello? This is Liu Lai. Dr. Liu, I'm Ding Sha's husband, Xiao Zhong said urgently. Record what I'm about to say. I entrust Ding Shaya's care to you. If anything happens, you must save Ding Shaya. He could do without the child, but he couldn't be without Ding Sha. The family he envisioned required Ding Sha. All right. I understand. Dr. Liu was startled for a moment, but rest assured, if we can save both the mother and child, we will definitely do our best. After saying this, she went into the delivery room. Xiao Zhong didn't say anything more. He sat on a stool with his heart pounding violently, his mind thundering as if struck by lightning. His whole body convulsed as if electrically shocked. He was afraid. Ding Shaya lay unconscious on the operating table, an IV drip inserted in her arm, connected to various medical devices. Dr. Liu looked at the midwife. Let's begin. The midwife nodded and exposed Ding Sha's belly. The operation commenced. The little nurse concentrated at the ready, closely monitoring the equipment and patient's status. Gong's sister-in-law and Zhuang auntie tightly clasped hands as they stared at the delivery room door. One after another, gurneys draped in white sheets were wheeled past them. Gong's sister-in-law knew they bore the departed. Grief-stricken families followed behind. The crowded hallway couldn't contain the highs and lows of humanity. Gong's sister-in-law couldn't help but wipe away some tears. Zhuang auntie grabbed her hand. Don't cry. Be careful of infection. Gong's sister-in-law sighed. I just feel... Sigh. It's too difficult. How did it come to this? The red light at the delivery room door remained lit. I see the baby, the midwife said. Not good, the umbilical cord is wrapped around its neck. Dr. Li O frowned. Get the baby out as quickly as possible. Yes. The midwife immediately started working. Doctor, the mother's heart rate and blood pressure are rapidly dropping. Push epinephrine, Dr. Li O ordered. Yes. The little nurse nimbly injected it into the IV. It's eased. The speed still needs to increase, Dr. Li O said. It's faster now. The midwife was also anxious. Doctor. Save my wife? She just gave birth to our baby. How could she be gone just like that? A grief-stricken man burst out from some corner, rushing towards the delivery room. Gong's sister-in-law was startled and hurried to block him. You can't go in. A baby is being delivered inside. The man pushed her away. I don't care who's giving birth. I only know the doctor has to go save my wife right now. Zhuang auntie also came over to stop him. How can you be like this? Go find another doctor. Get lost. The man was still trying to get into the delivery room. Zhuang auntie firmly dragged him back. I won't let you in. For a time, they were at an impasse. The people in the corridor watched this commotion numbly, no longer caring about their own well-being, let alone someone else's life or death. Not long after, an elderly woman came over crying. To hell! Let's go! Bring your wife home. I won't leave. Xiao Yan still has a chance. I want a doctor to save Xiao Yan. The man refused. Da-ha-ho, the woman scolded. Xiao Yan was a good doctor her whole life. Do you really want to torment her spirit by causing a ruckus even after she passed? Gong's sister-in-law was startled. A doctor? The woman came over, pulling the now unresisting, sobbing man along. Sorry about that. My son just can't accept his wife's passing. Gong's sister-in-law stood up, somewhat stunned. Your daughter-in-law was a doctor? Yes. She was a doctor. She came back to work just days after giving birth. I guess her fate wasn't good. She was infected. Her health was weak. She didn't make it. The woman wiped some tears. The woman led Dahayo away. Gong's sister-in-law suddenly felt chilled to the bone. For the first time, she clearly realized how cruel this flu epidemic was. Auntie, after this is over, Gong's sister-in-law suddenly said, let's go home and get a good sleep. Oh, all right. Zhuang auntie also had complex feelings. Inside the delivery room. The baby is out. The midwife excitedly announced. Is it cleaned up? How's the baby? Dr. Li O asked. Everything normal. Begin suturing. Dr. Li U also breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Li U. The little nurse suddenly pointed to a machine. The mother's situation has worsened again. Keep pushing epinephrine. Dr. Li O frowned. The little nurse immediately administered it. No good. The little nurse saw the numbers continuing to drop precipitously. Dr. Li U's heart sank to the bottom. Prepare emergency procedures. Call people over to help. Dr. Li U. Massive bleeding. The midwife suddenly exclaimed. What's going on? Dr. Li O shouted anxiously. Placental adhesion. The midwife's expression was not good. I'll order blood products. You go to the blood bank, Dr. Li O told the little nurse. First try manual removal. If that doesn't work, we'll have to consider hysterectomy. After taking the order form, the little nurse quickly ran out. Gong's sister-in-law hurriedly asked, Nurse, how is my Dean Shah? The little nurse had no time to say anything. The doctor will be out soon. The little nurse ran off. Gong's sister-in-law was extremely uneasy. Dr. Li O came out. The mother is bleeding heavily. Worst case, we'll have to remove the uterus. Gong's sister-in-law couldn't make the decision. Hands trembling, she called Xiao Zhong and told him about it. Xiao Zhong didn't hesitate. I consent. As long as Dean Shia's life is saved. The sun outside was bright and warm. The shadows of the trees swayed gently. Passers-by walked hurriedly, clutching their books and chasing after each other, eager to make it to class before the bell rang for roll call. Dean Shia sat by the bright, clean, floor-to-ceiling window, reluctantly closing the exquisitely printed copy of Zong Qiji in her hands. She touched her short hair and sighed. I'd love to try this someday. Too bad I don't know how to cook. Putting the book back on the shelf, Dean Shia glanced at her watch and slowly walked to the library entrance. It's almost noon. What should I eat? Just as she was pondering this, a round-faced girl with curly hair called out to her from the library entrance, waving her hand. Sha. Let's go. Time for lunch. When Ding Sha looked up and saw her, she smiled. Coming. She jogged over for a couple of steps, then stopped abruptly. Wait, who was she again? Why couldn't Ding Sha remember her name? Seeing her stop, the girl walked over unhappily and pulled Ding Sha along out the door, saying, Hurry up, or the snack street will be crowded again. I don't want to wait in line in this hot weather. Ding Sha was confused for a moment, but the inexplicable feeling soon disappeared. What was she just thinking about? Being pulled along, Ding Sha shook her head to dismiss the random thoughts and gave a smile. All right, let's go quickly then. Many passing students smiled and greeted them as they walked. The girl also responded enthusiastically, waving her hand. Going for lunch. So many delicious snacks on Snack Street. Aren't you going to class? You'll be late. There's roll call today. What's wrong with Sha? She looks fine to me. Ding Sha hesitated. Were they really so popular? Approaching the school gate, Ding Sha habitually turned left, but the girl grabbed her. Sha? Where are you going? Didn't we agree to go to Snack Street for lunch? Why are you going that way? We're not. Going to Snack Street? Ding Sha was also confused as she pointed left. But Snack Street is on the right. The girl pointed right, puzzled. Sha, did you read yourself, silly? Ding Sha was taken aback. The right side. Why did she feel they should go left? The girl pulled Ding Sha along to the right. Let's go. I told you reading too much made you silly. You need to get out more often, especially to go eat with me. Ding Sha couldn't help but glance back at the left road. A sense of discomfort suddenly welled up in her heart. The snack street was crowded with people, lively and bustling. The girl happily squeezed into the crowd, saying, Phew! Luckily the stuff I love to eat doesn't have long lines yet. Otherwise I'd be so annoyed. Oh, right. I just got my allowance. Sha, what do you want? My treat. Breathing in the aroma in the air, Ding Sha also felt a little hungry. She looked around and pointed at the Chinese restaurant nearby. How about we just order a couple dishes? How can you just eat that coming to Snack Street? The girl exclaimed. You have to eat all kinds of snacks. Ding Sha responded in understanding. Then, do you want to eat potato sticks? Wolf Fang potato. The girl's sharp eyes spotted the potato stand run by an old woman at the roadside, and she dragged Ding Sha over. Granny. 1 serving of sweet, sour, and spicy, please. The old woman nimbly prepared a serving of potato sticks, the portion quite big. Ding Sha picked up a skewer and took a bite. The potato skin wasn't crispy enough. The inside wasn't soft enough. The seasoning was too strong. Too much soy sauce. As Ding Sha ate, she was startled. How did she know? She tentatively took another bite, and these issues naturally surfaced in her mind again. But she didn't even know how to cook. What's wrong, Sha? The girl shook her strangely. You're really weird today. It's nothing. Though the bizarre feeling in Ding Sha's heart grew stronger. Do you want red bean cake? The girl pointed at a nearby cart. Sure. Ding Sha said this, but her eyes were looking at the chestnut cakes beside it. I feel like I've made chestnut cake before, Ding Sha murmured hesitantly. Don't be silly. When have you ever cooked, Sha? We grew up together and I don't know anything about it, the girl said with a laugh. Ding Sha looked around at the crowds. The strange sense of displacement grew stronger. Ding Sha glanced at the reflective glass to the side, which showed an ordinary face. Did she look like this? It seemed so unfamiliar. Ding Sha turned to the girl beside her. What was her name? Was this really her college? Where was this street? And where was the snack street in her memories? Egg soup. Assorted hot pot. Shredded potatoes. Braised mutton. Rocking chair. Crib. Camphor tree. In Ding Sha's mind, countless images and memories intertwined. She started sprinting towards that first left road. Her instincts told her what she wanted was there. What she wanted to know was there. The shadows of people and vendors' shouts behind her froze and glitched out in an instant. Jagged black shadows pixelated out at the edges. The world stopped rotating like a card slideshow. All the people frozen thin and false like paper cutouts. Panting, Ding Sha stopped where she felt she should. It was a small, antique-looking shop. The signboard was blurred by cobwebs and hard to make out. The entrance was set slightly more inward than the other shops, with a tall, aged camphor tree next to it, towering and swaying unsteadily as it dropped leaves. Without hesitation, Ding Shia reached out and pushed open the door. It opened. She went inside. The furniture within was disordered and dilapidated, covered in thick layers of dust without any signs of life. Yet Ding Shia felt she'd seen it in another state before. Alive and vibrant. In the blur, she heard someone speaking. Dr. Li Wu. The mother's heart has stopped. Keep going. Don't stop. Who was talking? Ding Shia couldn't make it out clearly. The voices faded away as Ding Shia pushed open the back door. A stretch of lush green hills. A shabbily dressed but bright-eyed little boy was burying his head in his lap, weeping sorrowfully. Ding Shia couldn't help but go over. What's wrong? The little boy lifted his tear-stained face. Sha, where are you? Seeing that familiar face, Ding Shia's eyes widened in an instant, as if struck in the heart. He was Xiao Zhong. Ding Shia clutched her head and crouched down, memories flashing non-stop through her mind, like a movie on fast forward. She seemed to be watching many chaotic scenes. The little boy continued wailing loudly. Sha. Don't leave me. Ding Shia clutched her chest and looked up. In the delivery room, the monitor showed the patient's vitals slowly climbing back up. The nurse cried out joyfully. She's back! Dr. Li Wu! She's back. She hurriedly continued her work, while sneaking a glance at the patient's face. On the operating table, the barely conscious Ding Shia cracked open her eyes. When Ding Shia really woke up, Xiao Zhong no longer needed to be isolated. She lay in the ward that Dr. Li Wu had worked so hard to get for her, and with great effort opened her eyes a little. Xiao Zhong was keeping watch at her bedside, his exposed eyes full of red veins. He looked haggard beyond words. You're awake. After a long pause, Xiao Zhong said softly. Ding Shia murmured gently. You scared me. Xiao Zhong squatted in front of the bed and held her hand against his face. I waited for you for a long time at home. But you didn't come. I thought you didn't want me anymore. How could that be? Ding Shia smiled weakly. I stewed a big pot of pork trotter soup, waiting for you to eat it all up. Xiao Zhong tenderly stroked her pale, bloodless cheeks. I had a dream, said Ding Shia, vaguely holding Xiao Zhong's hand in return. What kind of dream was it? Xiao Zhong leaned over and rested beside her pillow to listen to her speak. It was quite nice in the dream. Ding Shia couldn't help but think back to that dream. Except you weren't in it. None of this was in it. Everything here, the dream didn't have it. Ding Shia smiled slightly. She used to be an orphan without parents, introverted in character, with few friends. She had long hair and delicate features and could make very tasty food. Later, she was a 3-month pregnant woman with a lover of unknown whereabouts, beautiful, long, dark hair, and a heavenly complexion, who could still make very tasty food. Ding Shia couldn't help but think. Was that contrasting dream trying to remind her in every way that someone was waiting for her to wake up quickly? Fortunately, you chose the world with me in it, said Xiao Zhong. Ding Shia smiled at him, then closed her eyes drowsily. Leafing through the extra memories in her mind, Ding Shia still had many guesses she wanted to prove. The memories contained more details. She remembered how she and Xiao Zhong found that little village to live in, and also the kind of night when they shyly kept silent. She remembered every promise Xiao Zhong had made to her. She also remembered the complicated yet determined look in the youth's eyes when Xiao Zhong finally appeared that day. She remembered how hot and passionate the young man's gaze was, containing all the love he had gambled on her. The existence of these memories undoubtedly confirmed her identity. She was Ding Shia. There had only ever been one Ding Shia. She couldn't help but feel gleeful yet puzzled. Why did she go to another world and become an entirely new identity? And why did she return to this world? Leaving those questions aside, didn't this mean she could now wholeheartedly like Xiao Zhong? Ding Shia readily abandoned everything about that other world. As someone who had always been a loner, she had nothing to be nostalgic for. On the contrary, everything in this world made her heart race. She loved the sun rising early every day. She loved the tall old scholar tree at the door. She loved how especially bright the stars and moon were at night. She loved the lively hubbub and the scent of worldly affairs. And most of all, she loved her little family. She loved Xiao Zhong. Wrinkled little Ping-An was remembered by his mom and dad for the first time. Gong's sister-in-law carried him over for them to see. He's a healthy, sturdy little boy. Little Ping-An was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. Xiao Zhong took a look as a new dad. He was just as curious as the child can. I hold him? Of course you can, said Gong's sister-in-law, carefully placing the child in his arms and showing him step by step how to hold a baby. Xiao Zhong's heart softened. All the worries and unease evaporated in this moment. He really had a family of his own now. Look, does he look more like you or me? Xiao Zhong passed the child to Ding Xia. Can't really tell, but I feel he'll look like you, said Ding Xia after peering at him for some time. No matter how she looked at him, he seemed just like a little red monkey. All right, I'll take him back after you've seen him enough. Babies need lots of sleep, said Gong's sister-in-law, taking the child back. Xiao Zhong tucked Ding Xia's quilt corners in. I asked the doctor. Generally after a cesarean section, you can be discharged after about a week. But because of your special circumstances, you'll need to stay in hospital under observation for a month. Xiao Zhong paused for a moment. But don't worry, I'll keep you company. Ding Xia nodded with a smile. When Ding Xia had recovered enough to be able to sit up, with the doctor and nurse's permission, Xiao Zhong went home and brought back a bucket of pork trotter soup, because Ding Xia shouldn't have dipping sauce due to her condition. He'd only brought soup. But Ding Xia still enjoyed it very much. The pork trotters were soft and tender, silky smooth, melting in the mouth, with delicious, mushy broad beans extremely satisfying with each mouthful. I stewed lots more. I'll bring you some again tomorrow, said Xiao Zhong, as usual, picking up the bottom of her bowl. Ding Xia used to feel awkward about this, but now it would suddenly give her a sweet feeling, making her heart race. Ding Xia. Ding Xia? Xiao Zhong waved his hand in front of her eyes. Since realizing she was Ding Xia would often unconsciously stare at Xiao Zhong, utterly absorbed. Huh? What is it? Ding Xia acted as if nothing had happened. Xiao Zhong looked at her suspiciously and frowned. What are you daydreaming about? Nothing. Don't tell me you're so dazzled by looking at me. Xiao Zhong suddenly had a brainwave. Cough, cough, cough. Ding Xia was shocked. No, I wasn't. Xiao Zhong's mouth curled up slightly, and he didn't question her further. But the next time Ding Xia stared at him in a daze, Xiao Zhong didn't call out to her. Ding Xia recovered very quickly, and after just 20 days, Dr. Li Yu happily told her she could be discharged. Xiao Zhong handled the discharge procedures for her and took her back to their little home. I haven't been back for so long, said Ding Xia, standing at the door with emotion. Her belly was still a little swollen and hadn't completely gone back to normal. Xiao Zhong came over, holding the baby, with Gong's sister-in-law and Zhuang auntie carrying a pile of things. You can finally go home, said Gong's sister-in-law, also feeling complicated emotions. We actually spent New Year's in hospital. Now spring's almost here already. The situation's better now. After some more time passes, I'll give sister-in-law and auntie some time off, said Ding Xia with a smile looking back. She had been in hospital for quite a long time, nearly spending all of the new year there. Xiao Zhong had already prepared everything needed in the bedroom. The baby cot was not too far from his bed. Ding Xia touched the baby cot. Isn't the cot a bit too far from me? It's not far. He can just cry out in the night and I can reach him easily. You should rest well, said Xiao Zhong, who was taking out things like wet wipes they would need. Ding Xia smiled slightly with pursed lips. Little Ping and lay in his little bed, staring wide-eyed at his surroundings. He had grown a bit bigger now, no longer just a monkey bottom. Instead, all fair and tender, not prone to crying, like a little angel. And he was as cute as jade snow. Everyone who saw him couldn't help sighing at the importance of genes. Ding Xia ate her mother-in-law's pork trotter soup for a whole week, eating it until she couldn't stand the sight of trotters. I can't eat anymore. I can't eat anymore. Let's switch to something else. Ding Xia hastily waved her hands when she saw Xiao Zhong carrying a sandpot. This made Xiao Zhong laugh. It's not trotters, it's egg with brown sugar. Ding Xia heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not trotters. I really feel nauseous from eating so much. Xiao Zhong laughed. All right. Only then did Ding Xia cheer up. The TV kept broadcasting news reports until little Ping grew a bit bigger again, able to babble bubbles and crying wah wah when he wanted milk. Finally, the news announced that a vaccine had been successfully developed. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Gradually, more people appeared on the streets, and the icy cold streets finally had some vitality again. The small shops still couldn't open for business. Every day, Ding Xia would stand in the shop, holding little Ping An, looking outside through the glass, gently singing lullabies to him. Little Ping An was very well behaved, always staring curiously at everything, only occasionally crying out when hungry. Gong's sister-in-law and Zhuang auntie had gone back home. Ding Xia started seeking help every day by phoning people as she learned day by day to take care of the baby alone. Xiao Zhong came in holding the phone. Ding Shaya. The landlord said he wants to transfer the house. Transfer it? Ding Shaya carefully held little Ping and turned around. So sudden? Yeah, I think so too. Xiao Zhong was idly studying wood carving. Thinking of carving a little cat for little Ping, and what do you think? If we can, let's pool some money together to buy this place. If not, it's a good time to find another place. Ding Shaya thought for a moment. They hadn't lived here for long, barely a year. Many items in the house were newly bought, so moving now would be somewhat wasteful. Can we talk to the landlord? Ding Shaya said. She quite liked this place. I'll call the agent back. Xiao Zhong brushed the wood shavings off himself. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook it. Let me do it. You take little Ping An and play in the yard for a bit. Ding Shaya hadn't cooked for a long time and was itching to do it again. Xiao Zhong smiled and agreed. He also missed Ding Shaya's cooking a lot. Ding Shaya wrapped little Ping An in a small blanket and saw him blinking his bright, innocent eyes as he looked around curiously. She couldn't resist going over to kiss his little cheeks. Oh, I just can't resist kissing him. Even though it's not good, how can my son be so cute? Ding Shaya held little Ping An and slowly spun around to amuse him. Xiao Zhong stood by the table with a smile, watching the mother and child. After enough affection, Ding Shaya reluctantly put the child in Xiao Zhong's arms. Then she went into the kitchen and took out a yellow feathered chicken to thaw. Although it's best to use a hen that has never laid eggs, they would have to make do with what they had. Ding Shaya flicked her thumb over the knife, satisfied to find the blade was sharply honed. She flipped the chicken over and decisively sliced down the spine. She was going to completely debone the chicken. Ding Shaya waved the shining knife, skillfully severing the chicken legs and wings in a few snips. Then she sliced off the chicken breast, removing all meat from the carcass. She also cut out the bones from the legs and wings. Chopping the meat into bite-sized chunks, she added yellow wine, salt, pepper, cornstarch, and a bit of egg white to coat the meat. She soaked dried lily flowers, pinching them into small blossoms. After soaking and allowing them to expand for 3-5 minutes, she fished them out to set aside. Ding Shaya carefully lowered the seasoned chicken chunks into the lily water, without disturbing them, allowing the meat to slowly cook into little spheres. Once cooked, she removed any scum with cool water. Ding Shaya carefully carried a large purple clay steamer from a deep cabinet. This was custom made for her last year by an artisan. She first placed the chicken and lily flowers into the steamer, sprinkled with goji berries, scallion, and ginger slices. She mixed yellow wine, salt, pepper into hot water as broth stock. Pouring the stock into the steamer placed over a water bath, wrapped in a towel. She started the fire to braise. After about an hour and a half, the formerly imperial cuisine of steamed chicken and lily flower soup was ready. Xiao Zhong held little Ping An in the yard, squatting to look at his amateurish wood carvings. Pointing to a short-legged carving barely recognizable as an animal, he said, "Son, this is a little horse." Pointing to a fat duck-like carving, he said, "This is a white swan. When you're older, Mom will tell you the story of the ugly duckling turning into a beautiful swan." Ding Shaya came out from the kitchen to mock him. Don't give Ping An the wrong ideas. What if he grows up unable to recognize real horses and swans? Xiao Zhong frowned, examining them closely. Are they that bad? I think they're all right. The more I look, the more appealing they become. Ding Shaya went over, cupping his face and peering at him seriously. Still so young, yet your eyesight is already failing? Xiao Zhong unconsciously made an extremely cute pout, a rare childishness. Ding Shaya's heart stirred, lightly leaning in to peck his cheek. Xiao Zhong was startled, his gaze instantly turning gentle and lingering. Unable to resist, he chased after where Ding Shaya's lips had left, finding her red lips. Ding Shaya noticed his intention. Blushing slightly, she tilted away just a little, though her actions seemed acquiescent. Indeed, she didn't actually want to evade him. Little Ping An in his arms curiously watched as his young father earnestly and ardently kissed his pretty, gentle mother. The youthful mother's ears were as red as the setting sun. The steamer in the kitchen loudly announced it was done. Ding Shaya hurriedly got up, somewhat flustered as she tightly grasped her clothes. The food is ready. Wash your hands and get ready to eat." She tidied her hair and returned to the kitchen. Xiao Zhong licked his lips, his gaze full of predatory laughter. Little Ping An fussily stretched out an arm, seemingly wanting his father's attention. Xiao Zhong gently placed the soft little limb back into the swaddle. "Let's go, son. Time for dinner." That night, Ding Shaya tidied up the bed. Xiao Zhong came in toweling his hair dry. He saw his original bed by the window was stripped, just a bare frame left. Sha. Xiao Zhong went to Ding Xiao's side, first teasing little Ping and until he giggled before asking, "Where's my bed?" "Sleep here from now on," Ding Xiao pointed to her original bed. "Last night Ping and nearly tumbled off the bed. Scared me half to death. You sleep on the outer side to block him." Ding Xiao struggled to rewrap the fussy baby. "Why do you love moving around so much, sweetheart? You nearly gave Mom a heart attack." Xiao Zhong nodded. With her hair clipped up, disobedient strands would pop out whenever Ding Xiao leaned over, the whole updo looking precarious. Xiao Zhong reached over to take it out and redo it for her properly. "The agent said the landlord is coming over tomorrow to meet and discuss with us face to face. How much do you think we'll need to buy this place?" Ding Xiao couldn't help but ask. "Xiao," Zhong said, "conservatively estimated, at least 2 million will be needed to purchase it. Do we have enough?" Ding Xiao worried a lot. She'd thought they could slowly improve their lives, yet it seemed they still had to start from nothing. "Don't worry, let's try asking the landlord for installments. If not, we can apply for a loan as a last resort." Xiao Zhong had already been thinking up contingency plans the whole afternoon. Ding Xiao sighed. "Let's see how the landlord responds tomorrow before deciding." The next day, the earliest riser was little Ping An. He looked left and right, finding his parents still fast asleep. The little guy frowned and went feft. Xiao Zhong was barely awake when he caught a whiff of something foul. He awoke from his dream with a resigned sigh. Seeing Ding Xiao about to get up next to him, and little Ping and blinking at him all innocent, he sighed again and carried the boy to the bathroom to change his diaper. The landlord came very early, right after breakfast. Xiao Zhong was tirelessly trying to teach little Ping and to speak. "Come on, say mama, mama." Xiao Zhong held little Ping An, pacing around the living room. Ding Xiao was watching her phone, catching up on a TV drama that updated last night. Knock, knock, knock. A plump, expensively dressed old lady knocked on the door. Xiao Zhong opened it. "Yes?" The old lady showed him the chat with the agent on her phone. "I'm the landlord here. I heard you wanted to discuss the house, so I came over." Xiao Zhong welcomed her in to sit down. Ding Xiao brought over hot water. The old lady looked at the baby in his arms. "What a well-behaved darling and so handsome." Xiao Zhong held his little hand. "Come on, Ping An, say thank you to Grandma." Little Ping An obediently smiled. The old lady played with him a bit before getting down to business. "My asking price for this place is 2.3 million, payable in full immediately, and I'll transfer the deed over. I'm really left with no other choice. My husband and I bought this house when we were young. After so many years, I really don't want to sell it if I have a choice. But my son and daughter are both unemployed now. With a whole family to feed, I have no other way but to sell the house." The old lady said worriedly. "Auntie, please give us a discount. We've just started this business and haven't even rented this house for a full year yet. Our child has just been born. We really can't afford such a large sum all at once. How about we pay you in installments? We'll give you part first, then every 6 months, we'll send you the money as fast as we can. My child, please understand my situation too." The old lady sighed. 2.3 million. Not a cent less. Ding Xiao was troubled. She looked at Xiao Zhong. Xiao Zhong was gently patting little Ping An to soothe him. He glanced up and said, "We really can't afford that. How about this, we'll move out as soon as we can next month." The old lady was stunned for a moment. To be honest, in her heart, this young couple was the ideal choice. She had seen how bustling their business was, and guessed they must have made quite a lot. But the old lady still couldn't bear to lower the price. She wanted to sell the house as quickly as possible. Xiao Zhong could tell what she was thinking from her expression. "Auntie, won't you reconsider? This house is in a great location. Once you miss this chance, it'll be hard to find another buyer." The old lady couldn't resist and spoke again. "We can't afford it. Let's look for another place." Ding Xiao also understood. "We paid the rent several years in advance. Please remember to refund it to us when the time comes." She wasn't too upset. She thought it wasn't too egregious a sin to be more concerned about oneself in this situation. The old lady asked again, "So how much can you afford?" Xiao Zhong had already opened his phone to look for new houses. Seeing his expression, Ding Xiao knew he didn't want to stay here anymore. So she just smiled without answering. The old lady sighed, still a bit reluctant. "I've never seen people negotiate like you." Xiao Zhong laughed a little. "Auntie, don't pretend you don't know this house could be bought for 1.8 million right now. If you ask for an extra 500,000, can I not agree?" The old lady choked up. "Young people these days don't understand how hard it is for seniors like me. I'm so old but still need to provide for 2 whole families. Is it so wrong for me to want to save up more?" The old lady went on and on about how good her house was, and how Xiao Zhong and Ding Shai didn't know a good deal. She said young people nowadays don't respect their elders and lack manners. She talked for a long time and refused to stop. Xiao Zhong was getting impatient. That's enough. Bring up your own kids yourself. I don't want to rent or buy anymore. Is that not allowed? You're forcing me to give you this extra 500,000 to feed your kids? I've never even heard them call me dad. Jun. Ding Shia had been listening quietly to Xiao Zhong arguing with her. Frankly, Ding Shia was a bit angry too, but hearing his last line, she still tugged his arm out of respect for elders. The old lady pointed at him with a trembling hand, fuming. You! Get out of my house immediately. Xiao Zhong pulled his mouth into a smirk. Fine. First refund the extra rent we paid. The law states that a sale does not nullify existing rental agreements. Even if you sell the house, as long as you don't refund my rent, I can stay until the day I'm supposed to move out. The old lady was so angry she nearly popped a blood vessel. She huffed and squeezed out the door. Soon after, Xiao Zhong received a call from the agent. The rent was returned a week later. Xiao Zhong sent back an okay and continued looking at houses. This time, he looked at a small multi-story house with a yard in the south of Nanjing City. Why do you keep looking at these small houses with yards? Ding Shia asked curiously after glancing around twice. Because you like them. Xiao Zhong looked at her strangely. The house Xiao Zhong looked at alone. He booked on the spot. You'll definitely like it, he said mysteriously. With nothing to do, the two of them packed at home, preparing to move after Sister Ji and the others came back. It was a pity for their regular customers. They wondered if there was a way to notify them of the snack shop's new address. Ding Shia swept up a huge clump of hair from the floor. She was stunned for a moment, then reached up to touch her scalp. Jun. What's wrong? Xiao Zhong was startled by her. Ding Shia said anxiously. Am I going bald? I lost so much hair. Xiao Zhong thought it was something serious. He breathed a sigh of relief. No. You still have plenty of hair. Ding Shia didn't believe him. She threw down the broom. I'm going to cook up some black sesame. She rushed into the kitchen. Xiao Zhong picked up the broom helplessly and started sweeping the floor. He didn't forget to say to little Ping An, who was watching curiously from the crib, Look at your mom, so easily shocked. How cute. Little Ping An. If little Ping An could understand and talk, he would definitely also find this very silly. Ding Shia grabbed a large jar of black sesame and stir-fried it over low heat in a flat pan for 6 or 7 minutes until it popped crisply. She pinched a small handful and put it in her mouth to chew. The crunchy texture was satisfying. She poured it out and added water, then blended it into a paste in the blender. To make the texture even finer, Ding Shia filtered it once more. She added water to the leftover dregs and blended again in the blender to increase utilization and not waste any. She steamed a handful of red jujubes until soft, then filtered into date paste. Finally, she poured the black sesame paste and rice flour paste thinned with water together into a pot and simmered it over heat, adding sugar as she simmered. When the color had clearly darkened, Ding Shia also added the prepared date paste and continued simmering, adding some rose jam for beauty and nourishment. She kept simmering. When she felt it was about right, it was ready to drink. Ding Shia stood at the kitchen door with a bowl of thick, dark, aromatic black sesame syrup and finished it. Her fear of hair loss was slightly alleviated. She didn't dare serve any to Xiao Zhong, afraid little Ping An would want it. After shooing Xiao Zhong to the kitchen to drink black sesame syrup, Ding Shia held little Ping An, a paced around the room, making him laugh. Little Ping An grabbed his mom's clothes, smelling the fragrant aroma on her. Ding Shia only felt her shoulder grow damp. Walking to the mirror, she saw little Ping An's drool flowing like a waterfall. Ding Shia uncharacteristically felt a little guilty. She immediately went to change her clothes and put a fresh drool towel on little Ping An. Time passed slowly. A few small restaurants tentatively opened their doors. Ding Shia was still somewhat uneasy and only opened for takeout orders. There were fewer and fewer customers each day. Business was very relaxed. Hello, are you open for dine-in? Ding Shia looked up, holding her child to see a middle-aged man with a squared face supporting a very kind-looking, trembling old lady. Sorry, we're not open for dine-in yet, Ding Shia smiled. We're only doing takeout now. Can I order some dishes to go then? The middle-aged man asked. Please tell me what you'd like. Ding Shia handed him a menu. The middle-aged man didn't take it. I want round dream pancakes, crispy braised pork, and rice noodle with pork. Ding Shaya was stunned for a moment. These dishes sounded somewhat familiar. They seemed to be what that grandfather had wanted to eat. She looked at the middle-aged man and felt he did look a bit familiar. Has the elder been here before? Hey, you've been here before. The middle-aged man's troubled face finally showed a hint of a smile. My father came once and said he had a particularly delightful plate of fried sauce noodles. He couldn't stop praising it. Tell them to bring us here next time. Ding Shaya chuckled as she listened. I knew it. When my old man was leaving, he kept talking about wanting to eat these dishes. But you and your father look so alike. I felt familiar as soon as I saw your face. The middle-aged man nodded. Indeed, my mom always says I was carved from the same mold as my dad, especially our facial features. We have the exact same square-shaped face. As he spoke, he introduced the elderly lady beside him, who had an aged and dignified appearance. This is my mother. Ding Shah quickly brought over 2 chairs. Please have a seat. Let me ask the kitchen to prepare the dishes right away. Xiao Zhong was in the back, packing up some unused pots. When he saw Ding Shaya enter, he asked, Someone's here? Yes, it's the family of that old man from earlier. They want the same 3 dishes. Once you're done preparing them, pack them up and take them out. Ding Shao wiped her sweat. Take a break and tidy up later. There's no rush. Xiao Zhong nodded, stood up, and drank a large glass of water. I'll follow your lead. The elderly lady was appraising the decor in the room. Your place is nicely renovated. Unlike other eateries, it's not dirty and dim. One can't enjoy a meal in such an atmosphere. The middle-aged man hurriedly whispered, Mom! The elderly lady smiled apologetically at her. Sorry, I just think your place is great. Ding Shaya shook her head. Thank you for your compliment. Where's the old man? Why didn't he come today? The middle-aged man looked somewhat melancholic, but the elderly lady smiled. He can't come. Ding Shaya looked at her, puzzled. The middle-aged man took over the conversation. My father is old. He fell ill and couldn't make it. We just finished his funeral a couple of days ago. Ding Shaya was momentarily stunned, finding it hard to believe. She still vividly remembered the old man's joyful dancing when he ate the fried sauce noodles. He was lively and adorable. How could he just cease to exist? My condolences. It's all right. We're both in our 70s and have lived through many years, experienced many things. It's enough for us, the elderly lady said cheerfully. People have to die, you know. If we keep living, we'll become old monsters, won't we? I just feel a bit regretful. What regrets? Ding Shaya asked. I'm from the south, and the old man was from the north. We never had a chance to eat together. He ate his braised noodles, and I had my small wontons. We bickered and quarreled like that all our lives. Isn't it quite magical? A smile of reminiscence appeared on the elderly lady's lips. He always said I wouldn't accept new flavors, yet he still made wontons for me every day. He ended up cooking southern cuisine for me all his life. My mom was a young lady from a landlord family, and my dad was a kitchen helper, the middle-aged man explained, as if he had said it countless times before. My dad cooked at home all his life. He could prepare dishes from various culinary traditions for every meal. Ding Shah imagined that scene and couldn't help but smile. Arriving here, I never really had the chance to taste the Beijing cuisine he had talked about all his life. The old lady sighed with a tinge of regret. I remember the day he came back home. He was so happy. Humming a tune he hadn't hummed in a long time, walking lightly. He said he had eaten a particularly delicious fried sauce noodles and wanted to bring me along to try it too. What a pity. The old lady touched the bracelet on her wrist, feeling nostalgic. I haven't had the chance to taste it. The middle-aged man sighed along with her. The atmosphere grew heavy, with an unnamed melancholy enveloping everyone. Life is both beautiful and fragile. Even when a person is gone, emotions still live on. Xiao Zhong came out carrying a neatly packed plate of sliced pork in sweet bean sauce. Here's one serving. He placed it on the table and looked at Ding Shaya. What's wrong? It's nothing. Ding Shaya looked up at him and couldn't help pouting and acting coquettish. Xiao Zhong reached out and pinched her cheek. Good girl. He turned around and went back to the kitchen, bringing out a glass of freshly squeezed fruit juice. Remember to drink this. The old lady looked at Ding Shaya with loving eyes. You young couple have such a good relationship. Just married? The baby is only 2 months old. Ding Shaya pointed to the room behind her. Sleeping in there. The old lady's expression grew even more benevolent, and in the end, she just sighed. That's wonderful. Xiao Zhong steamed the rice noodle with meat and started preparing the dream-fulfilling pancakes. The dream-fulfilling pancakes are considered a traditional Beijing dish. Legend has it that one day Empress Dowager Cixi dreamed of eating pancakes stuffed with minced meat, and when she woke up, she happened to have this dish, so she named it dream-fulfilling pancakes. He mixed medium gluten flour and sugar with yeast to create a slightly firm dough. He made small dough balls with a bit of oil and set them aside, then formed normal-sized dough balls. After rolling out the dough, he stuffed the oiled small dough balls inside and sealed it. He brushed some syrup on top and covered it generously with white sesame seeds, lightly pressing it down to form a thick small pancake, about the size of half a palm. He let it rest on the side to ferment. After it doubled in size, he put it in the oven and baked it for 15 minutes. The result was a fragrant and soft small pancake. He heated the pan, added some oil, and stir-fried the minced meat until it turned white. After the meat became crispy, he added diced water chestnuts and minced ginger to the pan, seasoning it with cooking wine, soy sauce, salt, sugar, and pepper. After a few more stirs, it was ready to be served. Finally, the rice noodle with meat in the other pan was also done. Xiao Zhong packed both dishes and brought them out. The old lady was gazing at the plate of sliced pork in sweet bean sauce, lost in thought. Perhaps she was thinking about the old man who would be overjoyed when he ate something delicious. The middle-aged man paid the bill and helped his trembling mother back home. Xiao Zhong watched them at the door for a long time, before suddenly saying, "We must die together, not leaving each other behind." Spit, spit, spit. The year hasn't even ended yet. Ding Shao raised her hand and playfully slapped him. What nonsense are you talking about? But Xiao Zhong was serious. I mean it. We must die together. I don't want to leave you alone in this world, and I don't want to be left alone either. Ding Shaya felt moved again and stood on her tiptoes to touch Xiao Zhong's head. All right, I'll strive for that. There's a phrase that goes to share the same bed in life and the same grave in death. Xiao Zhong embraced Ding Shao, whose waist had become much slimmer. In this lifetime, I will only be with you, sharing the same bed and the same grave. Ding Shaya smiled and extended her pinky finger. Then let's pinky swear. Xiao Zhong hooked his pinky with hers. Agreed. Ding Shaya felt like she had forgotten something and scratched her head. They say pregnancy makes you forgetful. I'm becoming more and more forgetful. Xiao Zhong raised an eyebrow, observing her deep in thought. Suddenly, Ding Shaya slapped her forehead. Little Ping-An! I forgot about little Ping-An. She rushed inside like a whirlwind. Little Ping-An was already awake, holding back a package of tears and looking at the doorway. Ding Shaya quickly picked him up and comforted. Good boy. Mommy will sing you a song. Little Ping-An managed to hold back his tears and babbled in a language Ding Shaya couldn't understand. Fortunately, little Ping-An was easy to appease. Even though Mommy momentarily forgot about him, he still looked at Ding Shaya with affectionate eyes and smiled. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhong started packing his belongings to take with him. After a while, the middle-aged man returned. Hello, is there something I can help you with? Xiao Zhong asked, puzzled. It's about my father. The middle-aged man took out a meticulously wrapped book. I want to give you this recipe book as a gift. Cookbook? Xiao Zhong looked at it with surprise and didn't take it. Can we talk inside? It's a long story. The middle-aged man seemed somewhat melancholic. Of course Xiao Zhong welcomed him inside. I'm Wang Zhengyang. My father's name is Wang He, and he is the 8th-generation descendant of authentic Shandong cuisine. This cookbook is the culmination of his years of learning and innovation, written with great passion and effort. Xiao Zhong's expression turned serious. He had heard of Wang Hai's name before, although he had never met him. Wang Hai was the old man renowned for his mouth-watering meat dishes and Beijing-style cuisine. I can't accept this cookbook. Xiao Zhong shook his head. Such a precious item would be a treasure in any restaurant. Wang Zhengyang smiled. Don't be hasty. Let me explain. My father had a disagreement with our family recently, because my stubborn son refused to learn his recipes, and instead wanted to study Western cuisine. It broke my father's heart, so he ran out and ended up coming to your house. After returning home, my father sighed and said not to force the child if he doesn't want to learn. But I feel regretful. Wang Zhengyang looked at Xiao Zhong with a questioning gaze. Although I've been learning cooking from my father, I'm not talented in this area. I can only follow the cookbook meticulously and produce each dish exactly as it is written. It may taste good to those who are unfamiliar, but experts would know that the flavors lack innovation. I can't discern the subtle differences in taste, and I can't figure out how to modify ingredients, seasonings, and cooking methods to improve the dishes. It's just not my forte. I can manage our family restaurant well, but I can't carry forward the legacy of the Wang family's cuisine. Wang Zhengyang gently touched the cookbook in his hand. Instead of letting it gather dust, I'd rather give it to you so that you can improve and carry forward the recipes. My father would also be happy knowing that his lifelong dedication to cooking has found a good home for his cookbook. It's my way of honoring him even 100 years from now.